Vital's gonna chase after him, Boboka. Just as they got all 5 up, Boboka dies. It continues to be a 4 versus 5. They continue to work not just against it.
Like this jump from JT, that Lotus is just immediately there. What are you supposed to do at this point? And the hook shot is just beautiful here.
Mira, fantastic performance on the clockwork in this game.
Absolutely locks them into a fight they no longer wanted to be in. I don't think any of these 3 cores had their BKBs overlapping with any of the others.
No, they have been. It was a 30-second window where 9-second BKB one at a time.
Oh, they're just smoking into the high ground.
Smoking to Team Spirit holding the high ground. They get a ward up there. Mira's going to de-ward it. JT already finding himself slow. Nothing to say. He's going to try and stop it. He pops his BKB to turn around and do him up Radon. Radon is throwing out the damage, though. The Guardian Angel put onto Radon. He is healthy as hell, and he'll not die to it. Nothing to say, Dragon Knight. That'll never be enough. And nothing seems to be enough for G2IG, as they will call it quits in not just this series, but the international.
A swift exit for them, not the place they wanted to be, and maybe, well, after this series, not the opponent they wanted to be facing, as Team Spirit came in and just absolutely dominated this series. If anybody was thinking this team was going to be shaken going down to the lower bracket, I think they've proven it wrong. This is going to be a very tough opponent for a lot of these teams in the lower.
That's right, we will be seeing Spirit later. They're going to be playing in that final, the 4th and final best of 3 today to round out our playoffs. That'll be up against Extreme Gaming. But for now, let's talk about this game number 2. Spirit getting it in 2-0. First of all, let's just talk about the early game shenanigans, everything that was going on there, where everyone ended up with themselves winter, and what it actually meant for the later part of this game.
Well, I didn't know Spirit had 2 mid laners.
I mean, that was the real pocket pick.
They might be having a discussion on making some role swaps after this game.
It's not player swap, but role swap.
Yeah, I mean, Laurel, 9-0, Collapse, 8-0. They both look phenomenal on their respective positions. And by respective positions, Laurel was the off-laner this game, and Collapse was the mid-laner.
Of course. Yeah, naturally. But what did it actually mean? Not only just doing well, but why exactly they changed up the lanes like this? Maybe even what lent confidence to be able to do this here?
I think they were just trying to avoid the Viper into DK mid lane. I think they were probably okay with Viper into DK in the safe lane. If DK was in the safe lane because the lane's shorter, you can kind of not get abused as much as mid lane. That was probably what they were trying to go for, and Secret kind of somehow picked it up and they swapped their lanes. And they were like, okay, we can do it the other way around. We are happy with this, and I mean, Collapse this game, he is definitely like clearly the MVP. You know, he made so many good rotations. He won his lane. He solo killed Monet on the Wind Ranger. It's a good matchup for him, but he did really well. He went bot, he killed bot, TP top, killed top. Like, he was just everywhere. And for G2IG, I just felt like JT kind of didn't really get the memo about the budget. He farmed when his team got dove.
They don't want to go over.
Like, I felt like
someone didn't CC him in the email chain, you know?
Yeah, he didn't get the memo. So I felt like he needed to just come down and help, because his teammates, they were not having the best of times, and he was like the only one that kind of had a really good early game, and he needed to use that to get his team back into the game. There was this one dive at bot, took 20 seconds to kill the Rubik, didn't come, and then another dive on bot again, but he didn't have Doom. But I felt like the same thing should have happened. He needed to come even though he didn't have Doom. Like Collapse did also the same move. He moved bottom when he didn't have both. He just came down, X mark, Torrent, started the fight. So he needed to match what Collapse was doing in the game, and he did not.
It feels like the two sides of the same coin here, Jenkins, where G2IG weren't really having the, I don't want to say map awareness, but movement on the map that they really needed for themselves, whereas Team Spirit always bringing numbers. It felt like they knew the emphasis had to be placed there for themselves and making sure these side lanes did well, making sure that they were everywhere on the map, but not only that, making sure that they had the numbers to go their way and to convert this movement into something, whether it's a kill, whether it's a spell usage, pulling out those BKBs.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this goes back to the mid diff, and I did not expect to say this in a Collapse versus Monet mid lane matchup. That it's very strange, but knowing how to make those rotations, which lane is important to rotate to, if the lane is shoved, like, is it good to rotate to it? Do I do this with the rune or whatever? It requires practice on the mid lane. And Collapse actually does play mid in pubs. If you watch a lot of his replays, he will go mid. It looks like Monet, not as much as Collapse.
Yeah, that's tough, but look, either way, Spirit doing something a little bit different here. It's nice to see that we are seeing different things happening within Dota across two different series, but this best of three ends right now. Spirit are winners, and with that, they are joining Nomad.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, I am here with Collapse, the new mid laner for Team Spirit, apparently. How do you feel about your promotion?
I don't know how to say. First game I was an offlaner. The next game they just told me, you go mid lane, we have a new mid laner, and Laro goes for offlane. By the way, we just saw the Wind Ranger was mid and his item buy, so we decided just to let me go mid lane, and I said, okay, why not? I can deal with it.
And is mid lane something you've practiced a lot in pubs and such?
Not really. I'm like playing mid lane like once in a half a year, maybe. Not even on Conquer, just on Magnus. It's my single hero for mid.
Well, it must feel pretty good then to not only win the lane, get a solo kill as well, right?
I was talking to my teammates that just look for mid, look for mid. I have a tip, I have a X mark, so we can tip it. And they just told me, you're killing him, so you don't need us. And so that was it.
Nice. Your team tells you when you're getting a kill or not. That's pretty nice. So obviously big difference here versus what your series was like versus Nouns earlier on. How do you feel like you've changed in the game since then?
I think we just we made some mistakes with our drafts and our gameplay. I think so. And we just choose the heroes who's good in this meta and on this TI. So, and there's also the good for us. So we just playing with our heroes that we are comfortable with, and that's it. That's our strategy.
Let's change up the heroes a little bit, but keep what you know and love and stick to the meta. Seems to be working for you guys. Obviously, one Chinese team down. You've got Extreme to come later. How are you feeling about that one?
It's kind of hard enemy for us, so don't really know. We have some time to prepare for them also, and we were preparing for them like even before G2IG if we would win them. So just need to confirm our strategies again.
All right, well, I won't keep you any longer then. Good luck with that one. Thanks for coming to talk to me. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, guys. Collapse, he's honest there, not only about the gameplay, but their future opponent later today. That Extreme Gaming, it is difficult for them, but they've faced off in the past before. They've met in the grand finals, and I'm sure that they're going to be able to have answers to Extreme Gaming, and they've got the ball rolling for themselves. Unfortunately, though, the ball stops short for G2IG. This is them exiting the road to the international. We won't be seeing them play anymore, and it is quite heartbreaking, Jenkins, considering the names of the players on this roster, not being able to get them onto that main stage to see them play on stage.
Yeah, they've seen a lot of TIs. I just think that the way that G2XIG has been very successful this year is when the patch is very for Protect 1, and Monet can get last pick and absolutely just 1v5 with some like Terrorblade and Medusa. They're one of the best teams in the world at doing that, and unfortunately, like we've said with some of the other teams that have gotten eliminated, they weren't able to adapt to the meta at this level. Perhaps on a different patch, if they do the exact same thing, they would, dumpster such a TI, but hopefully going forward, they can learn to adapt a little bit better within a tournament.
Yeah. Well, for us, it's tough to say goodbye. I'm sure for the players, it's no easier as well. That's not really English. Hopefully someone who can speak better English, considering he is Pyrian.
Thank you, Nat. I'll try my best. Helen will be here translating for us. I'm obviously here with Bobokar, who just got knocked out by Team Spirit. I'd like to know, first of all, what do you feel went so wrong in that series for you guys?
想问一下，上场比赛你觉得最大的问题在哪里？
可能我们对换路的处理不够好吧，然后就优势路跟中路的协调不是很好，然后就被对面一直在进攻吧，所以就没什么能反抗的点。
Yeah, can you turn your mic on, Helen, just quickly? Oh, I'll use my one. Okay, I'll use my mic. It felt like you guys were a little unlucky to bump into Team Spirit here. What is it about that team that makes them so hard to play against?
就是说一下 Spirit 哦，想问你 Spirit 就是有哪些地方让他们那么难以战胜呢？
我觉得其实做好自己的是能赢的，但是我们没有做好自己该做的东西吧。我觉得雪碧现在状态也是一般的。我们
I think that we didn't do our best. If we did, we could have beat them. I think their form is not top notch. And his response for the first question was, when we swapped our lanes, I didn't think we took care of it well enough. Our safe lane and mid lane didn't synchronize enough, and Spirit played very offensively, and we were not prepared.
Okay, thank you. I suppose my next question is, what are you hoping to do next season to make sure that you get a better finish than you did this season?
我们想知道，就是下一个赛季有什么展望或者期待呢？
我吗？打那个新的游戏吧，那个新的匕首游戏。
Well, I would like to try the new Valve game. Deadlock?
Okay, fair enough. Right, final question, and we're very sorry to see you go, and I know a lot of the fans out there will be as well. Is there anything that you'd like to say to them?
我们非常遗憾，就是你退出了比赛，然后粉丝肯定也是希望能继续看到你的。有什么想跟粉丝说的吗？
感谢大家吧，应该不会被折磨了。
Thank you, everybody. We won't torture you anymore.
Oh my God! Don't be so hard on yourself, Bobokar. But thank you for the interview, and back to you and the panel, Nat.
Thank you guys so much for being there. We told you, please, people would love to see more of you. Unfortunately, it won't be happening at this tournament. For you guys, though, I always love hearing what you guys have to say about a team exiting here. What is that silver lining that they could take away for you? I know you're just bursting with positivity.
Well, I think they at least...
Oh, go ahead.
That's so funny, actually.
No, go ahead.
No, I feel like they had a lot to learn this year going into the next one, and at least they got a little bit of practice on other roles before they exited the tournament.
That was actually a really good silver lining. Winter, anything else to add?
Well, they have to come up with a more balanced budget. That's one for sure.
Balanced budget, try and balance the spreadsheet there. That is the end of our second best of three. We're only halfway through our day. You're going to get so much more Dota action. You're also going to get a new panel. And while we're swapping over, we're going to give you some short films here that you get to watch. I believe the first one that we're starting with is called Support.
The merchant of death wanders our wood. The slivers of the moon sing their song. Another walks under the blade. The darkest things in the woods are not the monsters. The woods will always want the dead. Lo, there were four. The losers of war left lifeless and torn. Five went into battle, and five did not return. A story written in powerful trouble.
Heroic have been the dominators of the SA region, and they've had some decent success on land, but struggled to make a top finish so far. Is that going to change here at the International? I'm going to find out with Davai Lama. And of course, firstly, congratulations on making it to your first International.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Absolutely. I mean, how are you finding the experience so far? Is it living up to what you hoped it would be?
Well, so far it's been like any other tournament.
Mm-hmm.
The welcome letter, the TI welcome letter has something to it, It does feel like TI.
Absolutely. I think whenever we've seen you on camera, whenever you're talking, whenever we see your reactions, your passion always comes out. What is it about Dota, though, that makes you so passionate, and what that made you initially say, this is the game for me. I want to be a pro in this?
I think I'm just quite a passionate and expressive person, and Dota is just the thing I've decided to dedicate most of my life to. So naturally, just passionate about it, and I expressive on it.
So do you think, if Dota wasn't around, you would have just been doing some other game, equally passionate about it?
If I would be able to do anything I wanted, as long as it was another hobby or a passion of mine, I think I would be equally passionate about it. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, this year...
I think I've just been continuing the work that I started as soon as I got into the pro scene. I think I've been on a steady come up. This year, I finally got on a top level team, managing to make almost every single top tier event. Mm-hmm. It's been very nice. It's been lots of traveling, lots of new experiences, hard work as well.
Of course. It's been nice to see. And, how's...
There is little hope for Dire's middle tower.
Oh, I feel better already. My hero.
They've had quite a turbulent showing, right? Sometimes they finish dead last, sometimes second from last. Infamous and then Thunder Awakened did pretty good in TI9, TI11 to push themselves pretty deep. And for SEA, you know, if we look back from TI7, they've only ever got to top 8 one time with T1. Every other time, 9th, 12th is their position, which is this series right now. So if Aurora wants to maybe do better than, you know, at least a recent time, then winning this series, getting themselves to top 8 is going to push SEA to one of their better placements in recent TI time.
Yeah, I kind of feel that. I mean, SEA used to do better, and when I say if we would take TIs into account way back, we will remember, for example, Orange. That was over 10 years ago. But they have had very good showings. It's just that the region is a little bit too turbulent, I feel, to have consistency in their showings.
That's very true. I mean, you can also look at results throughout the regular competitive season 2 and not just TI, which is the penultimate tournament. But last year, this Aurora, which used to be Talon back then, they had a really good showing the entire year where they were getting top 4 placements in a lot of key tournaments. Then TI comes around. They also just don't do well. So I think that within the region, the turbulence that you mentioned, Chief, can be attributed to maybe a lack of discipline, because an interview that comes to mind was at the Lima Major a year ago. Sunbi was talking about how he thinks his team is incredibly high-skilled, but sometimes it's hard to reel them in, and they can often just take a game too simply after one win. And also, Adam 343 mentioned to me one time that he also thinks that maybe the non-confrontational region of a lot of the cultures in SEA make it so that fixing team issues is a lot more difficult than it would be in Europe. That was a take that he had that I thought was interesting too.
Yeah, and on the other side, Lacoste, we have both Aurora and Heroic doing reasonably okay over the last season. Both of these teams have top 8 as their consistent level, it feels like, on an international scale.
Yeah, these are the teams that can make upsets, but they do struggle finishing in like top 6, top 3, very stretched if we talk about it. So they need to make some miraculous runs here. And for Aurora, this is the team that has been hot and cold. We've seen them play in the group stage. They had 2 really bad matchups when they played against Spirit and Liquid. But I want to point out the number of stacks. These are 2 completely different playstyles when it comes down to the, like, mid laners and also position 4s. So you can see the number of stacks. Aurora, they have the most stacks per game, 20.6 and 10.6 on side of Heroic, which is the second worst. It is a meta when it comes down to stacking. And if you look at the heroes that they've been playing, it also attributes to how they're playing some of these mid laners. There is only one hero for Analog that can clear the stack, that's Templar Assassin, and there's a bunch of heroes on side of Aurora that they can clear the stacks with.
You know what I do wonder? So the golden age of South American Dota began like 3 years ago, right? When all of these South American teams are emerging as competitors. There was a lot of investment in the region. There was the era of EG Beast Coast. There were all of these superstar players like Pakaz, like Whisper, like Parker, who was up and coming. And then all of a sudden, it all just deflated.
They messed up when they split Thunder Awaken and Beast Coast. I think that was one of the mistakes that they made, because these 2 teams, they were super competitive. These are the teams that could beat any team pretty much, and every TI, these teams are going to cause many upsets.
But I think just internal issues happened, divides within the teams. Players like Whisper being poached to the Europe region on OG. I don't even know what Pakaz is up to right now, but all of a sudden, this golden age of SA Dota, like internally, it combusted, which is just tragic to see.
Yeah, I mean, the region had, like Brazilian dominance. Up there, and once they get knocked down again, like, it's not as, deep or as complex as other regions. So the rebuild time, unfortunately, does take time, and that's what at least we have been seeing. Heroic has done a pretty decent shot at becoming the next team, but yeah, unfortunately, it's at the moment, it is kind of just one team does what for the region. Yeah,
and if both of those teams, if either of these teams wants to review this year's international as a success, at minimum, they would have to get top 8, which is, again, the highest score they've got this season. So whoever loses this best of 3 is not going to be a happy camper, that's for sure. We're in game 1 of this best of 3, and we already know Heroic, they won a series earlier today, so they're kind of warmed up. They've had maybe a little bit less time to study their opponents compared to Aurora, but they're starting strong. Getting their hands on the Shadow Demon is a good one to start things off with. We saw them play it earlier today against Beast Coast twice, and to be honest, I mean, they lost the first game, but they kind of almost won it as well, so still a great pick.
Yeah, I think the series earlier today from Heroic, it was very much like they're playing up against their own region. You could feel like the scrappiness in it, where they kind of maybe have a little bit more confidence against this team than other teams, and maybe they weren't playing the cleanest Dota, but I think they obviously learned a lot about that game. Like, going back to the Lacoste stat about the stacks made, I think Heroic is one of the teams that they like to drag heroes around to fight a lot more on the map, even though it doesn't always net them success. Like, they're not as quick as the Liquids or the Gamins, but they still try to emulate that play with the raw aggression, which hurts them because when it doesn't, connect, they don't have that kind of insurance policy of the jungle. And at least Shadow Demon, he hits both of those. Like, he can make the stacks, he can help the fight.
Yeah, but it's a style that can be corrected with time, or just perfected with time, because when you watch Heroic, often they win their laning stage. They come out of lanes with a net worth advantage. They win a lot of their early brawls, like with the scrappy playstyle that you mentioned, T, but then there will be 1 or 2 bad fights that they take, from which then they can't recover that well. So while their early game to me feels very solid, they do misstep a little bit in the late game. But their series versus Beast Coast today, Like, I thought their late game in game 3 was beautifully played, beautifully executed. They found good opportunities. So we can already see the improvement from their playstyle.
And I think a lot of teams will try to copy what Team Spirit is doing, even though they are in the lower bracket. These Maranas with the Kunkka, maybe throw in a casual Invoker. Again, increasing the damage, how many buffs you can have on your carry is going to be the state of the meta right now. And for Heroic, I see Shadow Demon, I see Mars, you see strong lanes already. You have somebody to keep them in place. And also, they picked Kunkka into Shadow Demon. I know it's not like the most important thing, but you can break the combo. Someone gets arrowed with one disruption. You can nullify that aggression, especially if they commit with the boat, with the torrent. Kunkka needs to reset, and you also have kind of spells that you can choose where you want to take the fight with the arena.
Yeah, combo breaking is really important, like you mentioned, Lacoste, because we often see these Kunkkas paired with Snapfires or Dark Willows or any kind of very high DPS position 4, and something like Shadow Demon can inherently buy time for his team. It's also insurance policy against all of the auras in this game right now, right? The Crimson Guards, the Pipes, the Greaves aura. Like, you just purge it off, you can try to focus on that target.
On top of my head, I think we've never seen these combination of two heroes together, Omni Knight and Shadow Demon. Most of them, they're banned out because they're so highly contested, but I don't remember seeing a single game where these two heroes were picked in the same game.
That's very true. I don't remember either, because you look at the two supports, and these are very heavy on defensive maneuvers. So you need to correct for the double defensive supports of Heroic with either heroes like Earth Spirit that brawl a lot and take advantage of it, or just, stuns from both your mid lane and your safe lane now, because your supports aren't providing you with a reliable lockdown, but they are giving you a lot of survivability.
It is also heroic, so I also feel T. Can you tell me if there's any potential for Omni Knight carry Mars or Omni Knight offlane Mars mid? Or Omni Knight core?
I hope not.
Good.
Heroic have tried to be the quirky team of the tournament, and they fell flat very quickly. They've tried Marcy offlane, they've tried Slark offlane, and unfortunately for the Vailama, I don't think it's...
They won a game with Marcy offlane.
They did. They also lost some games with it too.
They did.
So I feel like I've seen him play Timbersaw, Mars, the kind of pressure heroes for the team fight. I think that's his wheelhouse of, excellence at least. And when I see the Mars, please can he play that, simplify your own game plan. And, like Lacoste Nephew was mentioning, SD, Omni, Mars, these three heroes in combination, they invite their opponent to a fight. And then in the midst of the fight, you have to see through the no vision of the arena, disruption, repels. It's very hard to actually get kills with that. But there isn't really any damage. So Aurora now punish this with ET and Morphling. You can never really progress the map through, killing heroes because you've got a lot of defensive toolkit. You don't take towers very quickly, so Morphling will get to his timing, and the defensive tools are getting, dwindled a little bit because of the ET spirit with the shotgun of Morphling. You can blow up an Omni or SD who is out of position.
And also the ET that you mentioned, T, he can throw in his spirit into the Mars arena, provide vision for his team, and counter that facet entirely.
And you'll have also like Kunkka using some blind spells, maybe inside the arena as well. You can throw a casual boat if somebody is trapped inside. Marana with the arrow.
Or more boats.
Sure. Morphling, he's also not too afraid to jump in, knowing that there isn't really damage that can kill him instantly, especially with the run buff, maybe an aura behind him. They picked up a Dragonite, so that's going to be their low cooldown stun, something to control them, because two supports, they're not really good at moving across the map and getting kills done. It's going to be more on the defensive side, try to reset multiple times in a row. But I like that Aurora responded with Morphling and ET, because these two heroes, you also don't care too much about your cooldown. Sure, you have an Earth Splitter, but other than that, these heroes are very good at getting multiple rounds of spells. They feel relatively strong coming in and out of the fight.
And also, we talk about the lack of stuns on Heroic. They did correct that a little bit with the instant stun of Dragentail from Dragon Knight, but Morphling, this is 23's arguably best hero out of all of the heroes he plays. He has his best performances on Morphling, and he's not threatened by Heroic's heroes. Like, maybe later in the game he can get caught off guard by some spear into arena, but there aren't really ways to catch or pressure Morphling early on. And you look at Heroic's heroes, they did correct for stuns, but they didn't correct for damage. They don't have the early game damage. Omni, SD, Mars, and Dragon Knight are not going to give you burst in the early game. You have to wait till DK has a couple of items up, and you have to wait till you pick a high DPS carry like Luna or something, but the Morphling just feels like his game is free right now.
In Heroic, they also don't have last pick in the draft, but Analog needs to step up and go, my hero will be the damage, right? There's no real move for Heroic to make. They just kind of sit back, they happily farm. So if you get a mid hero that can go to the farming side lane, bring the damage, get the kill, you've got setup. DK Mars, they have setup. You have, turnaround potential. So every lane is inviting your mid hero to come and try and get the kill, but they aren't ever really moving to mid. Sure, you can set up a room, but you're not taking the mid tower with SD Omni.
Yeah, give me something. Give me some puck. Give me some, maybe even Queen of Pain. We've been calling for Queen of Pain for such a long time. She doesn't like to play into X-Mark, but other 3 heroes seems pretty free to play against. Also, your item choice could also be different when you're playing against the Morphling if you feel like you need slightly more lockdown, but most of the time it's just the burst damage, and that's what I think they exactly need against this Morphling, because from what I see right now, this is a pretty free Morphling game.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to go the damage route from the mid lane, there's the potential of TA, maybe, because she also isn't... They're not in a position on Heroic where if they get a TA, it'd be too greedy because there's so much defensive capabilities already on their side. So it could work out for them, and that could correct the issue of range damage into arena, early game burst with that blink TA.
They, after long deliberation, ban out the puck. So we'll see what Heroic does with that. They have one more pick to either protect the Dragon Knight if they really want to, or just protect whatever they will pick in that mid lane.
It's a little spooky as well for Heroic, where we're putting a lot of pressure on Analog to be the player that can make things happen for this team. And if that's the hero, then we'll have a counter pick for. Lauren, if we'll see the hero, what hero can I just bully this hero out of the game? And now there's no real map movement until Heroic has time and items. It's a difficult position of the draft. Maybe they have a mid to carry flex hero that can...
Windranger's still available.
Yeah,
she's not. Never mind, she's not available.
She's banned. Yep.
Just checking if you're paying attention.
Thank you.
When you think about Analog on Heroic, he is like a hero specialist and has a specific pool. That's why I mentioned TA, but another ranged hero that can provide damage that would also benefit from an Omni Knight is Huskar. And sure, there isn't exactly a way to protect it right now with the bans. Okay, they go for the Storm instead. Is this reliable enough damage, T, in the early game? Because I think that Storm needs to farm Witchblade Kaya before he can start really pressuring the map.
Saving grace is Aurora don't take over the map for their heroes. So we're talking about Heroic being greedy, but it's not as if Aurora have the Lycan Beastmaster Visage style hero to push the game into overlapping Heroic's heroes, and that's why Storm for them doesn't feel too greedy. They go for a tiny. I'm worried for Heroic. If the lanes don't go well for them, setting up a stable foundation of farm will be difficult. But once they get online, jumping is going to be so difficult where you jump one guy, someone else will save, right? Storm will zip in to save, DK will jump in to save, Omni save, Mars save, SD save, 5 saves. It's a lot of saves on Heroic. And for Aurora, it feels like a very comfortable draft for them. We've seen this a lot of times for them. ET to buff up a Morphling, ET to buff up the early game tiny damage, a lot of kind of sweeping map plays and pressure. So kind of 2 different styles of drafts, but it has the potential to be a very long game between these two.
For sure. This is 40-45 minute game. At least I don't think they're going to be able to close out early on. But I do like this tiny last pick because when you're playing against a lot of these saves, what you want to do is toss somebody away from the rest of the team so they can't get these disruptions. They can't use Omni Knight spells, and then you can burst them down. And they have a really good control in the back line with Kunkka and also with the ET. So they definitely could burst somebody down, then take a fight 4v5 because of this tiny pick.
Yeah, Aurora's draft just looks very comfortable for them. I think the Tiny will set a lot of tempo, like Lacoste mentioned. And on the side of Heroic, I expect for Analog to play a really great game because he is the key point to their early to mid-game transition. He's the one who needs to be ganking. He's the one who needs to be providing damage. If not, Heroic are going to play a more farm-oriented game, which isn't where they thrive. It's not where they excel. So all eyes on Analog for me.
So if this game does go 40-45 minutes, T, we are favoring Aurora.
A little bit, but that's maybe less about draft as well, but more positional. I think Heroic struggled positionally against Beast Coast earlier today. You can see KJ's frustration drawing on the mini-map, we need to be here, not there. So I think if it's a positional game, Aurora does have the advantage as a team so far at the Rotate International. Therefore, yes, leaning Aurora, but you never know with Heroic. Sometimes they can play much better than they have been doing a series ago.
Yeah, so when we see Lorinov needing to be the one setting the tempo for Aurora, he doesn't really need to do so. He can just wait to see, because Heroic seems to be the one that has to make the moves with their Storm Spirit with Analog.
he will definitely make the moves with Tiny, especially these like squishier heroes on their side. Try to kill these 2 supports and then go from there.
Okay, well, let's see how this game or this series will start off. We're heading over to the game, but first, some words from Coach Sunby.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, indeed, I'm here with Sunby. And firstly, how did that draft go? Did everything go as expected for you?
Yeah, I think it did.
Great. So, when you were watching the games this morning, were there any weaknesses? You don't have to necessarily tell me what those weaknesses are, but do you think you spotted any weaknesses in Heroic's game, which you're now taking advantage of?
I don't think so. We didn't really watch their games as much as we looked at others. I mean, it's not really about them. It's really you versus yourself. So, no, not really into exploiting the enemy. I think it's really more into just playing our game better.
Excellent. So always looking at yourselves and looking to improve. Well, lastly, the 23 morph, it's amazing, but sometimes, we kind of know you guys are going to do it. So are you ever worried about Heroic predicting that and having answers ready for it?
Yeah. But they showed Mars, and it's going to go off lane. If they put it mid, then we're not really worried about it. So I think we have a good condition to just pick it.
Excellent, Sunby. Thank you very, very much. And over to our casters for this game with Sunspan and Cinderin.
Thank you, Nomad. As we already have an arrow connecting onto K1, and Mr. Hector will be able to walk away. Sunspan here with Cinderin. This is Aurora.
Your name.
Yeah, my name is Sunspan. In fact, Aurora versus Heroic. This is the end of the line for either South America, shut up Jenkins, or Southeast Asia. Who do you think has this game number 1 based on draft?
I don't know if it's that like clear cut that either team has an advantage. I think something the panel talked about that is a little bit of a concern for me as well as Heroic's support duo being Omni SD. I wonder if it's too much of a good thing here with the amount of saves they have versus play. However, in the past, we used to have a meta. This was around, I forgot which major this was, but there was a major where OG were playing double support, basically defensive support every single game. They had 2 saves, and it was amazing in that time. Obviously, conditions have changed a lot since then, but it's not OQ, actually.
What the hell is going on in that lane?
If you are a ranged hero, you don't have to melee the Dragon Knight and Omni, but if you were to,
it's like all 4 units were on top of each other. It's like, what am I watching? Okay.
Yeah, what I will say Heroic did was they covered the weakness of that support duo quite well by getting a super active mid hero in the Storm Spirit. Obviously, he needs time to farm up, but once he has the items that he needs, this hero can be as active as anyone in the game with reach and with setting up kills. On the side of Aurora, they have a ton of comfort. They have their ET on Ollie, which is probably his best hero. Lauren of Tiny has been looking really good, 23 on the Moor playing. And Jabs has been having a pretty good tournament, I would say, when he's been playing his Kunkka. It's either that or the Timbersaw that have been his standouts. So very comfortable. The lineup has a lot of skirmishing power, a lot of team fight, and it scales very well. And I think, this team likes going late. So already having the ET and Morph for that, I think takes a little bit of pressure off their shoulders if this becomes a slow game.
Jabs having to take a very long route to live here, missing a lot of CS as a result. As KJ is going to get a nice purification onto both heroes. That's what I call value. KJ will be able to get away with his life. And Dragon Tail onto Jabs. Can they get the blocks? Not quite. But they might still have the damage. Breathe Fire, not quite enough. But still, Jabs very low on HP. Can't really participate in this lane. As random courier snipe here from Q. I think that is the kryptonite of every pro player. They just forget they have a courier half the time.
Yeah. The most experienced players that played back in time when your team only had 1 courier, they still haven't got used to the fact that mid isn't using it for the first 7 minutes as the only player.
Imagine having the 1 courier back in Dota with a hero like Monkey King.
Yeah.
It would have just ruined the game. Echo Stomp from Ollie's playing this Elder Titan. Always a TI hero, right? It doesn't really matter how it does throughout the year. It feels like it's always played a TI.
It is, but at the same time, it's also been played very little so far, right? I want to say the majority of the ET picks are Aurora.
maybe I'm underestimating just how many games we've seen it in, but definitely it is. It's very good for them, and you have a good point. Like in terms of TI, when the games become really important, teams really seem to, on average, favor comfort and team fight in the games, and for this team, it's both. So makes a lot of sense.
Arrow will hit. Knights X into the torrent, but KJ still will survive. But looking at Heroic's lineup, I mean, this is a very old school combination with the Omni Knight and Storm Spirit with that repel. I mean, that's probably one of the best repel recipients in Dota. It's funny that the trajectory of Omni Knight is going to hold that thought. Schofield looks like he's dead. Ends up tying the game 1-1. 23 Savage gets credit for that. And this is the one benefit of playing the Kunkka is you can always X-bark. That's the news cosmetic. He's going to have a little puppy dog with him.
The Lycan combo.
I can X back to base and get all the mana you want.
I think the whole Omni Storm combo is interesting in this game because we'll see if Analog changes his item build based on relying on Repel, or if it's just going to be a luxury. If you still have to buy BKB because of the amount of spells that the enemy team has that can catch you and kill you off, or if we're going to see him take more of a hyper-aggressive approach with maybe an earlier Parasma, where he's really emphasizing the damage output, knowing that he has Omni and Shadow Demon as double protection. I think it's a little bit of a concern if multiple heroic heroes in this game go BKB early, because then I think they just run into this, I want to say, almost 10-minute stretch where I just don't think they have enough damage. So I don't even know if they have the choice in reality of not bypassing BKB.
Yeah, we'll find out not too far in the future. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm expecting long games here, Cinderin.
Yeah.
We might see a tier 5.
It could absolutely be. We could be here all night.
I'm up for that. As long as the game is, it delivers on the tier 5s. That's what I care about, of course. That's in my contract. Got to get at least 2 of those per TI to be satisfied.
We've had 1 so far.
Yep, we're halfway there.
It was, I believe that game was 61 minutes, and one team got 4 of them, the other got 1. So it was...
Yep, and then the game ended.
Yeah.
As is intended by the great Ice Frog. Well, we've been seeing a lot of stacking at this tournament, and this game is no stranger to it. You have the Shadow Poison stacks from Schofield on the other side. Lots of stacks in the Radiant Triangle as well. And the question is, will these teams battle for them? Because that is when things get really spicy. Do they have the lineups that can do that at that stage, you think?
I mean, in theory, a Storm with some backup could be good for it, but if it's early enough, then I don't know if he really has the mana pool. I suppose Storm plus a Dragon Knight coming out of the safe lane and just running straight down there with an Omni covering him could be a thing. I mean, we'll see. It was an interesting stat brought up in the panel, right? The discrepancy between stacks in these two teams, that Heroic, one of the teams stacking the least, and Aurora, the team stacking the absolute most. Heroic usually don't stack that much because they're playing very active with their, in particular, mid-hero, but with the Storm Spirit being a little bit on the greedier side as far as their mid picks go, perhaps this time around they're just going to accept the stack trading instead of trying to invade and steal anything away and just settle for this and be like, that's fine, we just need to hit our mid-game timing with the Storm Spirit and enabling him. There is a real possibility that this game has like 5 kills minute 20, I think.
Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen.
I know it's not what... Okay, well, we'll see if we get one more
This
now.
is the greatest curse of all time if this comes to fruition. Jabs gonna get ganked and brought down.
All right.
One more kill for Heroic.
Just two to go for the 5. We'll see. But the reason I say that is when you look across both lineups, right, and the play styles of these two teams, neither team probably feels pressured that they have to do something, and the options they have for playmaking are relatively limited. So Aurora, in order to execute kills, they need to be very decisive and clean in their engagements because of the amount of save and healing that's on the enemy team. And on the flip side, well, Heroic, because of the nature of having 2 defensive supports, setting up kills is not particularly easy to begin with. So it is a little bit unusual, I would say, for this patch that the teams have this this type of matchup between the styles. But we'll see. I expect this game to really pick up around the 20-minute mark. I think that's when things are truly going to go down, but, you know, be happy to see some more action before then. Of course, it's entertaining. These teams are playing to win. They're not playing to entertain the audience.
That's right. They don't give
a lot of the time it's
about
entertaining when you win, as a matter of fact. So
sometimes, yeah.
You know.
Depending on who you're rooting for, of course.
Yeah. More stacks.
Indeed. This is Stack Gamers right here. Jabs with the Tidebringer. Actually, see there's a sentry there, so only a couple stacks, unfortunately, for Aurora. Plenty of Ancients, though. The 23 Savage definitely off to a good start on this Morphling. Has his Morbid Mask. Will be going for the Manta style into the BKB.
That's a very defensive build if that's what he
It's a pretty early BKB, right?
Yeah, I don't know if that's necessary here for 23. Because, yeah, sure, there's multiple stuns in the enemy team, but is there the burst? Like, maybe he needs it against a Storm Orchid, but that he's already going to have the Manta for that. Analog will start off with the Witchblade, which is pretty standard right now for Storm. I don't know, we'll see. He might yet change his approach. I personally think Manta is enough defensively for a while on the Morph, and then BKB is like maybe a third or fourth item this game. This guy is a Morph specialist.
Yes, he is. Analog, he's going to get Avatar back into the Elder Titan. We'll have to zip away, though. Shield Rune was secured by Lornoff. I wanted to talk about Tiny just briefly. I know we're not seeing position 1 Tiny pretty much at all. Is that the only position that goes for the other facet? Or does even that position, would you say, goes for the crash landing? Because that facet was nerfed pretty significantly.
I mean, it's hard to answer your question when no one's playing it, right?
Yeah, but you
like,
love theory crafting, so...
In theory, if Tiny Carry was better, he might go for that facet.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Good answer.
But he could also still get the one he got now.
Okay, great. Appreciate
because that one is also good.
Okay, thank you, Cinderin. That's why you get paid the big bucks, of course.
Yep.
Yeah, we got the stack cams going now. Get used to this.
I think Heroic have stacked more camps in this game than in their last series already.
Yeah, they're going ham, and Hector gonna take full advantage of that splash attack from the dragon. And Analog will get the big camps for himself.
This is a whole family farming.
It is a team effort.
4 people farming triangle.
Meanwhile, Jabs is just he's a Chad. He can do it by himself. Look at this guy.
Yeah.
2 Seeds of Serenity, of course, to ensure that.
Oh yeah, I can walk from one heal into the next. That's nice.
Yeah, that's very good.
Lovely.
This will take a while, but we will watch it because there's not going to be any kills.
This takes me back. This was a very random memory that this just ignited in my mind. This takes me back to no Tidehunter with Eternal Envy.
Oh, wow.
They had, when that team was formed, they were stacking like none other. And I think Envy was playing 5 for a while in that team, if I remember correctly.
Yep, he was the 5.
And they were just stacking and farming Ancients all day.
There goes Sam onto 2. Boat is coming on top of the toss, but a nice disruption to dodge basically everything. Lornoff, his rune was actually dispelled completely. Gets the avalanche on the 4. His team cannot assist because of the arena. Lornoff still...
这伤害也没有那么充足，电轴流再次拉住，成功拼这样的全能，其实自己能不能顶得住？往后飙回来，再接个洪流，全能直接倒地，两边形成一个1换1的战术迅猛，又扎死个大牛。这双反手太厉害了。
对，这波还是看得出来，Aurora想开团会比较困难。在水人装备成型之前，他没有人去盯辅助啊。对 ，Heroic 这边4、5号位太好落位。这全能加暗影恶魔相当于双保人点。
是的。就刚才那个情况已经很好，已经控住了个全能了。但是两边的话没办法，2个犄角摁住一个还有一个。关键是这波打完，蓝猫的紫苑速度可能要比小小的跳刀又要快一点点。
来看一下这波抢符没抢到，一脚踩虽然比较漂亮，定住2个，但是炮木落剑的这个位置，这个控制很好躲。
所有技能基本相当于全空了。
主要第一时间的话，水人也没有参转，而且小这里位置确实不好救，被马尔斯拉强拉住了。
而且你看后面那哥仨完全动不了，没技能了，只能在后面看。
对，当然也看得出来 ，Heroic 也存在一些输出问题啊。他们这个也是第一套打完了之后耗了好久的时间。
对， 但是主要他们阵容里面扛魔，续航能力会比较强。蓝猫自愿了，这泡沫线要小心了，稍有不慎就是蓝猫通电+1，还是反补到了。团长的刃甲还差一个卷轴。
往下半区再靠，水人在小吃街，这波话想夹中，夹完中看能不能拔个塔。
拔中一塔之后，他们后面就比较好控图了。
还是在上路河道这个位置刷了神符。
哇，小小这把跳刀得好晚好晚。
主要他把自己三角区上半区三角区的资源全部让给船长了。
对，然后他也没有提到人，打到现在2比4的比分，落后2000经济。整个欧尔拉现在正面，我个人会认为是比较难打了。哪怕能开一个好先手，整体的输出是完全不够的。
这边下路过来找23的水人，
马尔斯跳刀
啊，已经直接露馅了。有这边第一波感觉就直接带走了，又到现在又过了。
那这样的话，战神迅猛准备扎出，他也没缺力量，那没办法。这个感觉，我觉得他们队内可能是沟通做的不是很到位。他如果比如说有提醒过水人蓝猫可能会做紫苑的话，我估计水人不会在线上这么打的。
主要是感觉这段时间船长前期对线太肥了，太穷啊，一直在补，补的有点时间有点久了，然后小小一个人又撑不起这个团战的场面，
来了，
节奏比较差。他们这样子的话，也只能抓落单。
是的，甚至这个落单你可能考虑一下得是酱油。碰个龙骑可能杀得慢一点，对面反身一个全能落地就救下来了。
这波往上路找人扑空。
现在这个黑瑞克的资源够吃，所以说 K1 盯着三角区刷就行了，他不太可能出现在这个上线的。你看三角区刷完，往中路一站，双刀之后，距离这个 BKB 也差的钱不多了。对于这个龙骑来说，哇，他这个经济也太恐怖了，现在。跟亚托尔那个泡沫感觉不相上下。
对，这个版本龙骑主要没人干扰他嘛。放着无脑刷钱的话，就会是达成一个现在的效果。
对，
感觉后续海若还是要看吧，船长什么时候能够有效参团。小小这边把跳刀过来，直接动手把人往回丢，但是队友这边控制又是跟不上，小兵有点多的情况下，暗影恶魔起身之后毫发无损，反倒是自己妖力这边要被带走了。
大牛这边插一下，然后反身再拉开，竞技场还留着。两边打了个高手过招，有极速神符再来山包投掷回去。马尔斯这边手上应该有技能，战士巨蟒直接扎了起来，但是大招应该还没给。全能骑士拿自己大招稍微保一下队友，反身一个神人简介带走了小小。那剩一个船长能干什么呢？能扛住伤害，但是蓝猫肯定还能再追你啊！
哇，这波感觉是Aurora有点高估了自己的战斗力啊。首先还是这个老问题，23第一时间作为水人不想来参团很正常。而且有一个在知道对面可能反打的情况下，第一时间选择保留所有技能撤退。
是的，
就等着你过来反打，然后自己接反手，然后有全能的加持。果然这个马尔斯是完全的能够吃住正面所有的伤害。
对，感觉血线下去了，上来了。而且第一时间打退了大牛之后，没有这个光环，伤害也会差很多。
对，他主要还是在等对面交技能啊。故意再卖个破绽给你，看你会不会上当。果然没有忍住，强行动手。还是要想办法去找这个后排吧，要不就抓单，要不找后排4、5号位提。
对，
越过全能加暗影恶魔去秒对面的大哥，有点太天方夜谭。
是的，就感觉他们现在是不是不能考虑去接团，哪怕他们能把水人喊过来，我觉得还要再往后刷。他只能这段时间，比如开点小物，看能不能提一提马尔斯啊这样的点，或者说找一找落单的酱油。你正面接团这个时间点，哪怕开的再好，你除非把2个酱油全控住。另一侧应该又提了一个大牛，
收他大牛直接被找到。
这蓝猫的通电层数也起来了。回来密个法，哇！关键是龙骑 BKB 也快有了，
无解飞龙骑。
这后面一个大金龙在正面一站怎么办呢？动它也不是，不动还不行。下路还有一个增伤，主要是水人这身装备，哪怕他能分身 BKB， 但在没有绝刃或者大炮的加持下，他的输出还是很有限的。
感觉现在23就是在安抚兄弟嘛，兄弟们慢一点，让我先刷一会儿。
是的，
我不比对面龙骑穷啊。
他这会儿就给兄弟们赶紧拧绳，给他们信念，兄弟们稳一点，少死一点。 哥们儿后面站出来配个大牛光环，还是有一战之力的。
后期肯定是有说法的。
但他们现在想的问题是我怎么到后期。
龙骑 BKB
来了。其实接下来不知道黑瑞克他这个队倒是控盾的时间不会打得那么紧凑。其实如果可以的话，这会儿打盾给蓝猫带个盾，直接往前硬顶是可以的。这样的话控一控三角区，可能接下来经济差就会进一步拉大。
想抓一个落单的，上路这边看看谁来收线。大牛顶了上来，这肯定也是正经不敢露馅的嘛。看看树林里什么情况，对面是不是开始打盾了？有想法，因为确实现在感觉皮尔克优势足够大。
对，
星体又混探了一圈，
来了，
直接开始打盾。
这个盾对于欧若拉来讲，基本上过来碰不了的。
小小这时候还在下半区啊，然后又不可能点门过来。两个教友想了想，欧若拉这边的话就没有强行要去守这个肉山河的，
很稳。主要虽然说打的效率没有那么高，但就是这两个教友往外一站，你来了之后也先守不了。
这样的话都应该是要给蓝猫。
这样的话标准节奏还是来了。
雪人这把还是选择做 A 仗，这把做 A 仗，画面一般吧。
他感觉想这样的话就是要补伤害了。
对，有资源伤害结算，最后一下普攻直接带走，是一个增伤神符的蓝猫。他补伤害，但是得打出小小像刚才中路被 gank 的那一波一样嘛，山崩肯定自个他这种水船才有机会能够接上，不然 A 仗开炮，画面很好，但是对面龙骑有 BKB， 蓝猫又比较灵活。
是的，
A 仗只能说值得商榷啊。
开了船，但是没有伤害。看看到时候团战能什么样？他们肯定是想做 A 仗的话，就看着没有完美团。像刚才马老师说的，小小打一个比较好的先手，然后接这个大牛的魂彩。这实锤一下1-5不合吗？停手停晚了，感觉。
对，其实感觉也不是停手停晚，停手停的还行，但是回太早了。
对，
再走2步，2-3一个波应该还是能收。但2-3可能觉得那个血量回上去自己打不掉了。上完蛋了，这个 BKB 出不出来，就算了，人也没了。
关键就是白天有2塔的呀，
有2塔，
那这波没办法了，
符也被蓝猫吃掉。现在的话情况急转直下，感觉上是因为 Heroic 今天早上打过一把，现在状态比较火热，或者说整个团队的协同打得会更好一些。
是的，
明显看到欧若拉这边就没有什么章法，
对，
或者说大家的操作就是从操作上都已经开始有点变形了。
而且 Heroic 这把节奏打得很紧，他也不拖拉。
那这样雪人这个局可能拖不到后期成型啊，关键时候出 BKB 的一波被断了。
然后这会儿就形成了之前有说过的全能毒狗往后一站，甚至全能就自己单战就行了。他的驱逐来保这个龙骑，可以让毒狗关这个龙骑，形成个三龙骑往上继续推。
很恐怖的这个龙骑士，再仔细一看，身上已经要更大炮了。
对，
装备更新的频率非常快。这个盾的话，可能都不用等盾结束就可以站上高地来进行推进。增伤神符，
就没办法，你对线打 K1 这条线，你让 K1 无解飞开局，这个经济就是必然的情况了。就可能在一些局里面，比如像 K1 的切入或者说是回防出装的选择有问题，但他的发育能力是没有办法质疑的。这样的话，继续过来，小小倒是补了把跳，但是跳刀依旧还是那个问题，不解决输出。
小小这个跳感觉出到现在没有什么建树，又补了个 BKB， 但是打不打团不看他，得看这个2-3的水人。
对，这边都是 W 要给，
往回丢吗？
这有盾吗？
这兄弟有盾，这兄弟有盾呐，哥们儿，
有 BKB 也没用啊。他这波哪怕就是比如说摁出 BKB 走了，那也是血亏啊。我刚才看到蓝猫身上带那个护盾，以为就是算了，他 A 了一 A， 小小走就得了。
两个双保和人。
是的，
你如果上来动这个龙骑的话，蓝猫就可以第二时间切入。团战画面是非常好的。
对，
包括马尔斯的话也可以打个后手，其实就是所有人看一个无解围开完拆就完事儿了。
对。你如果这会儿他没落后1万1，假设说是个3、5千，那你还能期待一下小跳过去把人端到里面，切断你酱油对大哥的支持。但现在这个龙骑这么扛坐在里面，足够扛得住呀。
而且现在这个
Not for long though.
I'm going him.
They did get all the tier 2s. I doubt they're going to want to push the envelope. It is a South American team, so who am I to say if they're going to risk it? But they have firm control of this game number 1.
There's the smoke. Just as the doctor ordered, the moment Dragon Form ends, let's gang. I have finished.
Hey,
farming.
it is unexpected. Uh-oh. 23 Savage. Okay, he'll have time to morph a bit.
Spot and get out. Well, that was not the best wave form, but...
He got a Kobold, though. Good CS.
And Mirana will get found by Analog. Not much mana.
Yeah, he doesn't have a whole lot. We'll do some damage as Q.
Oh, Aegis expired.
Yeah, that helps. Delicious.
That's a lot of mana.
That's mega regen for me. So, how's the high ground for Aurora? You do have Elder Titan, right?
Yeah.
You do have Boat. You have options.
I think you need to not think about it in the traditional sense, because this is not a standard game for this patch. You need to look at it as, can we displace the guy hitting the tower and burst him enough?
Oh, boy.
Not do we have...
All right. First mistake from Heroic in a bit, but I don't think it's going to matter.
He doesn't have TP, so he's not.
He is toast one way or another.
Love myself some good toast. Well, he'll try to...
Oh, he BKBs into the gate. I haven't seen that play before. He has Link actually off of the arena. And eventually found Divine Llama with the kill, Lornoff with another death. And this is just crumbling for Aurora.
Yeah, they have to...
Keep in mind, this is the first game of the day for Aurora. I'm trying to be positive here. Heroic has had time to play, so they have some momentum from that last series. That is something.
Okay, so here's the challenge. You're talking about all these big AoE spells. Hector has 4,000 health, 41 armor, and 2 butlers. One of them makes him magic immune, and the other one makes him immune to everything. So
to everything?
Yeah, that's what Disruption does. Yeah. So how are you killing this guy? I genuinely think toss back into Arrow next to ET, and then Morph needs to finish his Daedalus, and then just absolutely lay into him. Maybe that is enough.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, it's a tall order. Satanic is coming up in about 2 minutes now for Hector as well, so then you actually have to 100-0 him, or he'll just...
Oh, I think Hector is probably asking his butler, why have you not purchased a shard? I want cleanse!
Yeah.
That's next, come on.
Well, what do they have to cleanse, even? I don't think they can cleanse anything.
It's just nice to have.
I would like a bath.
I mean, the master chooses the term, Cinderella.
That is...
Doesn't need to make sense.
True. We don't have to get that real right now, though. This is a video game.
I mean, doesn't it heal as well? Am I crazy?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, okay, it heals.
Yeah, you're right. Why not?
Now, should he give control of his hero to his butler to use Satanic? Because that is also a dispel. Feels a bit too defensive for K1. He needs to get his buttons pushed for him as well. That's the next step.
The next step is automation.
ChatGPT, play Dragon Knight for me.
I cannot believe this inventory. This is 27 minutes. Let's take a time machine back like 5 years and show this inventory to someone.
He's cheating!
That's 50-minute inventory.
It's literally cheating.
Dota has come a long way in terms of like power creep and speed.
Yeah.
This would have been genuinely impossible 5 years ago. No way.
Sure.
So, yep, he's big. There's a lot of farm on the map. There's a lot of stacking, and everything goes faster. So.
All right, smoke from Aurora. They need to have something go well for them to get the toss back onto the Bailame, past the BKB, gets the arena onto 4 heroes, and leaves 23 Savage is completely isolated, just getting casually right-clicked down by K1. Always the first to fall. 23 Savage now attempting to run away. Gets off the waveform. Divine Llama misses the spear. So the good news for Aurora is they only lost 1.
All right, so 23 spent his entire BKB hitting Hector, and he got him to 70%.
Yeah.
That's not the way to go about this. It's all in. Like, you have to... I genuinely think you cannot go on Dragon Knight. I think that's just the worst angle. You have to kill... You have to find supports. You have to jump them together and get the burst out. If you split your damage, the fight is lost.
Speaking of split, the Earth Splitter is down. Kunkka ship down. Your first lane of Rack's down, and the second perhaps to come if Heroic wants to stick around.
I'm surprised they're backing here, actually. There's no Morph BKB.
Yeah! Oh my god, the rage buyback as well! Oh dear!
Gives him the XD.
Oh my god, they have to be so tilted right now.
I'll always remember how.
That is kind of a disgusting death.
I don't really know what to say.
I don't know either.
This is a one-of-a-kind game right here. Aurora, time for the Hail Mary play. They bought back the Morph. They're like, all right, guys, last fight. If they lose this, they GG out. It doesn't matter even if there's any waves close to their base. This is very clearly a mental play.
They're scanning. They know they're there.
Yeah.
Maybe they get softened up by the Tormentor. Schofield finally has his cleanse.
I mean,
how
they
can you
break,
kill him now?
They break up.
K1
This is not
initiated on, I guess, if you want to call it that, but he walks into the rest of the team. Divine Llama gets the Mars Arena off. Already the death of the Marauder, but they do take out one Butler. You need to find the second to be able to prevail here. Divine Llama actually taking quite a bit of damage, and Purification is not enough to save him. So 1 for 2 as K1 Hector now applying all his pressure to jabs. Doesn't want to finish the job, apparently. Analog with the Orchid upon the Morph. Echo Stomp. Do they have the control? He's trying to morph back up, but that's essentially a dieback, and they're just going to call it GG's.
I mean, that is exactly what I was saying. That's so telling, right? They lost the fight 2-3 and GG'd.
Yeah.
They were just... Yeah. They knew that... They knew what state this game was in. They knew they had to all in, and they needed a better result than that in that fight. It was a little bit promising. They doubled their kills. They killed both the
a free pass to farm up on Storm, get an early Orchid, and then dictate what happened on the map. And then Hector was able to farm multiple stacks with no pressure. There's no movement. There was nothing. Like Aurora, yes, you've got a farming can got off lane, a morphling in the safe lane, but I kind of expected a little bit of something. I don't envision Aurora breaking open the game, murdering the entirety of Heroic. Right, you are playing into Mars, SD, Omni, but at least to try and dictate a little bit of movement, because yeah, they did nothing in Heroic. They identified the stat game, they identified the farm game, they tanked up so quickly. Like, we know that they're an unkillable lineup when they get online, but Aurora did nothing to prevent that. Like, this draft is filthy when you have the items.
They did one move in the mid lane around like 10-minute mark, and both, we can see some big smiles from the Vi for a good reason. They made a move, and both supports did make like all the abilities were free to cast, which was kind of not how you want to play a fight. They tried to go for the toss back multiple times, which was what needed to be done to try to take them away from the rest of the team. So no Shadow Demon, no Omni spells can be used, but they got shut down completely. They were unable to do so. We saw Tiny going in and getting silenced after he goes on the Storm Spirit, who has Orchid, who has Aegis as well. Quite a difficult one. Only 2 kills for a good period of time. There was like 2 kills in 20-25 minutes.
Yeah, Aurora didn't make any moves, that is true, but at some point in this game they could not make any moves. And I think I would like to attribute the self-sustaining nature of a DK carry allowing the supports to be freed up really early on. So we saw early in this game, both Shadow Demon and Omni Knight were playing behind Analog Storm Spirit very early on. So that, I think it started around minute 7 even. So around that, when the time the 4v4 happened, like Lacoste mentioned, the one at 10 minutes, these supports were already set up there for a very long time, and they just healed through everything. That trade ended up being 1 for 2, where the Tiny died and the Storm lived, giving Storm a big net worth advantage to farm up that Orchid. Afterwards, the Vi Llama Analog made a really good move where they killed Morphling, and then Aurora were in a position where they have this Blink Tiny, who's behind 2k in net worth. Morphling died bottom. There's 2 defensive supports right-clicking the Storm Spirit and following him around, making it so there isn't really a move that you can do at that point. And their draft did run into a wall when it came to that.
We were kind of surprised initially, T, by the combination of both Shadow Demon and Omni Knight. We don't see them in the same game very often because, frankly, they're banned a lot. And we saw the butler system, as Sunset and Cinnamon called it so aptly, working out very well.
Yeah, it's very hard to play into when the draft comes online. Like early game, if you're getting ran at, it feels pretty despair because you don't really provide damage, you just provide sustainability, and that can be a detriment if you're against maybe like a Liquid or a Gaming. But in this game, when Aurora saw the heroes and went, you know what, we'll also farm, it kind of felt really good for them. Like if your enemy's farming and you have 2 hyper defensive supports, there's no punishment on your draft, you get to play out your game. And I think going back to the DK point as well, like he went for the armlet. It enabled him to be present in fight and farm. We've seen 23 Savage, we've seen other DK carry players, go for Midas, which isn't really the best build. So I like the build in Hector and Heroic. They just had no punishment. Like for this position of the Road to International, I kind of expected a little bit more punch from Aurora. It felt like I don't know how to describe it, but you already know what I'm trying to say. I just don't want to say it on stream.
The punch that T is talking about needed to happen before Aurora hit their Orchid timing on Storm and their DK rotation timing, which it started to happen around minute 15. So the period of time that we saw Aurora, like the Kunkka farming Giga Stacks in the triangle, that's the period of time where you wanted to make your first moves, because as that game progressed, we have to give credit to Heroic's draft for being much better in that period from minute 15 to minute 30, because you're still farming up on your Morphling, you're playing into 2 saves, and you as Aurora are also lacking damage. We talked about Heroic's lack of damage early game. Same thing actually applied to Aurora, but we just couldn't see it from the draft alone.
I gotta say, I'm also not feeling some of these builds from the offlane Kunkka, but I'll get back to that because I want to point out the way Hector played. K1, you heard about Arteezy farming patterns, but 5-6 years ago, this guy, he was the hottest things when it comes down to farming patterns, and I could see some happening in this game as well, where he's teeping away from his team into triangle to get some more stacks. He did block some of the stacks, but he also did clear those stacks, and they played as a unit. But also to go back to Kunkka, I think Blade Mail's fine, bracer, double bracer, into phase boots, whatever you feel like. But then this Aghanim Scepter, it's all components. And until you get that, it's going to be very lackluster what you bring to the team. So I want to see some auras, either Crimson, either Pipe, whatever is necessary in a game. Maybe for this game, I would even maybe opt to go for a shard so that you have a repositioning tool so you can go for the toss back, maybe into shard play, into ET Stomp. Because that was pretty much their only way to come back into a play where they can, while they're defending the high ground, toss them into tier 4 towers as far as possible from the team.
And what about that Kunkka build then?
Yeah, I don't like it.
I'm back to it.
I did. I just explained some of the itemization. I don't like this Axe because it feels like it's not doing much. A lot of the times you'll see him use the boat. You get hit by one boat, people run away, and it's a lot of gold spent. Like, I'm just really not feeling this item right now.
So how could they fix it? Like, it wasn't draft related. I feel like this was decision making. They had the day off yesterday. Maybe the warm-up game, Effie, the effect of the warm-up game, first game of the day.
I mean, that warm-up game for Heroic, you could really see it in the way that they played. They were clean, they were confident, and they ended quickly, which is typically Heroic's problem in this tournament is that, like we mentioned, they have a really strong early game lead very often because they're a very skirmishy, very brawly team, but then they make a few missteps in the mid-game and they can't close out games. This time around, game closed out early, so they're looking good. For Aurora, I actually do think there was a bit of a draft issue here because they did play against the double save supports, but they didn't really have a means to counteract it outside of early game moves that they just didn't do. So their draft seemed to be a lot more linear than Heroic's draft here, which can be fixed, but their play also needs to be looked at too. So there's 2 corrections that can be made.
Somebody also kind of gave it away in the coach interview where he said that coming to the series, they didn't really watch a lot of Heroic. They focused on their own draft. Like, I look at the draft from Aurora. This is one that I've seen them do multiple times, the concept, but they didn't look at how Heroic had kind of failed to make a strong run so far in the international, why they are in the lower bracket. There have been multiple times where Heroic have, stumbled into the mid game because they have had, too much aggression against them. They have to fix the problems. I think maybe that lack of really kind of dissecting Heroic's journey so far in the road to international is holding Aurora back right now. Because, we're sitting here, people watching, like, we've seen the dark times for Heroic so far.
Yeah.
And with the way that Aurora played, passively farming, allowing Heroic to kind of cruise control their way to the mid game, that is not how you beat a team that sometimes struggles against the better teams. And hopefully for Aurora to make this series competitive, they're going to need, just a little bit more just purpose in the early game. Because if they play like this again, then it could just be a shutout.
Yeah, perhaps we should also adjust our assessment of Aurora, though, because you say that we've seen Heroic struggle. We've definitely seen Aurora struggle. First day, they went 0-4. The only 2 wins they got the day after were against Beast Coast, that Heroic has already eliminated. And then they got destroyed a little bit by Tundra, which happens. Tundra, upper bracket team for a reason. Sorry, wrong team. They did play against Zero. Sorry, it was Heroic that got beaten up by Tundra, but they won against Team Zero, who we saw also already out, and then they lost against Cloud9. And it's been overall for Aurora a rough road. They have not played well against teams that are on paper equal to them.
You're very right, Stever. The reason why we don't look at Aurora's struggles is that Heroic, which also had a great showing this year and also struggled this group stage, is that Aurora is the talent of last year that got a lot of top 4 placements. So there's a natural inclination to think that they can always kind of hone that version of themselves where they were just beating everybody, because they've had times where it's come out and times where it hasn't. So the expectations for them are very high, but it's true. They've been very lackluster this road to TI, and then it doesn't seem like they've fixed any of their issues so far, to be honest. Going into today, they made a big error, right? Which is like they brought their supports to mid lane and they played only on that mid lane. When looking back at that game, your entry point into the game was either pressuring the DK or pressuring the Mars. But playing into Storm plus his 2 supports was a big error of judgment, which is what they've been doing the entire tournament, if we're being honest, errors of judgment.
And I see Heroic, like some of the issues that they had, they fixed those issues. They were the victims of their own drafts. They did play this Marcy offlane, this Slark offlane. It didn't work out. Now you have the Vi Lama playing Mars. He feels much comfortable. You have a Blink Initiator on the team. You have a lot of team fight. You can also buy auras from the offlane if necessary. So they did fix those. I wouldn't even call them small mistakes, but they are looking better in a series when they played against the Beast Coast. They did show some of their strengths as well. And every single time I watch this team play, Analog is a big part of their success. Every single time they win a game, this guy goes ham. He didn't even die in the previous series. He has a couple of these expertise heroes that he does like to play, like an Earth Spirit, which did get banned in the previous game. But if they don't address it, he's definitely going to pick it up.
And I think for Aurora coming into the second game, try and force the Vi Lama off of the common heroes that he's played so far in international. Those like the Mars, the Doom, the Centaur. When you push Heroic to go a little bit more creative, sometimes they overcook. They burn their draft. Like you've got Slug offlane here. They had Marcy offlane with varying success. The Brood games that they've played just isn't to the same caliber as gaming. Still very annoying and oppressive on the map, but like they've shown weakness, and that's again why I go back to the point where I wish for Aurora like they just showed a little bit more respect to what Heroic has done so far, because it's just still missing in that first game.
On the bright side, Sunbee's been able to watch this game, and even though he said he didn't really study Heroic's game previously, he got a chance to do so during this game, and he is the type of coach that I would imagine he can fix what was wrong.
For sure. And I think, of course, we've spoke about Lorinov a lot of times for Aurora being the point of success for the team. And when you look at their previous games, it's like a Puck mid, a Timber mid, a Viper mid. Like they're statement mid heroes that shut out their opposition mid that brings life to their game. And at least in that previous one, like if Storm doesn't have such a good game, the early Orchid by like minute 13, 14, we could maybe be here talking about Aurora winning. So I hope for this upcoming game, they try and craft a better draft around Lorinov potentially, bring him into the game. And even if it's not a Lorinov draft, just try and prevent Analog from being this big playmaker that he is.
Yeah, and building around Lorinov is often also building around jabs at the mid-offlane flexes. I really enjoy heroes like Sand King, mid-offlane flexes, heroes like Timbersaw. And this team has shown us that their Timbersaw is played and understood better than a lot of teams here. So if that's something that could be let through for them, plus the banning of either Shadow Demon or Omni Knights, that could be a very good step forward to winning this game too. Because Lacoste said, we haven't really seen Shadow Demon plus Omni Knight together. So it was like, are you going to lack damage? Are you going to lack stuns? No, it was sickening. It was a sickening amount of defensive potential. You cannot have both on one team. One is going to be banned out. I guarantee it.
Yeah, and they really understood what they need to do with those heroes. They've been kind of slowly building it up. If you look at their safe lane, it's Dragon Knight plus Omni Knight. And also, I want to point out like a mistake in the laning phase where Jazz was kind of zoned out. He was farming this first wave and then got completely zoned out. He was sitting at 20-30% HP pretty much for the next 2 or 3 minutes, unable to get close, which did allow K1 to get all the extra farm and all the denies that he had. So you look at 10 minutes in, he's the most farmed hero, most CS, most denies on his team.
Well, we are moments away from getting the second game of this best-of-3 series on our screens. And before we head into it, I would like to theorycraft a little bit about these bans, because the fact that both of those offensive supports make it through is pretty unusual. And that probably comes from some heroes that maybe we don't want to see banned instead. So, Aurora banned out Naga, Sand King, Alchemist, Wind Ranger. Thoughts?
These are bans that have consistently been done against Heroic. Windrunner, Naga, Alchemist are key bans here. So it's like,
so you want to keep it?
It's every team, like Tundra, when they beat Heroic, they're banning Alk, they're banning Naga, they're banning Windrunner, they're banning Sand King, right? So there's clearly a theme of team-specific bans against Heroic that coming into this series, Aurora have equally respected. So it's, yeah, I think they've crafted themselves a slight niche in the meta that forces, like for example, the Alk ban. Like,
yes,
you're not banning Alk against many other teams,
else, basically.
But Heroic have stated you need to ban it against us.
Well, perhaps the good thing for Aurora is that for game number 2, they will be first pick, so they can use that first pick to pick up a hero that, like Shadow Demon, for example, or Omni Knight, or whichever one they want to. The downside is that they do only have 3 bans, so it's a little bit of a balance there. We are in game number 2. As for the bans for Heroic, they previously banned out Timber, Centaur, and Doom. They are now not first pick, so they will be forced to ban out some of the usual suspects, like the Naga Siren, which will free up Aurora's bans a little bit, Lacoste. Anything that you hope that you will or will not see in this opening phase?
I would like to see something more aggressive from Aurora, some extra damage, because they've been slow. Like your Kunkka, Mirana, that's totally fine. I mean, it's a strong off lane, but the way they play their draft, where you have Tiny is also a hero that has been nerfed, and also you're building into Soul Ring instead of rushing the Blink Dagger because you want to have extra mana. This item is very costly. Sure, you're going to get some extra farm from it, but it's almost 900 gold from that item. And also their safe lane, Morphling, again, another Siggy for 23, but all these heroes, they need a little bit of time. I want to see some extra pressure in the lane, some heroes that can rotate, especially if they allow some of these defensive supports that are still left in the pool. Omni Knight is gone, but Shadow Demon is the big one. He was the one who was stacking the most. He had 10 plus stacks. Overall, they had 15 stacks in that game, something that they broke the record for themselves in that game, because we did point out at the start of this series that their team that stacks the least, it's them and Viscos, so they needed to fix that, and they understood what the issue is.
Yeah, we got quite the shift up here in the bans with an Enigma first phase ban, even though Heroic has not shown us their Enigma yet.
Yeah, it's about Aurora has been doing against teams like Cloud9, so it's like a respect towards their playstyle.
Yeah, it's also a ban they do when they first phase a very tanky type of hero, some frontliner that would suffer versus Midnight Pulse plus Black Hole. And I want to go back to the mid-offlane flexes we talked about. Timbersaw and Sand King were both not available within the draft last game, but in this game they are. And Aurora have looked most impressive on heroes like Timbersaw. So I do hope that this game around they can find a way to take it for themselves.
I like this a lot already. taking Shadow Demon for themselves. This hero, the reason why he's so good, you have a save, you have stacks, of course, and you're also anti-buffs. Whatever you throw on top of him, this is the hero that you can easily focus a guy. Somebody steps in, he gets too close to your team, pop that ulti, and focus him down from 100 to 0.
Also, I think it's the first time they're playing Shadow Demon, the Road to International, as it's always been banned by themselves or their opponent in the first phase.
Yep.
They also haven't played Sand King yet. And I'm curious because they were in a position where they could have banned out Shadow Demon and picked the Sand King, which indicates that maybe they're not very comfortable playing.
I like the preference of Shadow Demon as it deters Heroic from getting Timbersaw themselves. As when Timber once gets Aghanims, SD can then get rid of the Aghs. It hurts his item build a bit. It protects you just a bit more in the draft than jumping on the, these heroes available, quickly pick them up. So I think the Shadow Demon's just nicer to open your draft with.
And Analog gets the hands on his Earth Spirit. He did win 3 out of 4 games so far. Knowing that this hero is going to get banned 100% in the second banning phase, they take it out in the first phase, which I really like. They're trying to, put some more pressure onto Aurora. This is not the hero that they're going to flex. Even though you're playing into some bad matchup as an Earth Spirit, this hero can still gank the side lanes. If we go a couple of months back when Primal Beast was super popular from the mid lane, these type of heroes, they don't need levels. They can gank minute 5, level 5, they don't care too much. They go into the enemy jungle, pick up the Bounty Rune if it's still there, and gank the enemy safe lane.
Yeah, the worst one is when the mid laner, they gank, then they hide in the trees, you TP back in, and they gank you again.
Yeah.
That's what Earth Spirit and Primal Beast, they thrive at.
And the Earth Spirit was banned out in the second phase last game, so it just got bumped up in priority here. But when you say Shadow Demon, that is honestly enough for picking Earth Spirit, because this hero is not threatened by Shadow Demon in any capacity. His Demonic Purge does nothing to Earth Spirit. He is a mobility-based hero, 4-second cooldown and Rolling Boulder. The movement slow doesn't affect you. And you're also backline control. So heroes like Shadow Demon that are going to be high-priority targets in team fights, Earth Spirit excels in jumping on them and catching them. Also, a lot of his mid-lane matchups aren't popular. Earth Spirit's mid-lane counters are Monkey King, Viper, Dazzle. Monkey King gets banned out. Viper and Dazzle are not very popular in this meta.
I feel like Aurora set themselves up for a really nice reactionary Timber +1 now. They flexing Timber to offlane and mid. They have last pick in the draft. We mentioned how much emphasis we want to see Lauren doing well. Effie talking about the flex as well. That hero, you don't care about Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit's damage over time type hero, ganking, making plays. You can get a Shroud, the Aghanims, and if Heroic don't think about this hero right now, I would be surprised if Aurora skipped it.
Though.
Yeah. But again, the SD can prevent the Timbersaw just a little bit due to Disseminate plus your ultimate to there. But I would be surprised if they didn't go Timber here.
Oh, these are going to be chaotic fights. This Shadow Demon will suffer. As you mentioned, Effie, Earth Spirit, he gets on top of them, throw in some Snapfire kisses from far away from the distance. Heroes are going to die. You put somebody down with the disruption, you're setting up for Earth Spirit spells, you're setting up for Snapfire Cookie as well, and this is a great pickup. This Timbersaw, they're most likely going to run it in the mid lane, but still keeping it as a flex, which you did mention. Aurora, they already done a better job adjusting from what happened in game 1. Now they're going to have the damage. Now they're going to have stacks of their own, and also, anti-carry. When it comes down to carry-to-carry matchup, Shadow Demon, he does make a difference.
And it's a great game for Eternal Shroud on Timber. A lot of the early game damage is just going to be magical coming out of Snap plus ES, and Timber mitigates it. It can potentially go wrong for Timber in the sense that Earth Spirit is an early vessel buyer. So if they get 2 high damage dealing supports now for Heroic and rotate on Timber early, they do have a means to counterplay it. But it has looked like Aurora's best hero. It's what we've seen Lorinov have most impact on this road to TI. So this is a more promising draft.
Aurora, they're double supports who can have a save. You know what? We're going to copy that. We can do the same, and we can also add in some extra damage with the Drinking Buddies.
And Drinking Buddies is really good against Snapfire. As one of the kisses, when you slowly throw the projectiles in, you drag a hero away, disjointing from the first hit. You get 25% move speed to run away. You can hurt a lot of that. So a nice pick from Heroic to contain that movement that Timbersaw and Tusk thrive on. When you put the arena down, you are going to be hit by the Mortimer kisses.
What's the best?
You can't see the people, so you can't save them.
Yeah, what's the best hero pairing for Tusk's Drinking Buddies? Which hero?
There's... I'm about to list every range carry in the game here.
I would say Brewmaster, with the Drunken Brawler, these two guys. Not gonna see it, but for the memes out there, you should definitely play it.
At some point, Brew will cycle back into meta.
We've seen him
And
once
the test
yesterday.
lanes
Against Muerta.
Will be alive.
Okay, no. Of course, I'm just making drinking jokes. But if you drinking buddies the Earth Panda, it does a lot of building damage because you can drinking buddies catapults. So you're memeing, but there is a strategy behind it. If you
Back
amp
in the
up,
days, that's a good strat. Alacrity on top of Earth Panda, Wings Gaming.
Okay, Brewmaster with drinking buddies and Alacrity with a Bloodlust.
Vlad's as well.
Theory crafting things that will probably never be
Hey, stop
seen
ruining
in
our fun,
action.
Shiva.
It's fine. I'm focusing on the draft because I don't think there's space for Brewmaster in the draft for either of these teams. We got a Mars. I think all the Heroic fans should be a little bit relieved that it's still going to be a normal offlaner coming out for Davai Lama.
Yes and no, because while the Mars is good in synergy with Snapfire and it's good for early game scrappiness with that Blink Dagger, it suffers in hero-to-hero matchups from Aurora. Like Shadow Demon save versus the Mars Sphere Arena in Disruption has always been considered a counter. When you add in the extra Snowball save in Arena, if Tusk can just blink and Snowball a few allies, he can buy them a few extra seconds. And Timbersaw shreds Mars. He does eat him, like, with his spells. So it's going to be very high execution for Heroic, whereas it's much easier for Aurora right now.
How much team fight do you want on side of Heroic? Yes. They have everything. A hero I'm looking for K1 in this game, if they want to put even more pressure, I'm down for some, Faceless Void that could come out.
Whoa.
I wanted to say Weaver as well, because you don't care about Shadow Demon ulti. There is really no lockdown whatsoever, so it is a relatively free Weaver game.
Lucas, you wanted this. You've said this at the very start. You said you wanted to see Spectre.
This is the hero that it's going to come out later in the tournament, because every carry player has been playing this hero with a great success. And there's that Faceless Void that I said, like they know that in this game, they win it, they're going to secure themselves main stage, which is what it's most important. That's why we see these like late game carries are going to come out.
And Spectre plays the map so quickly. With Shadow Step, it's a 60-second cooldown to jump a hero from across the map. And when Timber's going to naturally be running around finding heroes, Tusk wants to, set up plays as well. You need to respect the Blade Mail pickup from Spectre, an Orchid, Manta. There's so much pick-off potential that it isn't the old days of buy Radiance. It's a lot of forward-thinking map playing for Heroic. They have team fight, but outside of Arena, there's no perfect way to facilitate the egg, the Monomachus. Like, you got to roll, you got to boulder smash slow. So, I like the Spectre pick. Like, when you're a game away from elimination, like, you need to, change things up a little bit. And you've got your comfort pick Timber. The supports can never really do anything to kill off a Spectre.
You need a vision hero when you play Spectre nowadays, because as you said, it's a relatively low cooldown. So that's going to be Timbersaw's job. He runs in, shows you where somebody is. Extra damage is going to come out with the double dagger from Spectre with the facet.
It's also just very nice versus Snapfire. Like in teamfights, when she presses Mortimer's Kisses, with 2 items, Spectre jumps her in the backline and takes her out pretty quickly. It's also a tankier style of carry, which is how you counter slow damage coming out of Heroic. But we didn't talk about the Phoenix pick yet. We talked about it in terms of teamfight, but the Sunray, it was picked up primarily to be another means to kill the Timbersaw. Also a potential Vessel buyer so that Earth Spirit can buy maybe an Eternal Shroud himself.
Ooh, Darkseid as well for Aurora now. Timber goes to mid. And I like the change-up, right? Oh, not change-up, but I like the fact that they just put Timber mid. You prevent Earth Spirit from enjoying the lane. He is going to look to make moves on the map, and you're going to be running towards a Darkseid that very quickly can get your auras online. Auras are super important for Aurora in this game. Like, if you get the Greaves and the Pipe, Snap and Phoenix will fall off. Even Earth Spirit early on will fall off quite a lot. And picking Troll into the Darkseid, Darkseid just walls the Troll. You just keep killing the
You buy Agnums.
Anti-carry, so you can dispel yourself, you can dispel enemies, but they have a lot of tools. I thought about Troll for a second. It's one of the K1 specialty heroes that he loves to play, so you can have at least a laning stage against Timbersaw. You can have something in the lane, sorry, it's going to be Lorinov in the mid lane, so against the Darkseer, and also carry-to-carry matchup later on, like you are ready to go. I don't see burst damage from Aurora Gaming, so this troll is gonna get ulti no matter what, unless they ball up with some Spectre Silence, Timbersaw jumping you, which is not gonna be that easy considering like the front line that I also have for troll.
It's a really great troll pick for all the reasons Lacoste mentioned, but just on lane too, because you're playing against Darkseer plus Tusk. Troll's considered a counter to Tusk because once they go in with the right-clicking and the tag teaming or the drinking buddies, you just apply rolling axes. They're double melee, and with the defensive capabilities of the supports that this troll has, he shouldn't really be threatened on lane. So if he's not threatened on lane, has an early axe timing, with all of the team fight that Heroic has, this is probably a perfect last pick.
I mean, it's an exciting game because, to counterpoint that a little bit, the supports on Aurora like playing into troll. You got BK Pissing Stone from Tusk, there's disruption save to prevent the troll aggression for a little bit. Like, this game for me feels all about like positional. Like, who can get into the game first, play on their vision, make the jump. I think Spectre can play incredibly quick, maybe even quicker than a troll after laning phase if you get the early item. So yeah, I'm just pleased. A better game than game one, and this one, it really should be.
And our criticism with game one, the biggest criticism of game one was that Aurora didn't make any moves. Effie, is that fixed? Do you feel like they will / they have to?
Absolutely. They're definitely going to make moves. They're not playing into Omni Shadow Demon. They have Lornoff on Timber. They have aggressive supports themselves. So this one should be very action-packed. And it is an Earth Spirit on Heroic. It's going to be brawls all the time.
I like that. I like that a lot. I think both of these teams thrive in that environment. I think viewers can thrive in that environment. And I wonder if Coach Cavs, can thrive in that environment as well.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, indeed. So my first question is going to be, this is the first Spectre we've seen at the International this year. What are your thoughts on it, and are you ready for it?
I saw that he was playing it on pubs, but I can't say that I was ready for it. I don't think the hero is that good. But, it's TI. Like, the Spectre has won a TI before. Let's see how it goes.
Let's see how it goes indeed. I mean, last game obviously went really, really well for you guys. What do you put that down to? Is that the draft?
Seconds and counting.
I mean, I definitely think strategically in this game they're set up for a more likely avenue into the game. I personally am a little bit worried about Spectre. One of the major downsides of this hero is effectively most of the time whatever hero is laning against Spectre will have a good lane. So you are offering this Mars Snapfire a really good start.
Wow, this is so cheesy.
Oh yeah, this is classic. Darkseer loves doing this. So the thing about it is, Spectre should have a relatively hard time from the get-go against this type of lane. Mars Snap is incredibly strong and Spectre is very weak, so we'll see if 23 Savage can just get activated in the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, Darkseer has been relatively unpopular. I believe it has one game played, and I actually think that was Jags. So if I'm not mistaken, we cast that game early on in the group stage from Aurora, and they did win that one. So that's the good news for them, is that they've had a game on the Darkseer and they won it. And, well, if they're just going to keep cutting the wave, then it doesn't really matter the thing the panel was talking about Troll is good against Darkseer Tusk. Well, guess what? They're not even going to lane. Well, he's running out of mana now, so...
Yeah, he's got some mana pots now. Yeah.
One more set here.
And, I mean, it's just the Phoenix that was, trying to deny this, and it's just not going to do anything.
It's actually important for this that it is the Phoenix 5 and not some other hero that poses more of a kill threat or has a slow or a stun or some annoyance.
But you can see that KJ is now pulling the wave.
Yeah, I like this. He's pulling the enemy creeps into the hard camp, which you would normally never do.
Yeah.
This is what you want the enemy team to not be able to do. But, well, if you're the one who benefits from the farm, why not? Also, KJ took Dying Light. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's very unusual on support Phoenix, I would think.
I know a few months ago it was pretty much a 50-50, but...
Even on support. Because I was thinking you usually take the Sunray one, but...
How often do you not support?
A hot spot.
Question.
Yeah, that's... I mean, we had a phase with some mid-Phoenixes going Dying Light. I remember seeing that, but...
I think it's a mix, but I could be wrong.
Maybe it is just
the one that you're talking about is definitely more common. It's 23 Savage getting pressured, blood grenade, but Ollie's there to support him.
He's 11-0 right now on the Spectre. That's... I know this is very early to focus on CS, but honestly, this is often where Spectre is trailing by a meaningful amount. So already a good start here for 23.
Yeah, for sure. And they're still doing these cutting of waves in the bot lane, so feels like everybody's getting farm so far. It's game number 2. Like everybody just agreed, all right, let's just get the CS both sides. I think our lineup's better, so... And the Courier, that gets sniped here. The old one shot from Q.
Band of Elven Skin.
Yeah.
So wait for that now.
A typical carry forgetting about his Courier because he only cares about himself. K1 is now pulling the waves.
Imagine you haven't watched Dota in like years. And this is the first game you watch, and there's 2 heroes playing between the lanes, and one of them is just jumping around on a skip rope half the time.
Yeah, I'd be pretty confused as well.
It's a different experience.
KJ doing some unintended damage to the creeps. It's 23 Savage can take a scatterblast. Will attempt to TP out to the tier 1, so does live. But yeah, no regen to work with. If Heroic can capitalize on this is going to be pretty brutal for the Spectre, but in a safe spot right now.
Big damage onto Schofield.
Yeah, those illusions are doing
He will
quite
live, but it's close. I mean, one more attack plus the poison.
Stop hitting yourself, Schofield.
Yeah.
Trying to outmaneuver, and he will juke the illusions in the end.
By running in a straight line. Insane juke.
Well, he went to the right a bit. Come on. Not completely straight. KJ trying to get some denies, gets at least one there.
He has to be a little bit careful here on the Phoenix by going for this, because if he gets caught mid Icarus dive trajectory by a snowball, he dies on the spot. He has no escape plan then.
Yep.
So,
well, they got mana boots now, so they can literally just live in between lanes.
This begs the question,
I don't think I've seen this go on this long before.
How long does Tusk do this?
Yeah, true.
Because when Darkseer really wants levels, it's ideal for Jabs to get level 5 as soon as possible and combine this with some additional jungle creeps if possible. Oh, they're just going to dive, it looks like. They're running at him with drinking buddies.
There is a TP coming in, though. Hector in a bit of trouble. Snowball's coming for him. A couple right clicks will suffice, but the cookie to keep him alive. Ice Shard's not enough. Now the Scatter Blast onto Q with the dive to follow. He's going to eventually tick away, and it's KJ who gets the first blood in this game number 2.
They were very aware of this possibility. That was clearly premeditated. If they dive us, TP down with Schofield immediately, and a nice cookie save there into the kill. First blood going the way of Phoenix.
Oh, the enemy creeps finally end up colliding.
This looks like a normal lane
counterparts.
Now. Let's enjoy it for the next 30 seconds until we're out on a picnic.
Do they just do it again, though? I wonder.
It's got to be a little bit careful. Hector is level 5, and this is 3 heroes. And this is another luxury you have when you're playing against Spectre, is Mars can be alone top. Like Spectre Shadow Demon is not a dangerous lane to play against with 2 Bracer Mars, so it's not like Divine Llama needs to call back his support for assistance here. And that full bore it's brutal. Nasty. Jabs, no mana.
Yeah, and he's going to get some Whirling Axes, although Ollie's coming in from the south, gets off his disruption on the K1. Have to work with his illusions now. He has stacks of Shadow Poison applying to him. He gets a nice Whirling Axes, but dies shortly after his KJ. I believe he gets a kill with his passive.
Very close fight. Analog has showed up. Wants to go for Jabs with the roll. If he connects this one, he's too far. Not going to happen.
Yeah, first rotation from Analog. He does hit the stone here.
Oh, the full bore
and the right click.
Ah, man, that's my old brain being like, he can't connect here. The spell cooldown is way too long. But guess what? Full bore has 1,000,000 range and does a lot of damage.
And we're 40 seconds away from the Wisdom Rune. We'll see how long they want to stick around if they try for some shenanigans. Shadow Poison starting at 6. He's actually stuck there. So we'll take a third stack and walk away. And Jabs, be happy to be under the tower this time.
Level 6 on Analog, don't count him out just yet. He might just go for a dive here. He's posing it at least.
Still has that magnetize.
Okay, he's just running straight into the tower.
Yeah, that's a sign of aggression.
Well, you could say that.
Just take some tower shot. This is the handicap you have to work with, you know? Like, I can take hits from the tower, you can't.
He was not making his intentions unknown there. Everybody knew what was happening. It was not trying to surprise gang them. He was literally running at a straight line through the tower, but...
In the end, Wisdom Runes are traded, as was intended by Gaben. We haven't really talked about Lornoff on this mid Timber Saw. What do you think about this hero in this particular game?
Pretty... I think the Eternal Shroud that the panel was talking about is very important. I think he's not that strong right now because of the overwhelming amount of...
Drinking buddies, and there's the Spectre, first ult of the game. K1 in a lot of trouble, but here comes the Mars Arena, but no! The Troll does die down on the outskirts, but look at the damage! All under this Tier 1 tower, 23 Savage, ticking away, although Analog doesn't have a whole lot of mana to work with, so they get the Tusk, they'll get the Darkseer, and these heroes are dropping like flies, although Scatterblast is avoided, 23 Savage. Gonna be able to dodge another roll.
He has no escape plan, though. No TP.
He could try to deny himself to the creeps.
He's
spotted now.
For it. Did he magnetize nothing?
I'm not sure.
I didn't see the magnetize. I was like, they're all gonna
Spectral
die.
Dagger into the trees. He spotted it at the last moment. Sunray tickling him. As K1 dies to Lornoff. Okay, we'll talk about that in just a moment. 23 Savage eventually will die. My goodness.
I mean, okay.
How did K1 die?
He went mid and got killed.
So he dies, respawns, and then dies. He's 0-3 right now, but he's still top net worth.
I mean, they're putting so much emphasis on trying to shut him down in this game. They've brought so many heroes. And this bottom move, honestly, yeah, they kill him, but...
Is it working? Look at the network.
No, not really. And that trade was flat out not good. If Analog had got a good magnetize on the 4 heroes in the tower, they would have all died on the spot. And I think K1, as a result, would actually not have died in mid, because then they would have moved their heroes differently. But instead, they do this 3-man chase for, I want to say, almost a full minute. They were running after that Spectre. And that meant that Troll went mid and got killed off by, I believe it was Tusk and Timber. So, led to somewhat of a trade, I suppose. Oh, KJ does have Supernova.
Does have Supernova inside the egg. Nice spear. Can they save the egg? It's going to be close. A big view comes out, and the egg does activate. Lornoff and company in a lot of trouble. He dies at 23 Savage. Another death to his name. And Heroic, basically... taking out where they left off from that last game, and they have definitely had the momentum on their side.
Gonna go ahead and say that was not so good.
Yeah.
For Aurora.
I mean, it just shows the level advantage. I mean, the fact that KJ is level 6 and Jabs is level 5.
Yeah, the level 5 Darkseer is actually a major concern.
I mean, Q on Tusk is a higher level than Jabs right now. That's crazy.
Darkseer is a hero that uses levels incredibly well, and it makes a very big difference whether you hit level, let's say whether you're level 9 or level 11, because the extra points in either Vacuum or Surge are extremely valuable compared to, there's a lot of other, let's say there's a lot of offlane heroes where it's like the third skill maybe isn't that important, like Mars, right? Having an extra point in Bulwark or an extra point in Attribute bonus or whatever, it's like, you know, it's okay. On Darkseer, every skill point is massive, and you really want to hit that high level. Being level 6 min at 1030 is not par for the course.
A little drive-by Ice Shard, I guess. Man, nobody's afraid in this game, even though they probably should be at times. But let's get back to the Spectre, because this is the unusual hero of the game. With the Shadow Step, the facet actually that applies the Spectral Dagger is what he chose this game.
Yep.
What's the build? I guess we can see he's going for Blade Mail Radiance. It's not going to be like one of these weird Orchid type builds.
No, I think that ship has already sailed. If he wanted to go for that, he needed a better early game. So I think this is fine. Blade Mail is very good against the Radiant lineup. There's tons of uncontrollable damage. Troll does AoE damage, Snapfire does AoE damage, Earth Spirit, Phoenix even. And it also helps you farm. It's a farming item for Spectre because you jungle faster. This is one of this hero's biggest weaknesses, is compared to a lot of other carries that clear the jungle fast, Spectre is quite slow. If she could somehow match the farming speed of some of the popular tier 1 carry heroes, this hero would be picked a lot, but it has weak laning and low speed, so not exactly the cocktail you're looking for in this patch on your carry. But yeah, Blade Mail is one way to try to cover it. Radiance obviously helps even further with your farming speed, and it makes you a lot tankier in the fights, against the troll in particular, of course. But yeah, it's... The concern here is that Spectre...
Llama, Arena towards that top rune area. Analog comes in with a big magnetize onto several heroes. Disruption to keep Lorinov safe. The Analog's the one taking the brunt of the damage despite having the Blade Mail. He is the first to fall. Gabs gets clipped by the Scatter Blast as the egg does go off in the background.
That was a very defensive supernova from KJ. I think if he dove into the entire enemy team and popped in on top of them, that could have been a couple of kills, perhaps, but he was very hesitant. He placed it very defensively, and Aurora just run away. Like, okay, no. So, a little win for them there. They get this pick on the enemy mid-hero, lose nobody, and importantly, Spectre is getting time. This hero needs a breather. Actually, he swept away from the Blade Mail. He wants to go straight Radiance. Which will be an even... Okay, now he's queuing up Manta. We'll check in with him a bit later. Okay, let's talk to some other heroes while he...
It's still Radiant.
...has an identity crisis up here. Mars is close to Blink, which is obviously very big for the Radiant lineup. They have incredible synergy with Arena. You just need heroes to be in an enclosed space, and all of your heroes are thriving. Fat stack here for Hector.
Yeah, pretty juicy. Analog will tank a bit of it with that Blade Mail, and K1 will take the brunt of it. Still top net worth in the game, has the Maelstrom.
Oh, that's a fast dagger on Tusk. Wow. He's doing very well for himself. Q with those 4 kills. That's very good news for Aurora. It's the... Now they effectively have truly unlocked their 2 saves, right? Have the Shadow Demon Disruption, of course, which is just part of the kit. But with Tusk with a dagger, you can very quickly and very easily save people in the arena. With Drinking Buddies, that can be a bit tricky. Should be very easy, an easy time for him now. Also gives them some more offensive potential with just Blink Punch.
Yeah.
Rune.
Illusion.
The way of Analog.
Ooh, okay. That little interaction.
That's physics work differently in Dota. Don't question it. We're just accepting.
Timber Chain takes priority over everything.
That just happened. That's normal.
Yeah. Other than actually, what wins, Timber Chain or Pudge Hook? I'm gonna say Pudge Hook probably. Or does it matter on the order?
So you're saying Timber throws a chain toward a tree and he gets hooked while it's traveling?
Yeah.
I think whichever arrives last takes priority.
Ah, okay.
So if Pudge hooks him in and the Timber Chain is still mid-air, I think he will just pull away, and otherwise Pudge will hook him back from...
Very relevant, of course, since we do see the Pudge.
It could happen later in this game.
We have a smoke from Heroic. You can see that nobody from Aurora looking to show up here quite yet. The By Llama repositioning. This is going to be the Blink Dagger reveal, but they're going to have to wait. Maybe they'll just settle for the tier 1 tower as they group up here.
Yeah, and they should be getting this for free. I don't think Aurora have any interest in considering this. They are pinging out Analog, and they're going to glyph, but not going to bring the numbers. Are they actually thinking about it? Wait a second. He has Blade Mail and Illusion.
Coming, the Walrus Punch onto Analog, already getting evaporated. Stay by a little bit longer, but the Arena comes in finally from Divine Llama. Not enough to save the Earth Spirit. The egg does go off, but the Shadow Demon Disruption actually avoided most of it. So Lorinov's still alive, and now Divine Llama won against the world. And the world wins.
Okay. They did want to defend it with good reason. Eternal Shroud, baby. That was insane how much damage Lorinov tanked. I think he ate like 7 Mortimer's Kisses and the whole combo, and then he just gets disrupted on 15% by Ollie. And I was going to say they defend the tower. They technically didn't. They end up denying it, but that was a 5v4.
Okay, now, he's going to get some help from Schofield. Gets a nice cookie on here too, but there's a third member in Ollie. Snowball going to find its way over to the Snapfire. 23 Savage. It's actually going to be fine, and K1 Hector not so much. So another core kill for Aurora.
Yeah. This is some...
That's a sacred relic.
Damn, he is getting so much space. He shadow stepped into that fight, did a little bit of damage, and then left and went back to his tower, knowing that if he stuck around any longer, he would have died. So he still participates and gets assist credit for it, and then he's just farming top. This is going way better right now from Aurora than I was expecting it to after the first few minutes of the laning stage, and that's really, really good news for them. The Darkseer has now recovered and got a lot of levels. The Spectre is closing in on that Radiance. And this feels like the phase of the game where, you know, Heroic want to force and win decisively in some team fights with the 4 of them, even without the Troll. But that bottom fight really took the air out of them a little bit, with the Timbersaw frontlining being that tanky. That's the one thing they don't deal with very well, right? They have a ton of spread damage, but they don't deal a ton of single target. So a Timber with that Eternal Shroud is a tough nut to crack.
K1 working on Ags for Troll. So let's count the dispels here, Cinderin. So self-dispels and dispelling the enemy.
Yeah.
So other than the obvious, like the auras and whatnot, but in terms of the skills itself, you can take off Ion Shell.
Surge.
And Surge.
That's huge.
And Spectral Dagger. I don't think Shadow Poison is dispellable, if I'm not mistaken. No. That might be...
I mean, the Dagger should also linger on you, right? So he can't dispel the slow on himself, if I'm not mistaken. I think that one also will linger fully. But I don't know about targeting the Spectre. I think that is dispellable.
Is Drinking Buddies dispellable?
It says yes.
Okay, well that theoretically could be pretty gigantic.
However, it is a relatively new spell, so yes could mean no. 23 Savage.
Yes, Arena, he's about to pick up his Radiance. We'll have to wait a little bit longer. Doesn't lose that much gold in the end. A good pickoff from Heroic and showing us some signs of life. And yeah, the Ag's now online for K1, and they're just going to go straight into the pit.
Yeah, Troll's good at this. His low cooldown axes, he'll just keep whirling away. And Mars, of course, tanking it with the Bulwark for him. Should be relatively easy, but still, I think Aurora are, despite losing this Roche, in a pretty comfortable position, because from my perspective, they have overcome what could have been the worst part of the game for their lineup. In the last 5 to 10 minutes, I think they've managed to stay afloat. Now, obviously, Lorenoff, being the beast that he is in this game, is still going to prove to be a challenge for quite a while for them to deal with. That they can still look to fight, and they will. Smoking up here. And they will find Phoenix.
Yeah, that would be a good kill. They're going to avoid him completely. Want to go for Divine Llama instead. That's going to be an easy pickoff. So it's a one and done, it seems, as the Radiance now officially online for 23 Savage.
Yeah, his farm is going to accelerate a lot now.
Whoa. All right. Just the wall from Jabs, just making sure that that ultimate works. It's an Earth Spirit illusion.
Now, Spectre is queuing up Manta and Orchid. Let's see which one it's going to be. I think... I don't know if Orchid is necessary. I guess the really nice thing about it is it allows you to solo kill Phoenix, which is incredibly potent, of course, to have that possibility on your character to just jump the backline. But yeah, he probably needs the Manta first to actually be able to kill with you.
Oh my! Nice punch.
Is he going to egg?
He's dead.
I think he could have maybe egged. This was Timber, Tusk, Shadow Demon. He had 3 teammates on backup, but...
I want to talk about a late game scenario, because we might be getting to that point since it's so even. For Q on Tusk. He's going to go BKB next. I think Aghanim Scepter, 3rd item, sounds like a dream against Troll.
I would actually really like to see him bite now.
Okay. I mean, I figured the BKB is to be able to maneuver out of Arena. I mean, he does have the blink, but obviously you can get that disabled quite easily.
Yeah. That's just, I don't know. I mean, both items are really good for different reasons, right? But as you said, the Walrus kick is insane against Troll. It just gives you so much utility. You can either kick him really far away when he ults, and then his ult is wasted, or if you're going for him, you can separate him entirely from his supporting cast of the Mars and the Snap. You can also kick him out of the Sun Ray heal. You know, there's like many different upsides to it. Hector, speaking of the Troll, in Aegis.
Okay. Can they burn this relatively easily? Schofield is flying here. The Analog comes in.
Not gonna
gets punched in the air.
Okay.
You can see the wall placed as well, but not a whole lot of follow-up. So
Clear-cut disengage call. I actually thought that was turnable for them. He had a two-man Gleipnir. They could have blink arena'd. They choose not to. They maintain control instead. Now the Aegis. 2 minutes left on it. Really good vision, by the way, currently from both sides. Some key areas being covered. The Radiant Ward around the enemy Ancient camp, as well as the top half. So they're really trying to find 23 Savage. The Dire Wards a little bit out on the map.
They want K1. He's alone. The Ancients. He's in a bit of trouble. He actually does use battle. Oh, he's just bashing it out of this Stormsteel. They try to get him onto the wall, but it's not going to happen. That's already kill for K1. They're going to burn life number 1.
Oh boy, missing that vacuum.
Heroic.
Feel bad.
On the way. Arena only going to hit Q. They're going to focus everything on the Shadow Demon first. That's an easy pickoff. Q, Ice Shards himself, trying to get out with a little cheeky move there. It's not to be, though. 3 kills in the name of Heroic, and now they can get a tier 2 tower.
Oh,
probably
boy.
the Tormentor as well.
What could have been an easy Aegis snipe turns into a 0 for 3 fight, specifically because the Darkseer, I think level 4 vacuum there would have done it. But he was just outside of range. The vacuum misses getting the clipping off. He actually missed it entirely on an ulting troll, which you could say in itself is highly unfortunate. He was standing still, but it's one of those things where if he's like right at the periphery of the circle that you're vacuuming him with, you kind of just have to hope that it's close enough, and it wasn't. And therefore, Hector kills the Darkseer, stays alive for an additional 5 seconds, isn't clipped, and his whole team gets to rotate over. I feel like that did not seem premeditated from Heroic. I feel like they arguably just got a little bit lucky there with a misexecution from Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, that was in the middle. It felt like it was a 20-second 1v5.
Yeah, it was a very long fight. But they make the most of it. They will steal the enemy Tormentor and take their own. That means both Devi and Schofield now with the Shard.
Very nice.
King Jungle bought his own, so they also have that one.
Yep, I would say that was a very good use of Aegis for Heroic.
Yeah, I think that could not have gone any better. So Mars eyeing up Adesso. We've seen this from 1 or 2 other players as well. This isn't the traditional, or rather, it is the very traditional Mars build from years back. But as of late, Marses have been focusing a lot of the time on Refresher, sometimes auras. But in this one, Devi Lama will go for the full-on. I will amp up my troll through minus armor and do more damage myself. It does come at the expense of some auras, because sure, the Snapfire can buy the Greaves, but it looks like, okay, Phoenix will buy the Pipe, so sure, okay. It will still have those 2 items on other heroes, and then with that, Mars can become stronger.
Deso build does feel good as a Mars player. Rebuke, taking full advantage of that. Tier 2 tower now is going to potentially be pushed. You can see pretty even game despite the 6k lead.
I mean, Gaben loves Spectre. That's no secret.
True.
Always, it's favorite hero after Sand King, of course, which is now finally good. So maybe Gabe is actually playing Dota right now.
K1. Doing a lot of damage here. It looks like they'll just pop the fortification and then... I mean, this... Actually, the fort will not refresh. Because they already did kill the bottom tier 2, so... See if Heroic can time this. Then going high ground. I suppose that would refresh anyway. Smoke now.
Spectre, but... not there.
Oh, jabs. Gonna be spotted, speared into a tree. Schofield trying to find the right angle. Scatter blast, okay. They do get the Mars Arena off. And Jab's just gonna try to TP out, but the Gleipnir finds him. It's gonna be the death of the Darkseer. As Ollie, his TP is canceled as well. That's gonna be 2 kills again for Heroic.
Yeah. It didn't feel like the hero they went there for. I feel like that smoke was targeting Spectre, but all of a sudden the Darkseer walks under a ward, they open up on him, and then the Shadow Demon trying to help out gives them a double.
How good
the Manta is complete.
How good is late game Spectre?
It's still one of the absolute ultra late gamers. The question is can you get there? If we reach, let's say, some 50-60 minute territory, the hero is still very strong.
Ornoff, he does a lot of damage. You can see the Shadow Step once used. Leipnir as well. Schofield's going to take the brunt of the damage, though he's the first to fall. Analog able to roll away. Looks like that'll break things up. I mean, the traditional counter to Spectre is break. Can you even... Who would you even buy Silver Edge on? Would you put it on Troll?
He could. He's queuing it up.
Oh, he actually is. Okay.
It's not ideal, but it is obviously very strong in the hero-to-hero matchup. I guess there's also a little bit of an extra benefit in breaking the Timber Saw if you do it early. So he doesn't get reactive armor stacks, so there's like added benefits. So I think it's okay. And Troll, obviously, he benefits from the components as well. The Silver Edge getting the attack speed. Getting attack speed on Troll is actually not bad, despite... You might think, wow, he already has Fervor, why does this hero want attack speed? But think about it, getting attack speed allows you to get the Fervor stacks up and running really fast.
Yep.
And that makes your ulti extremely powerful even if you start from 0. So having attack speed on Troll is not bad. You want the right mix of that and attack damage, of course, but we'll get there. Lincoln's should be completed very soon for him. He's missing 1,000 roughly on the Troll. Spectre with the Manta, already another 1,000 to her name. Darkseer almost has BKB. Interesting choice here over getting Greaves Blink. He will prioritize that staying power against all the magic damage and just the freedom to cast the spells.
Octarine on Analog is going to do work here.
Yeah.
Double smoke. K1 showing himself.
This one seems relatively telegraphed.
Yeah.
Nobody's showing mid, nobody's showing bottom, so I think Aurora are well aware. They will offer up Lornoff, but he's such a difficult catch. That's a very early Shadow Step. He's not going to connect on this one. Just maybe trying to dissuade them from looking for a fight, but ultimately this means the spell is now unavailable and they're just going to sacrifice a talent.
Yep, tier 2 dead, and we can see that Roche is up in 20 seconds. Well, they'll have close to a minute to kill it before it heads down to the Radiant side.
Yeah, that should be enough. If they check it.
3.
Oh, they're going to walk in at the perfect time.
Oh, or not.
Oh, he aggroed it. He aggroed it with the Cloak of Flames. Wow. That was on the dot.
Aurora want to fight now. And they have a really good lineup for this, by the way. Obviously, you have the Radiance, the back wall.
And they're very stacked in the pit, but Darkseer isn't here.
Yeah. Lornoff throwing out the Chakram. Analog goes in with a BKB and his Magnetize. It looks like Roche will be for Heroic. Lornoff desperately trying to get over there. It's going to be close, actually. Lornoff takes the Aegis, and they kill Roche as well. They have the arena, but everybody's outside of it, outside of Lornoff, who's basically impossible to kill here. The bars has fallen. K1 trying to focus onto jabs. And Analog gets punched into the air. We have a TP buyback from the Shadow Demon. Analog, despite having to play back big, does drop as Jab somehow getting out with barely any HP. This went amazingly for Aurora. Going through the gates left, right, and center, but...
How did they not finish Roche in that?
I don't know.
So long. And it felt like Roche wasn't taking... Did K1 start hitting the Timber Saw instead of Roche? Did he lose his Fervor stacks? I'm really confused about how that went down that way. What a result. For Aurora, Timber Saw gets the Aegis, he gets the last hit. We're going to see the replay here. Look how low Roche is already. So they're going to come in, Timber throws his spells, and they kick him out here with Analog, keep him busy. What's Troll got bashed? He's leaving the pit!
Out of the pit.
Hit the Roche!
Oh, boy.
Oh, wow.
That is... Wow.
I cannot believe he changed his mind there and didn't just finish the Aegis. That is
especially for K1. It feels like he makes his mind up very early.
That is a very costly mistake. If he could have finished that right there and then got the Aegis, we're looking at a totally different fight. And now instead Aurora win a very big one. And now they're in a comfortable position. Little bit ahead on the gold. Not going to put too much stock into that. But just the fact that the Aegis is not on Troll is a very big relief for them.
Bye-bye, Llama. Not too happy with that fight. Very emotional player. And we'll see if they can bounce back now. I mean, it's still very even game, despite that. I mean, that's what evened it up, I suppose, in terms of net worth. Lorinov, I mean, you couldn't really kill him before. Now with the Aegis, you just kind of got to ignore. K1, he's going to be spotted. She was activated by Lorinov. They're going to get the punch off from Q. The wall onto 2 as well with the vacuum to follow. As K1 trying to focus on the timber saw. That is not the choice, my friend. Oh, the roll misses completely. Schofield slow to a crawl. The illusions are killing him off. Although, able to find the distance finally. The Spectre comes in to finish the job. Going in really deep as well as K1 and company will just have to hightail away.
Okay. Damn. This game changed a lot very fast. That's the classic Roche against the teamfight lineup. If things go wrong, I'd like to see the replay again if we can, because I'm still...
Oh, you're dumbfounded?
Yeah, I'm wondering if I missed something about that pit fight. It's like... Oh, we'll see. First of all, okay, looks like Analog is getting out here. The Vi. Looks to be a bit quiet here. Okay, so... Is there something preventing Troll from hitting Roche? Is he getting, like, pushed? Is he not attackable because he's outside of the pit here from the shards?
He's stunned there.
I feel like he's not actually not in the... Because,
oh, we have a team fight. Hold your horses. Mars Arena already used. Q just walks away with his BKB. Egg goes off, but no kills. Now Heroic, how much have they used? Can they even continue to fight here? Lorinov still with that Aegis, an unkillable beast.
So the shards did not only... I think they might have pushed Roche out of the pit, but you can still attack him from inside the pit. I guess he didn't want to switch to range Troll and finish it off because he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to grab the Aegis, since even if he gets the kill, nobody is within the shards. So that was just a super clutch play from Q that we missed at first glance. Holy moly. That's big. That's the kind of plays you want to see from your position 4.
Yeah, he's had quite the game. And it looks like I see a point booster. Does that mean Aghanim Scepter? Yes, for Tusk. He's actually 600 away. Oh, boy.
Oh, my God. He's having
remember,
such a crazy good game.
We talked about Walrus. It goes through BKB. So it's really... I mean, K1 does have Lincolns, though. As he's going to solo the Tormentor, it seems. Getting really low on HP. Yep. He gets his own shard, in fact.
That is more fervor.
Wait, kick is definitely blocked by Lincolns, right? Because I remember they changed it. I can't remember which way.
Kick is blocked by Lincolns, yes. I'm pretty sure.
Because it is vector targeted, which I think means it wasn't blocked initially, and then they changed it so it
yeah, that sounds right. Oh, amplify damage rune. Lorinov has a bottle.
I mean, the fact that K1 had to go Lincolns and BKB kind of feels bad on any carry.
Yeah, I guess for Troll is one of the heroes it feels least bad on, specifically because he does so much damage as long as he does get to hit, compared to a lot of other carries, like the flat-out DPS when you're pressing your ult and praying for the best is quite high. But yeah, obviously he would love to not have to, but probably does have to get both here. Aurora are in a very, very comfortable position now. Aegis will expire on Lorinov. He now picks up the Scythe of Ice. He also has an Amplify Damage rune if they want to fight. A little bit of a complaint there. When you mouse over the bottle, it says rune double damage. I think that's very confusing to new players.
Yeah, what's double damage?
It's not double.
And you can see that Devi has changed his mind. It's not a Deso, by the way. It is a Hex. So more utility. We'll be going for the Refresher next. Yeah. So really, all the physical damage is going to be Troll. And even his build, he's had to go somewhat defensive as well. As they're going to get the Walrus kick. That is the...
He could egg this.
He could actually do it. He's going to get Walrus Punch and dead. So Phoenix...
I mean, he would have died.
4v5.
They were not ready with Mars. Phoenix and Mars have to be in range. If Phoenix and Mars are close to each other, and he gets off a Yule, he can egg and then try to cover it with the Arena. But they were not close enough by. So a nice little snipe there from the side of Aurora.
And that was the Walrus kick reveal.
Yeah.
And it is going to be so hard to play against that now. And we talk about it all the time, but not just the walrus kick, but it's actually not that hard to kite a troll warlord in the late game if your supports have enough items.
Very true.
Which begs the question, do you go for the nullifier? And then if you go for nullifier, do you even have room for it at that point? Like the fact that he can't just build what he wants. He has to build in response to other things feels bad.
Yeah, I mean, nullifier is overkill when you already have Axe, right? It really shouldn't be necessary.
Although you can't... It doesn't work on Yules, does it? For this one?
That's a good question. I don't think so.
I think I've seen that work.
Yeah, I don't think it works, but maybe, actually. Either way, I think the Mars build is very telling, though. As you mentioned, him getting Hex over Deso. I'm not sure if it's the right choice compared to going Deso AC, because I'm a little bit concerned for Heroic's damage. That, as you say, if Troll is getting kited, are their heroes on Aurora actually gonna die? Spectre is starting to reach critical levels of tankiness. That's what this hero does late game. We already covered Timber, don't need to mention that. Tusk is also very beefy. I mean, all of their heroes. There's not a single easy kill on the side of Aurora. So if Mars can't offer a lot in that regard, but only offers control, they're really trusting in K1's ability to hit.
Oh, they get the Hex. They get the opening onto the Tusk, but the vacuum is going to delay things. And look at the damage that Divine Llama has already taken. The Snowball wasted so much time. Nobody even dies inside of it. And the first to fall is Divine Llama. K1 finally pops the battle chance, but here is where the kiting begins. Gets kicked off the cliff. Cookie, and it's killed off shortly after a 3-for-0 and Aurora in the driver's seat.
That's a three-pointer.
Well, that's a three-pointer. A 4-for-0 Aurora doing quite, and Q, that was the one they initiated on. He's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
My God.
I mean, that's just a very clutch counterplay with the Hex, right? I think Timber came in and very quickly hexed the Mars. So Mars jumped, he blink hexed Tusk, started up the arena, and as he was about to spear, he got hexed by Larenov. So Devi not popping his BKB on the opener there cost him dearly, because perhaps they could have burst that Tusk and built it into something, but it is so difficult to engage on Aurora's team now. Shadow Demon and Tusk can save heroes. All of the heroes are tanky, as we mentioned, and your damage is just... It takes time for Heroic's lineup to build up a fight. They can't just go in and burst someone and take it from there. You need to land some Phoenix spells, get a Magnetize rolling, Snapfire Kisses ideally. All of this is not
is the reason
bursting.
he was able... Wait, who'd you say got the Hex off there? Onto Devi?
Wasn't it Timber?
Wasn't he on the outside of the... Was it the wall that gave the vision inside the...
I mean, I'm not seeing anything else that could have hexed him, right? I feel like he got hexed instantly after he went on the Tusk. Maybe I'm mistaken, but...
Either way, quite the kick. And now... Roche will go the way of Aurora, which means 23 Savage.
Schofield is...
taking a Lotus.
Okay.
All right, that's a bit risky. There's the Hex from Devi. He's going to get initiated on. His analog is really deep here. The BKBs are traded, and the pipe is going to brush off a lot of this damage, but Schofield eventually brought down by 23 Savage. He'll buy back instantly. Now they'll roll onto the Timbersaw, still trying to ignore him. The arena, nobody's even inside other than the Snowball Q. He wastes so much time again. Oh, Larenov is actually taking quite a bit, but we'll be able to Timber Chain away. Eventually, they do finally take out the Tusk, as the Mortimer's Kisses not providing a whole lot. They do find the Shadow Demon on the outskirts here. Well, they don't have the vision, apparently. And the Phoenix eventually brought down by 23 Savage. There's the buyback, though, onto the Tusk. Is Ollie still alive in the trees? Analog, still. We have a big kick onto Divine Llama with the Snowball to follow. He's going to be brought down. 70 seconds of no Mars. And now K1 focusing on this Tusk. Be a pretty big kill because it would be a dieback, in fact, but 23 Savage using his ult to get to the back line. And Schofield and company going to try to collapse here, but K1 destroyed. And Schofield looks to be next on the list, and Aurora did lose a member or so, but they come out on top big time in this fight.
What a chaotic... 23 Savage was chasing Phoenix for like 30 seconds on the outskirts. That was just two separate fights happening at the same time. but
how did the Shadow Demon live?
But they can't really deal with the spec when she has Aegis. Again, it's the damage problems. If Troll isn't killing 23, who's going to do it? It's just way too much to chew through. Laurenoff really played that fight again exceptionally well. He tanked. The ideal Timbersaw fight at this point in the game is where the enemy team uses tons of resources to get you to 20% but don't finish the job. Because all of that is damage that could have gone on something else and ultimately just ends up being completely wasted. This is approaching the type of game state that Spectre just don't miss.
Oh yeah. Gaben knew all along.
30 seconds before any reinforcements will arrive here for Heroic. They have a glyph by some time here, but doesn't feel like... Well, maybe they can even defend this one Rax.
I mean, their building
Pretty
damage
slow.
not particularly great.
They're not good at killing the banner, though. I guess Snapfire.
Yeah, Snapfire is very good. Oh, they're silent into the kick and the Hex.
Oh, boy.
He's dead. No Phoenix Egg for the next 70 seconds. Full lane Rax here for Aurora. They get the melee, and now they transition to the bot lane. So the fortification is refreshed and will be used instantly. And I think Heroic, realizing they might have to fight 4v5, you don't even include the Aegis, it's 4v6.
They might just give it.
They might have to.
They don't seem ready for it. Hector killed the banner.
They did it. But they're going to lose Rax, it seems.
A little bit of a time machine here, destroying 2 melee Rax back to back. Very unusual. Generally don't see teams do that nowadays. But Aurora have played Dota for a very long time, and they remember the good old days.
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, the range Rax is kind of forgettable. Now, if you killed the range barracks and it upgraded your catapults to trebuchets, then it would be worth it.
Yeah, or
little idea
like,
for Valve.
Or to Abrams tanks.
Yeah. That sounds good as well. Both great ideas. 2 lanes of barracks for Aurora, 32k lead. What can Heroic possibly do to get back in this game? They have the Silver Edge for K1. So breaking the Spectre into a kill just as the Aegis is expiring would be the dream scenario, but I just don't know how they kill Laurenoff right now. He's absurdly tanky.
I haven't known how they kill him all game, so it's not new.
And this isn't even like an Aghanim Scepter, Timber, right?
No, he's not buying it because of Troll.
Yes, true.
He'll just dispel it all the time. So Laurenoff is just going a completely different build. Clearly knowledgeable about this matchup and what you do. So I wonder what he's going to do last. So he swapped in an Arcane Blink with a Haste Rune in the back in the bottle right now. He'll obviously swap that for Eternal Shroud, but is this his final build, or is there an item that's replaceable and upgradable here? Because I honestly feel like you might almost be better off giving a Moonshard to Spectre than buying Axe for yourself. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's a bit too ridiculous.
You don't like Haunt? Hey, what are you talking about?
Timber himself.
Oh, Timber.
If he should, like, what's his next item? Is it getting Spectre a shard or himself an axe? I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
We'll see if it even becomes relevant here. But, you know, obviously against every other hero than Troll, the reactive armor activation is nice. Yeah.
Laurenoff going in really deep. There's gonna kick. Analog will pop the BKB. He's now Walrus launch. Arena comes out from Divide. Shadow can get out the disruption as K1 focusing everything on the touch, but he gets vacuumed to the high ground. The kiting of Troll continues. Divide now trying to run away in his own base. K1 in the midst of everybody just dies. And GG's called, so we're going to a game number 3.
The unexpected brawl, the panel didn't cover this. They didn't think about the punch into kick combo. But the full martial arts on display here from Aurora will get them to game 3. Very entertaining game. I feel like there were a couple of key moments there. I'm sure the panel will cover this where Heroic maybe dropped the ball a little bit and Aurora capitalized a lot. And that's what, you know, it's a high stakes to Aurora, we get a third game.
We do. Shiva!
Thank you very much, Sunspan and Cinnamon. We do get a third game, and I think we just saw the reason why Timbersaw is often banned against Lorinov. He is a king on that hero. He popped off. Lacoste, he's not going to get his hands on that again.
Probably not. This is one of his strongest heroes. The strongest performances they had was when Lorinov is playing Timbersaw. Once he gets that Eternal Shroud, things go pretty difficult because most of their damage early on is going to be magical on their side. But these are some chaotic fights. Like compared to game one, how one-sided it was, and we also didn't have many kills. We had 2 defensive supports. This game was pure chaos. People running in, creep skipping at the start, then ganking K1. K1 had like 3 deaths at the start of the game, but he was still on top of the network. This guy is really good. He also had like double gloves in his inventory. There were so many things happening. This was when Heroic were playing really well. This egg, it doesn't go off. It does go off. They did bring in the numbers, and they're going to get multiple kills from that. They were so ready with the response, and also one of the reasons why they got the first blood was also TP response. They were so ready seeing the whole map, what's happening.
I just love the way that Aurora approached this troll. You know, like in the draft, the Tusk, the Shadow Demon to deal with it, not really a fan too much of the pick, but Aurora then showcased why they weren't afraid of it at all. You know, throughout the entire game, they were like respecting it, kiting it, picking him up early on. As the game develops, they got Ogre Seal Totem for their neutral items, they have Glimmer Capes, they've got Ags on the Tusk. You've got multiple ways to keep Hector from having a game. So even though he's top net worth, as you see on the highlights here, he isn't able to really ever connect into the game. And on top of that, the age is still as well for Aurora. 23 Savage, he gets into the pit, he keeps kiting, like kind of reminding the Mars and the Troll, like, hey, I'm here, you might need to deal with me. And then when they're focused on him, then Lorinov comes in with the BKB, gets the kill and the Aegis. And this is the play that kind of throws Aurora into the game. But yeah, a rough game from Heroic.
I don't think it was a rough game. I think it was a great game. They played exceptionally well. I'm in the camp that I really loved the troll pick. I still do, but Aurora did such a great job at slowing down Troll's timings in this game where, yes, he was top of the net worth, but he was 0-4 at some point. They chased him down so many times. They brought pressure to his lane. Lorinov killed him solo one time. Then they followed him to the top lane where they then killed him again. And because of this, the Aghanim Scepter was delayed by a few minutes, which delayed their first Roche by a few minutes, which gave Aurora all of the extra time, to farm up the Radiance on their Spectre, the Shroud into the BKB on their Timbersaw. And we saw how pivotal that BKB was to winning the Roche fight where they stole the Aegis. So Aurora did an incredible job of holding out for as long as they could until their Timbersaw got really strong. And then later on, with their Tusk, their Shadow Demon, like T mentioned, did an excellent job at kicking around the troll. Like, he was just flying in the air.
I have to ask that, Effie, because the troll pick, you're on Camp Troll, but it looks on paper like he does, and in the game, like he does get pinged around a lot.
Oh yeah, he definitely got ping-ponged around like that. He always does. That's the weakness of the hero. But the thing is that you play around it, and they did a great job, again, like I mentioned, on Heroic, of slowing down his timings and contesting at instrumental moments like that Roche.
It feels like Heroic's lineup was built around you need to win lane with Troll, keep the game going, get that first Roshan, keep fighting, force 23 Savage to play his items. If that works, sure, but with the way that Heroic's been playing, they aren't the we make no mistakes team. It isn't really going to happen that way. And the other heroes outside of Troll, a BKB or a Shroud, kind of doesn't delete them from the game, but it makes them really want someone else to step up. And I think there's way too much pressure on the Troll to be the carry when there's this much kiting and all your other secondary damage is magical, so BKBs destroy it. And it's like, yes, Heroic might have had a good 20 minutes, but it felt like there was this inevitable wave of Aurora just controlling the game because of like how complicated Heroic made their draft. And again, props to Aurora, like this the glow up from game 1 to game 2. If I can put my teeth in, I'm an old man, I'm bored. Yeah, much better.
Much better. It did seem like they needed that first game to warm up, to get to the beast mode that they were in this game. I also want to actually highlight the off-lane duo. Lacoste, I just want to clarify and know how long do you go behind the tower to clear waves, and how long can I, after today, see this in my pubs? Because
it was a good attempt. They couldn't lane. It was double melee into double range. One of them is also Troll, one of the strongest laners, so quite difficult lane for them. So they got level 3, decided to dive. The Troll didn't get the first blood. They got first blood in the end, but really nice attempt. And I really enjoy seeing Q play his signature heroes. You know, this Siggy, this Tusk that he plays really well. Most of the time he's forced to play these range position 4s, but two of his best heroes, pretty much ever since he's been in the professional Dota, have been Tusk and have been Tiny, and also the itemization that he did go for, because you're playing against Mars, you want to go inside of that arena to have something, some kind of a save, sorry. So he went for a BKB, which is really unconventional. We see all these auras being bought, some drums, some solar crest, but he understood that kiting is the name of the game.
Yeah, and that troll got kited a lot.
He did. He was being kicked around. We saw him kicked onto a cliff. And honestly, in games like this, like troll picks can always look awful. That's why teams like to stay away from the hero. But the troll specialists do love him in matchups like Darkseer because of the Aghanim Scepter. And we saw when Darkseer was really popular 2 months ago that Troll was also an incredibly popular pick. But the thing is, he's such a timing-based hero that you want to hit your Ags early on into your Gleipnir, into your Aegis, into taking towers. And Heroic didn't get to that point as cleanly as they should have before Aurora were able to itemize and then play into them. Because they had a window where they could have, on paper, run over Aurora a little bit before the Spectre got strong enough, but Lorinov on that Timbersaw, he really held the fort down. And Q on this Tusk, that Blink BKB build really worked out.
It really did.
It did. And also, I feel the team is playing really well when they are cooking their drafts. They needed something different in the second game. I did mention at the start of the road to TI that we're going to see some like slightly different heroes coming out. And this is the elimination. This is, you know, to play in the arena, and it matters a lot. So Spectre comes out, and we can also see Jabs playing much better compared to the previous game where he got shut down. And the big man, the standout player, I would say, of this series, Lorinov, only one death. Every single time, we said it so many times, that when he's having a great time, Aurora on the back of his gameplay will be able to get the dub.
Yeah, this is easily, if you're going to game 3, well, I mean, you are, because you have to play it. Timber
we don't know, they might not join.
That's true.
Sure.
They might, yeah, anyways. Timber has to be banned in the first phase, I feel. Like, if you're Aurora coming into the third game, if you have the ability to first pick it, you are probably doing it. It doesn't matter if you're first pick, second pick. I think this hero, like, it creates so much for the team that, like, Analog's hero pool, if he's playing into Timber, now he has to try and think away from the Earth Spirits, away from the melee heroes that he might want to go for, and it's just a brick wall. I think when Heroic have to run into the unkillable hero, they panic, they struggle, they look towards their farming carry who is still farming, and I think that is kind of the recipe to beating them. And maybe Aurora has cracked Heroic in game 2, and maybe they can emulate it again in game 3.
Yeah, we'll see about that in that third game. Before we do so, though, let's highlight one more extra moment from that second game. Lacoste, it's the moment you chose. It was a point in the game where Aurora was ahead,
yes.
And it highlights
all eyes on Troll, what he's doing. The throw warlord in his natural habitat, as we could see here. So he goes in, pops that BKB, tries to get some roots. Doesn't have Gleipnir, I believe, available, so doesn't have that extra vision that he needs for the Glimmer Cape, and he's gonna get kicked around, pushed around. We also see Arteezy with his appearance at the TI this time around. Very difficult game for Troll in the end, like all these things. And I also want to point out that we had the meta at the start of the groups where we had pretty much every single offlaner buying Aura. We had these position 4 buying the same items, and now players are going back. They're like, you know what, we're gonna go what has been working out for Road to the International in the qualifiers, where they were buying these refreshers on Mars, where they were buying these big items on the supports, like this task with the Aghanim Scepter, the Walrus Punch into Walrus Kick into normal punch, the MMA combo, as Synderen called it, really worked out well for them.
It really worked well.
There's still auras, though. Like, there's still Greaves and Pipes in this game. Like, both teams had auras, so we still haven't moved fully away from auras, but it is nice to see offlaners with more flexibility in their itemization.
It is. I'm curious, after this game, I mean, we saw the Spectre come out. Is this a hero that was very situational? Effie, were you thinking there's going to be more Spectres down the line?
It felt very situational, and it also feels like a game 2 surprise pick, which worked out really well for Aurora. Honestly, I thought we'd see more Spectre versus Lina, but Lina hasn't been as popular as Windranger or Mirana or Luna this TI, so maybe one more surprise Spectre is in store for us, but I can't see it happening that much.
Next series, Extreme Gaming, 2 of the Spectre specialist, you have Yatoro, aka Radon. Yatoro did play it. We don't know if Radon is going to play it. And you also have Ame on the Spectre. These are two players that, might bang it out, especially after seeing this series.
Yeah, it could be. They might be inspired, for sure. We're going to have a lot of fun in the third game first, though, before we even get to that series. We're also going to have a lot of fun right now, as we are gonna watch one extra contribution for the short film contest. It is Play for Fun.
What the just happened?
哎，队友呢？队友嘞？哎，队友呢？队友呢？
This is going to be fun. Let it begin.
What in God's green earth is happening right now?
What a very, very wholesome one. I did enjoy that one, and they came back, Lucas. They disconnected just for the funs of it. They came back.
Yeah, they did. The sound kind of killed me in the end. So back to you, Governor.
So that was my hot mic. Sorry.
Oh God. No, that was a really good one. And it's good to have a little bit of a breather there, especially in between a game 2 and a game 3. T-Gov, when you're in a tough situation like this, both of these teams are playing for potential elimination, a potential top 8. Of course, here, moving forward would mean playing in front of the arena. The Royal Arena awaits. And we know for both these teams, there's a lot of pressure because they, I would imagine, have top 8 as their minimum in terms of what they expected to get. What are they talking about? How are they going to move into this third game as best as possible?
I mean, which team do you want me to start with? The team that
Either.
lost the team?
Doesn't matter. Both teams, I feel like, might have the same, nerves.
I think if you're heroic, you still are in a good mindset because a lot of the games, you can argue, we made a bad play after laning phase. I think it's like you can be very self-critical. Effie's mentioning the timing of Troll. Like there are opportunities to maybe make different moves, but if I'm captain from the coach, I'm probably giving my team a less timing-based lineup, allow my team to play out the entire game. Don't put myself on if you haven't won by 20 minutes, you are going to get MMA'd to Troll not having a game. So I think for heroic, it's like your early game's good, your pacing's naturally good, but if I give you a draft that just can't scale, cannot fight a roar the entire time, you are probably going to lose out to a seasoned tier 1 team like them. So yeah, just don't all in on magic damage heroes plus a troll.
I always see smiles on their faces. It looks like they're in a good mood to go for this third game. What do you want to see change in terms of the openings coming out in this the draft we're about to watch?
I think the changes would probably just be ban-based. That Timbersaw can absolutely not be let through, and then we may see a little bit more contention for the Shadow Demon. But I agree with T that they are in a good mood because even their first 20 minutes, with the exception of Troll getting killed a lot, they played really well on their skirmishy lineup. Like the Mars plus the Earthsphere plus the 2 supports were everywhere where they needed to be, and they're still playing their style to success in that sense. All of the other things can be ironed out between a game 2 and a game 3. Like you can even look at situations where the Aegis got stolen by Lornov. They had arena that entire time. Like they arenaed after, but they could have arenaed inside of the pit and secured the Roshan for themselves and then fought later. Like there are so many little things that they can look at that they can change.
Or listen to this, they could have just attacked Roshan with the troll,
They could have attacked
picked up
Roshan.
the Aegis themselves, and then take a fight.
That's where, like, if we had, like, the listening to hear, like, someone on heroic is going, Spectre, 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 and whoever's screaming Spectre is the person who kind of forced them away from the Roshan. Like, it's just high-intensity moments. It's easy when you're watching to say, just hit it. But in the moment, it's like you get carried away. You see chances. You see like
this one is on K1. Like no matter what anybody's saying, he needs to kill that Roshan without a doubt. I think this hero, a lot of the times, especially when he pops his ulti, looks uncontrollable. And maybe in that situation as well, it looked like he's going back and forth. But his job definitely is to secure that Rosh. This is where the game broke. The second game, it could have gone like they could have got the second Rosh as well, and maybe try to siege the high ground with that Aegis, but never happened. Scratch it, go for the third game.
Lacoste is right, because if they got that Aegis into potentially killing Aurora later, I think Aurora would have committed to that fight anyway for theory crafting with that Timbersaw BKB, but we could have seen a different game, and then we would have been praising them for their troll pick and their gameplay.
Ooh, there you go for Omni Knight opening here on Heroic. We did have a similar pick ban priority as game number 1, which had me be curious about what's going to happen to that Shadow Demon, but it did get banned by Aurora, and that meant that Sand King is left in the pool. But Heroic, they do not opt for the Sand King. They want to get that Omni Knight.
5 seconds remaining.
Meaning Sand King's still in the pool.
It looked great for them in that game 1, and they can pair it with their tanky style of cores. They can still be looking at their Earth Spirit as a good hero. It did what it needed to do those first 15 minutes. It also enables their DK carry.
I'm either down for Sand King or Tusk. I think Tusk is just too good of a hero right now. What he brings to the table, we saw a new build from them, and they're going to pick it up because it does allow you with this kick, the old school build, when you're going to scale to defend the high ground. It's one of the best tools in the game. And also, when you have Drinking Buddies, Strong Laner, gives you Rosh, gives you double save with Drinking Buddies and Snowball, plus BKB piercing ability. This hero has everything.
The thing with Omni is Shadow Demon is always banned out, so we never get to see the removal of Repel and Guardian Angel with just your ultimate. There's not many heroes that actually can do that, but Troll is one of them. If Heroic don't pick up...
It is time again.
If they don't pick up kiting heroes and don't, it's not an uncomfortable situation, I feel like teams haven't fully explored the Troll Aghanims against Omni Knight. Because Omni, if you can't repel, then what are you? You're nothing. You're just a walking body to get ganked and die. So maybe to be considered. No team's really considered it yet, therefore maybe it just gets ignored, but it is something to at least keep in the back of your mind that
you have to use that troll pick as 24. This is one of the most iconic things in Dota. Looks like a really good troll game, loses the game in the end.
There's also cheaper dispels coming up from other heroes like Enchantress, who is also very popular. You can play her versus Omni. There's also potential Oracle. There are other routes you can take if you don't want to commit to the Ags troll. But I'm all for troll. I love troll. He's the funnest hero to watch competitively because he either pops off or he just gets kicked around and is on cliffs, which is very entertaining.
Very entertaining. We'll see if Aurora ends up going for that to deal with the Omni Knight. For now, the Enchantress you mentioned is still in the pool as well. And Sand King is not touched, so Heroic is fine with Aurora potentially picking that up. As Aurora will have pick out of this ban phase. And they're taking into their bonus time pretty heavily for this this final ban, so probably also debating on whether to ban something that protects their upcoming pick, or if there's maybe something still in the pool that they've overlooked. Is there something that we've overlooked?
Just the Enchantress from the popular picks and the
Mirana. That's the one I'm missing.
Sand King. There's also a Wind Ranger's taken out. There's also Luna, Mirana. But another option versus Omni Knight that I think teams should explore is silences. Silences are very underrated versus Omni Knight. If you can jump him in the backline and stop him before he casts his spells, that's a really good means to do it. And
make Silencer great again.
Yeah, Storm, make him great again.
Poor hero, actually.
What a hero.
Storm on paper is an Orchid buyer. We saw in game 1, Analog just rushed that Orchid. He had it around minute 14 and was playing really well, so we could see a similar thing from Lurinov here.
Godly puck game against Tusk, coil, leash mechanic. He can't use the snowball save. Same goes for Storm. He can't zip. You don't need to pick it here if you don't want to show it yet, because they don't know what you're going to go for, but they probably have that in the back of their mind, so they need to take some kind of a stun, some kind of a silence for Aurora themselves, some kind of a control, because I'll see this puck coming out in this phase for Heroic.
Would you still want the Sand King if you're on Heroic, or no?
I think you always want Sand King. If you have a good Sand King player on your team, the hero just gives you too much in terms of stun, damage, auras. It's one of the most banned heroes for a reason.
Yeah, but I've not seen Heroic play it even once.
It's because it's always banned out, isn't it?
Sure.
But that is true. We haven't seen them have like a good sample size of that hero. I do believe they were dabbling in it in Riyadh.
Also, just double checked, but in regards to removing repel, it is only SD and Troll. Like the other ones, like Ench and stuff, doesn't actually remove repel. So the counters that were potentially being mentioned aren't actually counters.
GA though?
But if repel's on and GA's on at the same time, doesn't remove. But to Guardian Angel, yes, it would remove. But for me, I always look at Omninet as like, can you get rid of repel? And that's
5 seconds.
So we got Butler 1 with core number 1. This is what they liked running in that first game.
Yeah, the Omni Knight, like we mentioned, heavily enables DK carry, the extra strength, the ability to activate DK before his BKB, allowing him to do things like armlet, like we saw in that first game, should be very effective.
I like Sky a lot here. Just the silence, you have Dragonite to play off with. Sure, there is Snowball Save, but again, this puck can come out. They're still keeping this Dragonite as a flex. Either that or a Snapfire where you can jump over the shards. You need some damage position for right now because you have Omni. They did go with Shadow Demon and Omni in the first game on side of Aurora, which didn't... Heroic, which didn't look too good for the first couple of minutes and didn't look good on paper, but for the whole game, it looked very, very good where they couldn't kill any of those heroes. But I want to see some extra aggression, some extra control that could come out.
Willow.
This is also fine.
Heroic are trying to set down that formation of try and find my DK that's farming, and if you do, get through the repel, get through the Bramble Maze or the Terrorize. Like it is 2 supports once again that will secure the farming pattern for Hector if he is playing the carry DK. And we'll see if Aurora want to try and continue down the line of hunt, play on smokes, break the map, or if they start respecting that, protection capabilities of the double support.
It could also be that because Mirana is still in the pool and she's countered by her leaps from Brambles, that they went for her instead of Snapfire. Because we don't very often see Willow picked over Snapfire. And sure, she's playing against Storm, but you have to land your Brambles in the early game. Later on, of course, it can be useful, but Storm does buy BKB and counters Willow pretty easily, especially if he buys an early Orchid.
I think the supports need to play together because they can protect each other against the Storm early Orchid. Because if you go on one, the other can Terrorize, Bramble Maze, the other one can Repel, Guardian Angel heal, so you're not going to be able to get the kill. And more teamfight on Aurora. Is this just another like Mars game that can come out? Or Kunkka, some kind of a control, some AoE damage as well, something relatively cheap?
Both teams have used a lot of their bonus time already. And now for Aurora, Faceless Void.
This is just get puck here. Come on, like it's really good
for puck. Yeah.
If you're the one initiating, you have Silence Leash against like 4 heroes. It's too good to skip because it's gonna get banned.
The only flip side to the puck is Aurora's draft is like the draft that you want to have. If you're in like a best of 1, this is you can play like every point of the game. Under early threat, like down the line, Storm will get an Orchid, and then against the puck never really wants to buy Yules or BKB, but you force him to buy it, and they do go for it. Again, exceptional puck game, but Aurora's lineup is beautifully balanced right now.
I just like that Aurora are changing and they're diverting away from the carry meta of only ranged carries and just dipping into 23's hero pool, because as the tournament progresses, the carry meta itself will also change towards the end, and teams are often scared of breaking that pattern, but the teams that do are the ones that can pull out the surprise wins. We saw it in the game too. And 23 is a really great Void. The Void also gives them incredible late game, which is where Aurora thrive. Like that is their bread and butter, scaling and outplaying other teams in the ultra late.
It's also a good showing because Aurora's looking at what Aurora's picking and going, we can pick melee heroes as you're not breaking down the map. Like in the previous game, are they really going to take all the towers against a Spectre? No, therefore Spectre can be picked. You have Omni and Dark Willow supports, a DK that has Red Facet and wants to farm Ancients. Can they really break the map? No, therefore you can go for Void again. Like you don't really need your range carry to win the lane and buy time because Heroic's not going to, do much with their first 50 minutes of their game anyway because of their picks. So it's, the future of the TI meta will be finding vulnerabilities and then
bringing back the heroes that can play around it.
Are we surprised that Mars is still in the pool at the moment? I feel like we're looking for 2 offlaners for both of these teams. And they've banned out so far an Enigma and a Kunkka and a Viper. But no Mars. Mars still there.
Yeah, it could still come out at the very end. I think there were more priorities in the picks, like the Puck and the Void, but we could definitely still see it. Another aspect to the Faceless Void that we didn't talk about is another way to counter Omni is to just buy a Nullifier. And the heroes on the side of Aurora before the Void didn't comfortably buy one, but Void is a hero that after 2 items, and one of them being his BKB, he can build the Nullifier if you need to, because there is going to be damage coming out of Phoenix. So he doesn't have to concern himself too much with like 2 damage items before Nullifier.
Again, to note with Nullifier, you can get rid of Guardian Angel, but if Repel's on, you can't get rid of it. So it's why Omni is so stupid right now is because at any minute, if you're jumping a single hero, any dispel you have outside of SD Troll doesn't happen. But again, in the wider game, it is useful.
Yeah, but when you're, chronoing targets on your Void, you want to be able to right-click them. So removing GA is going to be helpful enough, I hope.
I got something spicy, some Underlord that can come out. I would say Beastmaster, but he doesn't play it. Again, another root mechanic. If you pair it up with the Dark Willow, it could be amazing against all of these heroes. And it's also a hero that can buy auras. Faceless Void doesn't put too much pressure early on onto you. So I think this might just be the pick for them, unless they want to go for Mars. I think Mars is also fine.
For Aurora?
For our Heroic here.
Oh, for Heroic, I see.
Ooh, it is a
rare
spicy
pickup,
pick, but yeah, this hero has not been picked yet at all.
That is the go. Just allow the fact that Aurora, they want to scale, they got the team fight, send the Abaddon into the middle of it. I'm guessing it's probably the offlane for Llama, but...
K1, he's
K1, Carry Abba, true, yeah.
Carry Abba, keeping this Dragonite as a flex.
Yeah, but it takes away the core concept of Aurora's teamfight lineup, and you just throw someone into the middle, and now they go for some pacing on Aurora, so it's still greedy for Heroic, right? Like, we're excited by the prospect of, like, the mid-game fights of tankiness and overwhelming, but Aurora go... Whilst you're tanking up and farming up, we'll slowly chip down your towers and make sure that we can find the backlines.
Yeah, hear me out. This Abaddon isn't just a body. It's also a Dispel mechanic versus the Orchid versus the Fire Spirits. If it's a hero that gets chronoed, it's not worried about dying because of borrowed time. And it's going to be an extra layer of protection for the DK, who's already going to get repelled. So they may have cooked a little bit with this
I like
Abaddon.
this.
I do like it a lot.
I like it a lot. Coming into this, I thought Abba's going to be very popular as a position 5 since...
30 seconds to battle.
Small as possible, or rather make it as hard as possible for him to find the right one. Puck is hard to chrono. Dragon Knight feels tough to chrono because he's very tanky. Abaddon has 2 lives. Willow can Shadow Realm, and your final option is Omni. So it's not particularly easy to use chrono. However, he has a really good supporting cast around him. There's a lot of decent damage coming in from Phoenix, from Visage. Storm, as we've seen in this series, can already really open up the game. So I just find this game really interesting on a strategic level because it feels a little bit like a rerun of Game 1 where both teams have had to deviate a little bit.
Yeah. And it's been a while since I've seen Abaddon. He takes this facet called the Mephitic Shroud, which means the shield it will absorb more and it'll kind of reflect damage similar to like a blade mail, if I'm not mistaken, but it does not burst for damage.
Yep.
But how does that change how this hero is played?
It makes him tankier and make him deal less damage.
Okay, that was quicker than I thought. Usually going on some god-awful monologue.
I just said what the skill does, just like you.
Thank you.
I mean, in all honesty, I think the blade mail aspect of it here is not particularly important. But just having a more powerful shield, just more barrier is very useful. If you keep in mind how barriers work together with damage reduction, barriers in general in this patch, the reason that we're seeing a lot of Solar Crest pipes, etc., is that you obviously, when you look at the math of reduction coming in first and then the barrier starts taking the damage, having a more powerful barrier, it's actually a ton of health that the shield gives, and it's such a low cooldown ability, 8 seconds on level 4. It's really good for sustain.
I'm really wondering what the build is going to be. Do you have anything in mind, or just wait and see? Like, he's not going to go like Radiance or anything, is he?
He honestly,
that would be hilariously awesome.
Could, but I think... So generally speaking, Core Abaddon has like 2 types of builds. There's the Aura build, and then there is one where you go Manta, right? I think in this game, I would like to see him get Solar Crest and Drums or something like that, and just really play into the way that they played Game 1, and relying on Aurora being unable to kill them, which was the exact problem they had Game 1, because Aurora, with the adjustments they have made, I'm still not fully sold on their DPS, actually. I think they're better in some types of fights, but not necessarily
KJ.
all of them. Good damage.
A ton of damage, and a Soul Assumption. Ooh!
Just kidding. He's not dead at all.
Nice curse from Cinder and
11 health, that's a lot. He has to go back.
The shards this series have been really, I mean, this tournament, I guess. I mean, Tusk as a hero has been insane. No difference there, forcing the support out of the lane completely, at least for a little bit. Mid lane, Lornoff on the Storm Spirit, 23-4 versus Analog's Puck, 21-6. Fairly even.
Standard. But as the panel was talking about, I mean, this is just an incredible Puck game. I think if Heroic want to get top 8 at this tournament, Analog needs to play well in this game, but he can really set the narrative.
K1.
Jabs.
Really low as we have a dive in from Ollie coming in through the gate. KJ taking a blood grenade as well. Schofield trying to do as much damage as he can, but K1 dies first. KJ somehow survives.
So awkward.
So it'll be a trade.
I don't know if Ollie can get out of this.
Oh, mid lane though, this will be a much more important kill. Analog can't finish the job though. As Ollie having a battle for his life, KJ wins it.
Yeah. Curious to see what KJ does here.
Gonna deny himself, perhaps? Oh, he's
Visage,
and oh boy.
Hello.
Very nice play. And that's just a freak solo kill. Oh boy.
Oh man, this top lane is putting a smile on my face. These are some funny skirmishes. It reminds me of, All Random, where you just end up with these hero pairings you don't see very often in the meta, and then you make do with what you can. Kind of funny.
That's disrespectful.
Put words in my mouth. I'm not saying you don't pick it. The relationships and the rotations we're seeing is unlike any we've
how into this game when they're like letting you're maybe not against has to have some sort of an effect. Analog is level 6 coil at the ready.
Really, you're pushing me right now. It's gonna be that. And also, how long enough is gonna adjust. He's slightly held by the puck. I think 2 alarm. Maybe it'll overpass that.
And it ruins it up. Coil broken by Ollie. No, they're on to Q instead. I off there from perfect.
6 now. He is on potential rotator, but Storm gank side like it's very, very important to actually get at least 1 kill because you're extended so much, you're farming on it. The heroes rotates this, I know, hang on, bye. A bash. Here it is.
A triple.
It's
has shielded though, so that'll help him. Might have to walk all the way to base though.
Yeah, probably. So when Storm ganks, it's really important to kill because he expends so of his farming abilities because he's to an extreme degree. But his side lane kill options are not great this game, so I really wonder how he's going to play it if Laurinov is just largely going to play static and just farm a lot of camps. Because on one side, he can choose between Dragon Knight Omni, which sounds really hard to gank, and on the other, it's a level 6 Abaddon. Like, good luck, It's the options are really bad, but that doesn't mean his hero isn't good in this game. It just means you might have to take a greedier approach, get 1 to 2 damage items, and then really start picking up the pace. So we'll see if that's how he's going to end up handling this.
K1 continuing to get harassed by the Soul Assumption, but the Purification brings him back to a respectable amount of HP. We can see that the gank is incoming.
Yeah.
As Q on the north side.
This is a difficult kill.
Ollie on the
has
south.
a TP as well. Always keep an eye out for that. Not the best mana right now on Analog, though. Turning a lot of it to farm it double stack in the jungle. The Vi is laying into Savage. We haven't talked about this so much, but the Abaddon against Void matchup in lane is actually very nice for Abaddon if it's just a 1v1. You can just keep hitting the Void for free. You hit him twice, he kind of has to time walk away or he's going to get cursed. So as a result...
Well, the curse doesn't silence anymore.
It's still, the damage is really, it's meaningful that Abaddon can just stick on you.
I see.
So he's going to force you to yield, right? It's like... The trade becomes so unfavorable so fast that you time walk away to not take unnecessary damage, and then Abaddon gets a couple of extra denies, which you can see is exactly what's happened. He's got 13 denies on the Abaddon. Void is still doing okay, though, but probably not the dream start.
I haven't seen a ton of Abaddon since... I actually pronounced it correctly there by accident, my bad. Abaddon. Since they made these changes, specifically to Curse of Avernus, but it seems like he's a much better farmer, in theory.
Yeah, my whole mindset about Manta might just be completely... He still does have it queued up. I was wondering if that's a thing anymore then, without the silence, because that was just, old knowledge, but considering he still has it queued up, I'm guessing it still is a possible build. He's eyeing up Echo Manta here, so not the auras. Which used to be what Abaddons would buy with the silencing curse.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just still that good with applying all these attacks with the new curse as well.
And I assume Curse of Avernus still works on buildings, yes? Yeah, looks like it does. So against Egg should work as well as...
Dodging the shards.
Shards not going to be there. Bash is, though, as Lorinov making his way over. It's a 3v1. Borrowed time activates. Dalai Lama at half HP. There's the first chrono of the game, 23 Savage. They want to finish off Dalai Lama, but he's got support in numbers. Analog comes in with a coil. Might have to retreat, though. And on the side, they're chasing down Schofield. He might be the only kill of this fight.
Yep. It's a full 5-man rotation to kill a 4 Willow, and you use Chrono. And Hector did not have to rotate. So honestly, I'm going to chalk that up to a slight heroic win. These moments are really important for the side of Aurora, especially if they end up losing a Storm here. Doesn't look like it, though.
Yeah, Dalai Lama, no ult to work with this time. He's dead.
All right.
And KJ out of mana. Vortex back into the fray. He drops dead as well. Analog can't finish anybody off, so last couple of minutes have been all Aurora.
They felt bad that Aurora didn't get the kills they went for, so they gave them a second chance. This time around it worked. That was a fight that they chose, and I can understand why they wanted to poke and prod there onto the Storm, but they don't have the burst damage to fully finish him off, and effectively that just makes it wasted resources, and they compromise their position on their support, so they end up losing. Bad in there as well. He's back to bottom immediately though.
Yeah.
Back to work.
I mean, despite that, from Heroic side, they still have very decently farming DK, and the top net worth in the game is the Puck. Of course, K1 not off to the same type of start that he had because, well, the stacks, I mean, they are happening. The Ancients are being stacked right now, but...
On him again. Really?
Dalai Lama, triple teamed, has the borrowed time. Attempting to walk away. Nobody's really near him, but they'll let him go.
This doesn't feel like the best use of Storm's time, to be honest. But I guess with the 90-second cooldown on that ult, maybe this is a way of ensuring 23 some space. He has 60 CS to the 110 of Dragon Knight. So, you know, there's a little bit of ground to cover in that regard. That's also just a matchup. Like, Void will never have as much as a Dragon Knight with a Fire Facet if both heroes are farming, but it's a little bit of an alarming distance that they're generating between the two cores here. 1,000 just raw lane gold at this point.
Yep, he's about 800 for finishing Maelstrom, which will allow him to actually farm at a much better rate, but still, the DK, like you said, built into the hero now. Hector just going ham in the jungle.
Yep, time to farm the Ancients.
So it looks like he will be going S and Y again, as we're going to see a big Ancient stack taken out. And then into the eventual BKB. With, of course, the Butler following him around at that stage. Although, I guess Repel on Puck, it's not as good as Storm Spear, but it's still pretty damn good.
Yeah, it's still nice. I mean, you're not completely safe because of Chrono and Punch, but it still gives you some freedom in the fights that you might otherwise not have, especially against the Storm Orchid. I think that's the biggest deal here.
Is he going Orchid this time? Yeah, looks like it.
Top tower will be sieged. Classic Visage stuff here. Aurora are bringing multiple heroes, and Heroic say, enjoy, we are hitting jungle.
Yep, drums are popped to help expedite the process here. And Dalai Lama, the Echo Saber will be the first item for him, so... I mean, again, it's almost as if nothing has changed on the hero, right? Because Echo Saber, Manta, they were, like for core Abaddon, were pretty normal, because you get the silence really fast. But now, you get the attack speed buff with your team, which, I mean, I guess it's the same as the old one, but instead of the silence, you get attack speed. Or sorry, you get damage over time.
Yeah, do these fully stack with the... Like, what does the Manta technically do?
That's for you to answer, Cinderit.
I don't know if like individual Abaddon clones offer a stacking.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because with the other one, it was obvious. Like every time an illusion hit, you increase the counter on the silence by 1.
Yeah, true. Lama, he's initiated on. They're trying to burn his ult. They do so. Can they follow it up, though? Is Analog making his way over the coil there with the coil? But the egg on onto Kronos, but they only clip the puck who gets repelled. He's fine. Egg does detonate. Schofield, he's going to get caught in the river. Still, Aurora using a lot just for a Dark Willow, although Analog, okay, he's going to be safe thanks to the aphotic shield. So many ways to give this puck some sort of a shield to live.
Yeah. This really is it really is game one all over again, just with a couple of tweaks that make a very big difference. This time around, Aurora can actually find at least one kill every time they initiate. But at the same time, is it enough when you're spending this many resources and Dragon Knight just isn't showing up?
Oh, Devi.
He's dead.
Most likely, no ult this time.
But fine. High ground ward made that a very easy kill for them. Heroic are looking for a move of their own, anticipating that Faceless Void will be farming in the triangle, but not the case. They'll find Q.
Yep, Snowball onto the creep. High ground he comes. Falls shortly after. Although, the Orchid being revealed, Lorinov will be able to get a trade of sorts. Gets the Electric Vortex onto the puck. Is very, very low now. Maybe the Waning Rift away. Uses the coil to try to run, but it's not to be. Jabs gets credit for that one, so a huge response from Aurora.
Yep. Looking much better for them than game number one. They have the second and third net worth hero. They have incredible late game team fighting with Void plus Phoenix combined. Have arguably what I think is now going to be the most sought after support in every game, and the Tusk still. I guess the Faceless Void is not the best drinking buddy-buddy, but it's not bad because Void does buy attack speed. So getting that extra 95 damage from the drinking buddies can really make the difference in a chrono, whether you kill or not.
Yeah.
We'll see.
While all this is happening, K1 still top farmer in the game.
This time he's queuing up Orchid. He's changed it. He was thinking about Orchid on the Dragon Knight, but he will be going for BKB into Daedalus most likely. But will choose to buy the BKB.
Yeah.
So probably expecting Omni to have to repel the puck, mainly. There's a pipe for Visage, so... Aurora Roche is a possibility, of course.
I think he went for the same build game one, did he not? I think he went BKB right after SNY.
Maybe he did.
Because the repel was mostly for the Storm in that game.
Yeah. I think it's similar logic here. They want to put it on the puck, and he also wants to not be fully dependent on the Omni. It's fine.
Just a few minutes away from his BKB. We'll see if they want to align that with some sort of smoke gank at that time. As yeah, Jabs is starting to get pretty beefy. Has the drums and the pipe. 2 aura items completed. What is his quest this game? How many auras does he need?
How about 4?
Does this, I mean, does it look like a Crimson game to you?
Nah.
A lot of magic damage. More stacks taken out by Aurora. Not nearly as much from both respective teams versus the game one. I mean, for Devi, by the way, just the Manta just to dispel is actually incredible.
Nice reaction there.
Yeah. Gets off the Shadow Realm in time.
Let's see if this costs Jabs a bird or not. It's like no. And Puck now has Yules, so has her own solution. Oh. Excuse me, its own solution against the Storm Orchid. So now neither Puck nor Dragon Knight fully reliant on King J. That's a combo between KJ and King Jungles. Interesting. Rain moves in wondrous ways. There goes mid tower. No defense mounted by Heroic.
Oh, we got a coil onto the Void. It's going to be a close one. Oh, he does get taken out. Devi Llama gets credit for it. Much needed kill here from Heroic.
Oh, Aurora want to fight?
They sure do. Orchid onto the Dark Willow, but the Aphotic Shield is there to help save her. And now Jab's in such an awful spot, completely surrounded. And you're right, why would they want to fight in that scenario?
I do not understand that fight selection. You just lost your carry and the enemy team showed a major willingness to rotate to that area. Effectively just bleeding out an additional core hero for what I would say is, you want to do a risk-reward drawing of that one? I don't know where I'm going with this. It's a very bad drawing.
All right, good one, Cinderette.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Keep
Here
up
goes
the good
tier 1
work.
top tower. The Vailama trying to attack, but it's very difficult when you're burning, just like in real life.
God, you're so stupid. And I live for it. 5K lead for Heroic. At what point do you think they're going to want to go for Roche? Because I assume the Abaddon's still pretty decent to help his team attack fast in that scenario, right?
Yeah, both teams can definitely go for... Oh, hang on. Storm Zip, just getting the rune. Okay, so haste on Storm. Maybe looking for an opening. Abaddon is once again just not target.
Initiated on there, Photosphere on top as well. That should be enough damage. Indeed it is.
All right, big kill. I thought for a moment they were angling for the Vailama on the top side, which would have been pretty poor, but that kills.
Not that the Aphotic... did he get it off? I guess he did before...
onto Puck?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
He didn't make it.
No, I see.
He wasn't in.
I mean, the range of that spell is not particularly good anyway.
Yeah, 550 is not the best. But yeah, I feel like Roche is going to be a major point of contention for both teams, because both teams are very capable of taking it. One side has Visage and Drinking Buddies, the other one with the Abaddon plus a very farmed Dragon Knight. I mean, Hector has 300 CS minute 20. I was pointing out when we were talking post-game in Game 1, how he had, I think he had 475 CS in 27.5 minutes.
Yeah.
And you were like, that might be a record. And I think that is the best a Dragon Knight, the number of CS, the highest ever at that point for a Dragon Knight. Wonder if he can beat that record this game.
Yeah, it's pretty absurd.
Ridiculous numbers.
Well, Roche will likely be completely uncontested, so Heroic will
no
get
chrono,
this.
so...
And the game does feel eerily similar to game number 1.
It's better for Aurora.
It is better, but this Dragon Knight is the same.
The Dragon Knight is a problem, and you're still... I mean, the gold lead is I mean, first game they got 2 kills, right? Until the very end. So this time around, they've definitely been successful with more moves, but the issue that their lineup has, it seems that in order for them to find a kill, they have to chrono. So later down the line, if you're not going to get Roches, the Dragon Knight is going to start sieging with a potential Aegis. This one's on the puck. But how are you going to find and break open a fight correctly where you can actually capitalize on it instead of just chronoing one guy, maybe he dies, maybe he gets saved, he either has Aegis or buys back, and then here we go again, right? Like, do you have enough in the tank? Is Visage going to offer enough damage? Can the Storm solo kill heroes? It doesn't look likely right now, but maybe Tusk Ags could be the key once again. Q is working on it now. Break up the fight by just repositioning someone.
It does feel like Troll is more susceptible to that type of kiting than a Dragon Knight, for example. But
oh yeah,
Schofield, better be careful. Hector doesn't care at all.
He tried his best to kill him.
Yeah, he really did.
He said, "You're not one of my butlers, and if you were, your means to an end."
Schofield gets the shard here, so the Cursed Crown will apply the Brambles on exit. The Tusk, Mr. Hugh, got the shard inside of Aurora.
We'll help him farm. He can get his Ags easier.
Yeah, this time not opting for the BKB before the Ags. K1 and Lorenoff, neither are really too bothered by each other. With a TP out, so Analog's not going to find anybody on the outskirts. Devi. Is the Manta getting close? Yeah, just the recipe away right now. And we'll be going for the Harpoon after the fact to upgrade the Echo Saber. Gives him a little bit of extra mobility in these fights.
This strat actually kind of reminds me of a strat that Melk used to call it the Knight strat that they had, which was Dragon Knight, Omni Knight, and then they had Chen. In Dota 1, he was called Holy Knight. And this was a little bit similar, just that the Holy Knight is now the Unholy Knight with a Banon. But the logic is pretty similar, and that strategy was very successful. I think it might have been MYM back then that were playing it. Let's say about 20 years ago. And it's still Dota, so nothing has changed.
Yep,
as we all know, it's the same game. It's funny how random things can remind you of something like that. I have not talked to Melk in a long time.
Yeah, use this as
but I'm sure he's watching. He loves Dota.
23 Savage. Time with a tier 1 tower almost dead. Heroic are just going to finish it off.
Easy tower. They still look very comfortable. I think the main thing in this game is we can obviously see the graphs and the gold distribution or whatever, but you can also tell like the attitude of the players in the game, right? The way they're moving around the map. Hector is playing with insane confidence. He feels like nothing can stop him. Aurora are playing quite tight together and seem a little bit more timid, and it's just the state of the game, right? You can just tell what the communication is without hearing it.
Yeah, it's also an elimination game. So.
Yep. For sure.
K1 doesn't know that, though, obviously.
No.
He plays the same way every game, which is why he's so awesome to watch.
K1 hears it's an elimination game. He's like, great, where do I eliminate someone?
Yeah, exactly.
That's...
Fortification pop for the tier 2 is still melted through for Heroic. They have a minute on the Aegis. Like most of how can they get better value out of this? Is this enough for them? It's only one tier 2 so far.
They're gonna get more, and they'll just keep going. Once again, I don't know if the Radiant are actually capable of killing Dragon Knight right now. But, alright, they won't finish off mid with him. Looks like Puck will poke it. Maybe they think they can get it without using the Dragon Knight, or K1 was like, guys, if I go and hit this tower for 5 seconds, I'm missing 3 CS. So I'm gonna TP bot.
Yeah, gotta go for the record.
And he is behind his record from last game. It was 27:30. I believe he had 475. So he needs to get 80 CS in a minute and a half.
Okay.
Which would be quite incredible. Or I remembered incorrectly, which is of course impossible.
Yeah, we are all old.
So don't think he will beat his record this time.
That is a big... Jab's getting an AC. That is a gigantic item. More auras.
Only 400 CS minute 26. My +1.
Because he doesn't have the 2 traditional wonders, you know?
He doesn't have Shadow Demon in this game.
Yeah.
Stacking for him.
The Abaddon is kind of like a substitute teacher. He's kind of making sure he doesn't get fired, so he does just the bare minimum, but he's not truly devoted, you know?
Not exactly the attire I would expect my substitute.
23 Savage with the Chrono. Okay, the Dragon Knight actually runs into it. Then the Sunray on top of him doing a decent amount of damage, but the Repel basically mitigating everything after the fact. The egg blows up as well, and Aurora kind of out of steam. And Heroic have basically used nothing.
They popped everything and they got him to half without a Baton being near. So that could have been even worse.
They get the little gargoyles as well, and now the tier 2 looks to be next and likely completely uncontested. As K1 Hector again, masterclass Dragon Knight performance. Can they stop him?
Okay, he's
onto the high ground.
Sunray is quite scary.
Yeah, it is. He gets punched onto the high ground. Pop his BKB.
Oh, 2 birds.
Takes out 4 gargoyles.
Well, they forced his BKB and they forced him out. Next time he's coming back with a Satanic. All right, guys, I'm not strong enough yet. So
yeah.
He's going to go and kill his family in the jungle. And he will get a tier 3 token from them as a...
I'm sure they're distant cousins, so yeah. It doesn't really count.
It's all right.
He is one of the most efficient farmers in the world, showing it here. I mean, we haven't talked much about Aurora and their capabilities late game. Obviously, 23 Savage a bit, I mean, it's 9k difference right now between. Okay, but Faceless Void is disgusting late game.
Yep, but he does have the classic Achilles heel of until you get super late, he generally doesn't create the kills himself. So he's an awesome setup for a lot of ranged backup from other heroes, but the problem in this type of game is if the guy who's offering himself up to be chronoed is one beefy boy that you kind of can't get through, even with the addition of your allies, you're relying on flanks. Like at this point, I think Aurora have to find a way to hit the backline. opening up on Dragon Knight is a losing strategy, and this is
all right.
Heroic are going to keep doing this. So
is done.
They need to get in from the side and the back. Find the Willow, find the Omni. Get something started. Sunray is good, but it has to say Satanic.
They don't have creeps now, so the backdoor will kick in a little bit, but he's going to apply some pressure to the range racks. Going to get Vortex in. Brambles is forced. That's something. This is just a lane of rack.
I mean, this
no way around it. Heroic in the driver's seat. 5.5 minutes faster.
It's like
average.
one team is just playing with cheat codes.
Yeah.
It's like you're playing this multiplayer game with your friend. You're like, oh, this is a fun game, and then you're playing Civilization, and then he just has tactical nukes in the Bronze Age. You know, that's what this feels like to me. This dragon doesn't belong in this game. Everyone else is like together. You know, Puck and Void and Storm are kind of holding hands at 15K, and then this dragon just shows up. Like, he is the net worth lead.
Yeah.
It's DK. He's all 10K. What? Oh my god. 500 CS quickly approaching at minute 30.
He's not stopping. I guess this is what happens when you give Dragon Knight a cleave when in melee form. He was all about using that ultimate. Now it doesn't really slow him down that much being melee, at least for farming capabilities, and he has ult in 7 seconds to siege for lane number 2. And again, he's punched in the air. There's the Chronosphere. KJ trying to apply something to him. They actually will. They get him the Guardian Angel blood, and now the Terrorize and it's Satanic being used to get him back to half HP. The Vilama is pretty deep. Will have to use his ult. Another punch into the air, but after all of that, Aurora still technically get nothing. It was close.
Oh, they're trying now.
Lornoff, he's going to get silenced by the Waning Rift. Dragon Tail to follow, but the Snowball is going to keep him alive a little bit longer. 23 Savage trying to take out K1. He's going to get some help with the Drink Keep, but his Hector really low. They finally take him out, but it cost them 3 of their own heroes. And now Analog trying to take out Lornoff, but with those 2 buybacks, Heroic will fall back.
All right. I really hope we get a replay of that first go on the Dragon Knight. He was completely alone. Like, he had no help.
Yeah.
He tanked the entire Chrono, and then he got GA'd and repelled on 10% and just lived. Like, imagine if backup is nearby. That was almost a little bit of a gift to Aurora, that the formation of Heroic there got a little bit too cocky. Look at this. Look where the heroes are. Like, no one is near. And now finally, King J is going to come in. He's not in range. There we go.
Guardian Angel.
He tagged all 5.
That is
alone for 10 seconds and didn't die.
That is what we call gladiator mode.
How is that a thing? Oh my god, man. Oh boy. And
they did kill him though, Cinder. They did vanquish the dragon at long last.
They got him.
The cost was quite heavy.
I'm really surprised nobody's all chatting worth after that kill. That's what it feels like.
So it was a 3 for 1, but then the 2 buybacks just make it that much worse for Aurora.
It gives a very easy path to victory now for Heroic, because I genuinely think Dragon Knight is absolutely unkillable if they kill Phoenix. I think Ollie is doing about half the damage Dragon Knight is taking with Sunray.
Yeah.
So if they somehow kill the Phoenix, he's out of play for about a minute with that buyback penalty. And I mean, not just that, they also have to deal with the Aegis. Like, how are they possibly killing him twice? They can't even kill him once 5v1 with Corona. So, I wonder if they even give him the Aegis, or if they put it on the Puck.
Well, he is the one sieging, to be fair.
Yeah, well, they will put it on him. He didn't backpack his treads. I mean, yes.
I think it's still correct.
Yeah, I can't blame them for this choice, right? They're just going to put him in the front line. He's going to hit tower and be like, hey, guys, are you going to do something about this or what? Until Tusk has his Ags, I think that's the main way they can reliably separate the fight. Will be that. Now he also has AC. Okay. All right.
AC, good.
We've been talking a lot about the Dragon Knight, but some games are literally just, like, they are also making it about Dragon Knight.
This is true.
Puck, as well as Schofield on the Willow. Maybe, I think they didn't see them there. That could have been a really good entry into the fight. if they could have found a coil there on Visage +1, but
So,
Aurora barely get out.
23 Savage with an important item. The panel was discussing this as well. The Nullifier is online. So it takes off Aphotic Shield, takes off Guardian Angel, not Repel though. The order really matters.
But it feels like a necessity, right? Because the last time when they almost killed him, he got GA'd.
Yep.
And that would have not happened if he had the Nullifier, so that it will be an option this time. The thing is, when Void goes this build, I don't know if he has the mana for Refresher until he also has a Skadi. And it does seem like if Aurora want to ultimately win this game, I think they need 2 Chronos. So there's obviously a very long way there when Nullifier is a required purchase along the way instead of going straight Skadi.
Hey, they have Waller's Kick.
Okay.
They have it.
Yeah, he must have sold something, right? Or did he find the gold?
Not sure.
We'll see if they kick him in. This is the Dragon Form life, so if they can kick him into the tier 4s, kill him there, and then you want a Dragon Form, that will be something.
Yeah, here we go. There's the kick into the base. Nullifier plays low. He pops the BKB. Now he's Walrus punched into the air. Half-base stuck inside the charge, but they're Satanic, keeping him alive. The Terrorize on top of 23 Savage with the BKB. They have the damage. Life number 1 is dead. He does not have Dragon Form. 20 seconds. Finally, the Chronosphere comes out. 23 Savage will get King J to start things out. And the DK still all alone, close to the fountain. They vanquish the dragon again. Aurora showing signs of lives. 23 Savage actually will not be going down here. And Schofield will eventually tick away. Double kill for Jabs. An incredible defense from Aurora. And that, well, that's the reveal of the Walrus
Tusk Axe. It was the one thing that could save them, and they got it just when they needed it. I genuinely could not have imagined any better way of setting that fight up. They get the kick into the tier 4s. They start fighting the Dragon Knight in there. He pumps everything to stay alive. And then they get the 2-man Chrono on Omni +1. They nullify him, kill him instantly. And GA is never used. So really, really nice fight from Aurora that will mainly just buy them some time. Because this Dragon Knight can't get much bigger. So if they can do this once more over, they might just have turned the game around entirely.
Yeah, this would be an incredible turnaround. And man, Jabs is so far. He has a sheep now on top of everything else. So another way to control the Dragon Knight if he missteps just a bit. And I'm sure Hector is begging his butlers to build him a Lincoln's or something now.
Well, Devi is working on an Axe. So then they can also get that heal.
Yeah, but with the Nullifier, it's not really going to... Unless he's already repelled, or if he has time to BKB, then it's not going to do that much.
I really want... He's queuing up a Silver Edge now. I guess maybe his plan B now is to try to find kills on the side lanes to enable the push. Now, this hold from Aurora is really big in that, first of all, that was very likely a second lane of barracks for Heroic if they hadn't lined everything up perfectly. But also, it gives them the hope of reaching a point where they can just overwhelm, mainly with the Void plus Phoenix. When Phoenix gets Refresher, ultimately it's far away. He's not even queuing it, actually. He's going for Solar Crest, which I don't know if that's the right choice here, just beefing up your Void even further, but Dragon Knight will not continue to scale indefinitely.
Right,
and you have so much room.
They do have more tools at their disposal soon. We talked about the Omni Knight and the item progression for him. He is choosing to go for Blink Dagger, it looks like, to get closer to be able to repel. And then also with the Abaddon, the Aghanim Scepter. If he can get close enough to activate his ult, that will mitigate a ton of damage as well.
As long as he's getting hit.
Yes, well... No, anytime an ally takes more than 550 damage within Abaddon's range, miscoil.
Yeah, but can he reliably get close enough?
Yeah, that's the question. That is the question.
It's like, as long as the guy's getting hit close to him, 900... Okay, 900 range is enough. Like, it doesn't matter how perfectly you place Crown. 900 range is longer than I actually thought it was. I thought it was like 600. Yeah, that's fine. He'll just... You're right. When they go on a DK, Advantage just going to walk next to him with Eggs. Maybe healing reduction in the cards for this? Potentially. They need to be able to maintain it, though, and not get it dispelled. That's the tricky part. could be the type of situation where,
I mean, they do have the Shiva. Scotty is coming for 23 Savage.
Scotty will be a big help. Do you want to dip more into anti-healing than that, though? I don't think so. I think you just rely on that. They have the Shiva, too. So, yeah, Shiva plus Scotty should cut it.
This game is pretty damn even.
And you can tell Heroic, the way they're moving around the map now.
Yeah, they're actually playing Dota again.
This changed, something changed there in the mindset after that failed attempt. They will obviously be aiming for the next Roche, there's no doubt about it. They will never siege without it against the Faceless Void Tusk combo. Next one, early respawn is in a minute and a half, so that's even more time for the Radiant to keep building up. Void with a completed Scotty is now looking at that refresher. And I do think if 23 gets to this refresher before they get megaed, I think the worst part is before Aurora, as long as he doesn't get caught without buyback. Right. Like, this refresher is a total game changer. It gives them so much more freedom to go for those kills. It allows him to throw the first chrono on someone else, then Dragon Knight, and just kill them off and then build a fight out of it.
It's still a lot of gold away. Still have to buy the entire refresher and have enough for buyback.
Barrier. Shield rune available. Analog is kind of baiting it. They're baiting Lorna. He's not falling for it. Oh my goodness.
Very smart.
Good read there.
Lornoff getting pretty close to 25.
Yeah.
Any 25 talents that you think are super impactful?
Is the Void... Technically, the Void Chrono AoE one could keep a Batten out of range.
Yeah.
If he has one guy on one edge of it and a Batten on the other, but like, come on, you know? He's probably just taking back.
Yeah, backtrack is more...
I mean, Storm is more damage. More damage is good here. It's the main limiting factor for Aurora is can you kill the big boy or not? But those are the two that are close by, right? Nobody else is even remotely close to 25. Dragon Knight already has a armor and regen. He has 55 armor, 56 armor.
That's a nice hefty amount.
It's a lot of armor. And he has the Ogre Seal Totem, which I actually think could play a really important role here.
Yeah, the Ice Shards have been really annoying.
The Ice Shards, the kickback. If he finds a way to reposition himself and somehow disrupt Aurora's combo once, that could just make or break the entire game. So I really like this choice from Hector to go for that.
Game has certainly slowed down quite a bit since that last engagement.
Now, is somebody else going to pick up the pace on Heroic? Like, can they find a way to rebuild this so they're not fully reliant on Dragon Knight to kill the heroes? Puck, he's a massive late gamer when it gets big enough. Going for the Lincolns currently is Analog, but of course can reach a point of critical mass with tons of damage in the coil. The Willow could technically aim for Axe Boon Shard, but is going for a Hex right now. Getting a little bit of a kickback on Devi.
Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble. His ult finally activates, but he is really low. Trying to run away now as Terrorize being faked out. There's the big zip from Lornoff, not able to finish it though. Devi gets away, waning Rift now. More annoyances from this Puck. By the way, what is this silver edge for? Is this for the Graveskeeper's cloak? To get a quick kill on the Visage? I mean, it has a lot of auras.
I think it might also be a way of killing it. You can break backtrack, right? Yeah. So it does give
for
it
the
more
25 talent, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh,
you can break Void's 25 talent. He's planning for that. He thinks the game is going that direction. It gives him a way of catching heroes on the side lanes.
This is big though for Aurora. Aegis Refresher Shard. 23 Savage. He uses the Chronosphere. It's going to clip the Dark Willow, but the Shadow Realm was already used. Schofield will end up dying, but that's a big ultimate down.
Oh, there's
the Dragon Knight with an instant Hex onto Hector. He's going to pop his BKB. The Sunray doing a lot of work. He's going to pop his back taking 80 damage. There's the Chronosphere for 23 Savage. Number 2, thanks to the Refresher Shard. Making good use of it, but a big Terrorize to delay things as much as possible. And look at the Satanic going to work, but the Walrus kick away, and K1 Hector looks to be dead in the water. That is a big kill for Aurora, and they still maintain Aegis. As I say that, they use it instantly, but Divine Llama trying to keep his Puck alive. Lornoff It's a surround tactics onto Analog. He gets inside the tree line, has illusory orb soon, blinks away to safety. Divine Llama though, no ult to work with now. Eventually Sheepstick, and he will be brought to his knees. So 2 kills and 2 very important kills for Aurora. Well, technically it was 4, I guess. They bought back on 2.
Yeah, this Tusk is doing so much for them. If Aurora managed to make it to top 8, this Tusk has really, I think, for me, been the most impactful hero in game both 2 and 3 here. Q is doing so much with these kickbacks, with the kick away. Like, even just, it's just like, okay, this fight's going pretty well. Let me just kick Dragon Knight out of it. And we just focus on other things. He's buying so much time, and you can tell Heroic know this. They went for the kill on him very first, but with that buyback and the teleport location that they were fighting in with the Twin Gate, he could easily connect down to the outpost.
Yep, and they got a Roche banner, so they got all the creeps they can work with. They're actually going to try to go for Throne here. 30 seconds of no buyback here on the Dragon Knight.
Whoa,
here for number 1 is out. Are they actually just going to win this game right here, right now? First crown of 23-7. They don't have much of a defense to work with on Heroic. They're about to be eliminated from TI. Boyle on the backline is on the 2 with 23 Savage, and Lauren off a company still focusing on the throne. KJ gets nullified. He's used the Ancient. It's actually done. Aurora wins this absolute thriller game number 3. They will move on through TI. Heroic, unfortunately, eliminated.
Oh. One way to win, right? It is the enemy team is going to push your high ground. You need to use all of the tools in your arsenal. You need to combine them correctly and strategize. You have time to think. They figure out what to do, and they execute it in their own high ground and turn the game around. Beautiful.
Unbelievable game. Let's see what the panel has to say.
We're going to have a lot to say about this third game. I thought for the longest time that we were going to have to say goodbye to Aurora, but at the end of the day, they proved that they do not need to be up against a troll to find an enemy carry to ping-pong about, because I feel like Dragon Knight got the same treatment there. Oh, there's a lot to break down here, Lacoste. Where you want to start? You want to start by singing the praises of Tusk?
I can't believe they gave him. After what happened in the second game, Tusk again, first pick. It's just insane what this hero does, especially with the item that Q is going for, this Blink, this Aghanim Scepter, also finding Psychic Headband as a neutral item, so it makes it a lot easier for him to set it up. And I think I got to point out the big elephant in the room, this Abba. I don't think he's done much.
For a long time, it looked like it was going to work.
No, I think this hero was not doing anything in the fights, and also not going for the right items. Like, if they had, you know, something from the offlane, some pipe, some whatever is necessary, Solar Crest, Crimson Guard, wherever, you would be able to push that high ground. Just that little bit of oomph. You're going for that 25-minute high ground push. You don't have it. You have Manta style. You don't even have silence anymore. Like, what is the Manta for?
We might see the highlights to kind of showcase what Lacoste is mentioning, but we can also talk about the Abra maybe a little bit down the line, because of course Q, I love the fact he went for the Blink, he went for the Aghanims, he didn't try and go for BKB this time around, he didn't identify the need for it. And for Heroic, I mean, fundamentally they just lacked, I guess, the discipline in the final moments. They'll be kicking themselves so hard, because when
they already got kicked, they don't have to kick themselves.
That's true. They self-inflicted to some degree, because like they go to the high ground and like Hector's hitting the high ground. Actually, we're gonna see it here, and this is I think where Lacoste has the kind of complications a bit with the Abba. It's like you're killing off the DK. He does turn it around, but like every fight just felt like they missed that extra piece to help Hector. He had all the farm. He just needed one more hero to help him get over the line.
I think the missed itemization from Abaddon, pointed out by Lacoste, is a very good point, because Abba built to basically go in the fight and right-click, but in this game, he functioned as something to buff up Hector extra. So we saw in this fight, for example, just now, how they were able to turn after he lived through the chrono with the GA, with the shields from Abaddon, with the heals, and that was the story of the game, but there was no itemization to facilitate an even easier high ground. I do want to say, though, that they got a little bit too big for their bridges.
Oh, here it is, Effie.
Your favorite part.
It's rough.
I think at this point in the game, I understand why they wanted to force the issue, but the problem here is that they didn't respect the item timings that came out on Aurora, like the nullifier on Faceless Void, the extra scaling coming out of the Tusk with the Walrus kick. Like, if there had been a little bit more discipline, maybe we would have seen a different game, because this here felt like a really good outplay from Aurora, but also a huge underestimation by Heroic.
It's a weird game, right? Where, I don't know if I've said it or I might be repeating myself, but again, this game kind of does it to you. Like the 1-1-1 DK, the 1-2-1 Abaddon, like the game was incredible net worth. Everything was going well, but they were doing it without actually winning a team fight. And then when the team fights really came into play, of course, it's very, it's easy to do it for Aurora when they're at their base. And we haven't really mentioned the value of Sunray. Like Sunray ate through the DK, and I think this took so much discipline for Aurora not to fall victim to what Heroic was presenting, because like they showed a really bad chrono at the tier 2. Like Aurora, they chronoed the DK without catching the Willow, without catching the Omni Knight. DK then turns around, they win the fight. So if Aurora make that misplay again, this game is completely over. So they made a near game losing mistake, identified how to fix it for the next one, and then played it out. And we haven't mentioned Schofield yet on the Willow, but Schofield played an incredible game. The amount of stuns he's providing, the roots, the terrorizes, the fears to keep these fights open, like, I kind of feel bad for him. Like, it feels like he did everything in his power to try and get the win, but again, just...
This game for Heroic is going to leave them bad taste in the mouth.
This one's going to hurt.
Yeah.
It's just, like, you had it. Like, you're going to watch this replay 2-3 times, see what went wrong, what you could have done better. But for Hector, it has to be extremely bad, because he was staying on top of the net worth by a huge margin. He was almost doubling the net worth of Faceless Void. He was ready to go. It's called, you can't be able to use it. And when we go back, when this player kind of entered the scene when he was playing for Level Up, these are some of his strongest heroes. When he was playing Queen of Pain, Storm, Puck, he always dominated, and they just gave him Storm again, and he looked godlike.
Yeah, I think you can praise every player in Aurora for keeping their composure in this game and finding their way back into the game, because you can also make a case for how well 23 played with those chronos, right? When you had the Tusk kicking back DK into the base, when they killed him off of his Aegis, then they chronoed the backlines, killed them while DK was respawning, and then that second Roshan that they fought for, they got a refresher out of it. I mean, that refresher was game-changing. It gave them a teamfight win on a silver platter, which also begs the question of, did Heroic not position themselves or prepare themselves in time to play for that second Roche? Because there was a lack of discipline, just a tad bit here.
There was, but Aurora knew perfectly how to capitalize any kind of mistake that Heroic made, and therefore Aurora moves forward, and for some celebratory words, we're heading over to Nomad, who's talking to Jabs.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, indeed. I mean, phenomenal win. I mean, that was an absolutely crazy series. How are you feeling after that one?
Of course, we feel pretty good, but I think in the same time, like we could have lost that game too.
Yeah, did that ever go through your mind? You know, like the Hector DK, it was so big, it was so scary. You know, did you have confidence that you were going to be able to come back and beat it?
I think because like we have Phoenix and Wild, like we're always pretty confident to win if we like can hold it down.
I see. So what was the communication like during these parts of the game then, when, you know, they were getting the better of you and you were kind of having to fall back a little bit? You know, what were you saying to each other in those moments?
I think after the top fight that he died with Aegis, and we feel pretty confident if we didn't make a mistake outside and fight together, we're not going to lose the fight anymore.
Excellent. Well, that certainly worked out for you guys. You keep your cool and it gets you there in the end and you take the win. And that means you're now going to the international main stage. You know, you get to play in front of a crowd, you get to play in the arena. What does that mean for you?
I feel pretty good because, like, you know, you don't get the same feeling when you're playing without crowd. And it's like, yeah.
Absolutely. And do you think it's going to kind of power you guys up and push you to perform even better?
I hope so. I hope, like, I don't choke in front of the crowd.
Yeah, of course. I'm sure you won't. Finally from me then, I know that you and Sunbi are kind of the leaders of this team. Do you feel like you're on the path to becoming the strongest you can be? Do you think you're on the path to achieving your potential as Aurora?
Not really, because like I feel like for myself, like I'm probably becoming like better as a captain and like leading for the team. But as a player off laner, I feel like I'm playing like just normal and like I'm not playing better than like before. So like I'm trying to improve on like myself.
Excellent. Well, hopefully the crowd can give you that boost you need, and we'll get to see Aurora in its full form at the international main stage. Jabs, thank you so much for coming to talk to me. Best luck for the future. Back to you, Shiva.
I do find it impressive always to know that Jabs is the captain and the offlaner at the same time. I feel like it's still across the tradition for supports to mostly be the captains of the squads.
Yeah, most definitely. And we also seen Fly talk about his role where he had like too much on the plate when it comes down to captaining, being like doing all the prep for the team as well, being the in-game leader. So we see that players, Jabs as well, he needs to focus on his own game. He says that he kind of was stale for a little while, needs to improve in some of the departments as well. But they got the dub here, that's what matters, and they're going to be able to reset, have 2 days off to think about who they're going to be playing against. It's going to be either Team Spirit or Extreme Gaming, so tough matchup nonetheless, but they have a lot of preparation to do coming into that series.
They really do. They really do. A couple of days will definitely set them on the right track. And they obviously get to watch the match in a little bit to see, I don't know, if there's any weaknesses are exposed. That normally can help a little bit as well, right, T?
Yeah, studying your opponent, seeing, what certain parts of the draft confuse the coaches, maybe what part of play kind of complicates it. So, yeah, getting the win now, maybe ordering some food, sitting back, watching the series will be very helpful.
Yeah, and perhaps it will also be a little bit of a prize for a rogue to be able to sit back and relax and watch without having to prepare. I'm trying to silver line this. It's going to feel really rough for Heroic exiting here at this point of the road to the international and not making it to top 8. For some final words of Heroic, we're also going to head over to Pyrion, who is standing by with Analog.
Thank you, Shiva. Yes, I am joined by Analog. Thank you for coming. That was an incredible series to watch. It was very unpredictable. I'm sure it was unpredictable to play in it. What did it feel like to play in that series? Was it chaotic or was it just methodical? What happened?
I think today we was having a lot of good games and playing very well as a team. But this last series we fell off a bit and we lost a bit of the momentum we had. Like we don't played that well as a team in this last series, so it was a bit chaotic, I would say. And yeah.
Well, it's a shame we're going to lose you because it was great to watch. Some nice, interesting picks, and it was a bit of variety. Going into next season, what are you guys going to do to maybe improve some of that consistency and iron out some of the chaos?
Well, this type of thing you just fix by practicing and training, and is what I'm gonna do, and is what I push my team to do, and it's all about it, right? Like grinding, coming up, and performing. Grinding, coming up, and performing. I focused a lot in this tournament to have a good performance, but this type of things sometimes happens, like of we not having a great day together or not like playing as a team some games, and of course we have to work on that.
Every team does. So, yeah, it's good to hear you're going to do that. Is there anything you'd like to say? Because you're flying the flag for Brazilian Dota as well, of course. Is there anything you'd like to say to the Brazilian fans back home?
Yeah, of course. First of all, thank you for everyone.
You can say it in Brazilian if you want.
Portuguese. First of all, thank you for all the Heroic fans. Thank you for everyone that's cheering for us, that are like in the pub stomps, are in the Twitch chat, like cheering for us, cheering for me, cheering for our team. It's super nice, the support you guys have. I tried my best. I'm sorry to disappoint, not go that far, but count on me. I will stay like improving and doing the best I can. And for the Brazilians, muito obrigado. Vocês todos que estão aí de casa, vocês todos, comunidade inteira que se juntou para torcer, para fazer parte desse momento. Muito obrigado. Não vou decepcionar vocês. Eu vou trazer o Major ainda para o Brasil. Dessa vez não foi, mas eu vou continuar trabalhando para isso. Cada vez melhor, cada vez mais longe. And for the Spanish speakers, muito obrigado, muitas gracias a todos a comunidade Latam que está acompanhando, de Perú, de Argentina, de Bolívia, todos da comunidade Latam. Muchas gracias por su apoyo es muy importante. Me encanta ver los comentarios de ustedes son muy vibrantes. Voy a seguir mejorando, voy a seguir haciendo todo que podemos para traer para SA un torneo, para ganarnos un torneo, para ser el primero y mejor team SA de todos los tiempos. ¿Ya? Muchas gracias.
Okay, that sounded amazing. Muchas gracias for joining me for the conversation. We're sorry to lose you, but it was wonderful to watch you. Better luck next year. And Shiva, back to you guys.
Just casually thinking basically the whole world in 3 different languages. That is insane. We have very much enjoyed watching Heroic play this road to the international. I think, Effie, they did come up with some unusual stuff, but that made it just extra spicy.
They really did. I mean, they're so fun and entertaining to watch. Like, even in this series, they delivered last picks that we don't really see very often. We saw a Troll, we saw an Abaddon. They have this really brawly, skirmishy style where they're always running at heroes. It's never, like, boring when you watch Heroic. And they have a long way to go, but I believe they can get there because they've shown us signs of brilliance in their early game. They've shown us signs of brilliance in their mid game. What they lack now is just experience and discipline, and that's what you get from playing on stages like this. So they should be proud of themselves and the show that they brought us today.
Yeah, and they say that they will keep on grinding, they'll keep on learning, and we're keeping learning here as well with Purge.
Thanks, Shiva. Yeah, I want to look at some of the team fights that were happening in that game because it is a couple different heroes that we don't see very often. The Abaddon off lane to provide dispel and shields for their allies, and on the other side, just tons of team fight that's hard to execute. And that's because Heroic picked all these really hard to kill cores. They had a Dragon Knight carry, high HP, high armor. The Abaddon can pop his ultimate to become damage immune and remove some disables. And even when they do catch a hero, this is what's going to happen. This guy, the one guy in danger, is going to get covered by the Omni Knight or by Divine Llama. Either one. Either hero is going to cover him and try to keep him alive. So it's made it super, super hard for Aurora to actually secure kills in almost any of these team fights. The downside, obviously, is then Heroic also has a little bit too much defense and maybe not much offense, but it makes for pretty cool team fights. And in the meantime, what happened was Hector just hit an insane amount of neutrals. Tons of stacking by Schofield and other heroes. He had neutrals, he pushed waves, he did ancients in so many different varieties. And they also got some kills on the map. They pressured 23 Savage in the laning stage, out of the laning stage. They kept his net worth like significantly behind where the Dragon Knights was. And they were successful in this one gank in the mid lane where they blink, punch, analog very quickly into the Chronosphere. It's a little bit hard for those save heroes to get close. In fact, one really crucial thing when this happens is the Orchid here on top of the Abaddon. If you make sure he can't cast a spell, that's one other way to protect it. So it's like this really complicated way to make team fights on the Aurora side. In the meantime, Hector is hitting creeps, he's hitting ancients, he's pushing towers. So some of these fights just didn't look like Aurora is going to be able to break them. So the fact that they managed to do it in the end, once they finally got enough net worth, finally got enough items and got enough damage, and enough ways to dispel Heroic saves, that's really what changed things. But it was very close. They almost broke them.
Yeah, just not enough oomph in the tank at the end of the day for Heroic, so they will be eliminated. And not just that, T, we talked about at the start of the series, this was not just Aurora versus Heroic, but it was also the last we've seen in this Road to National of South America.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think, especially for the region. You know, some years they break top 8, top 6. Other regions, they unfortunately are, the last place region. I think this year has been a bit of a struggle for the region because Heroic has held the mantle, stopping other teams from getting to international tournaments, but it's a shame they couldn't go a little bit further. And going from the interview as well, like it's good at least for Analog, Brazilian Dota to have kind of wave the flag, because also like SA Dota's been a lot of Peruvian players for a long time, but before that it was Brazilian. So I think it's an interesting region. I hope for next year that we have at least 2 or 3 teams fighting for that top spot to just make the region more competitive, because when it's only one team, it unfortunately does hurt them down the road. But again, decent showing. And I hope the region just is stronger for next year.
Yeah, the road to the international can be brutal like that, and it will continue to be brutal because we have one more series left in the road to the international. And it's a series that a lot of people were expecting to be potentially a grand finals. And now one of these 2 teams will not even make it to top 8. I'm talking about Spirit and Extreme. That's the series we're heading to next. But before we do, we're going to see another contribution for the short film contest. Let's enjoy At All Costs.
Oh.
At Any Cost, featuring a little bit of an overzealous Tinker there, and Tinker Hero is a hero that I am not expecting in the upcoming Best of 3 series. It is potentially part
The shade, Shiva.
No.
deserved.
But
I watched the Team Spirit vlog. They're very diligent with their vlogs, and Amir agrees. He's like, this hero doesn't fit me. That's what he said in the vlog. So I trust Mira. I trust this Mira as well. Mira,
This Mira agrees too.
I know you agree as well.
That's
Okay,
awesome.
great. Let's try to break this down. I feel it feels very strange having this Best of 3 at this stage. Lacoste.
Yeah, not what we expected. Unfortunately, one of these teams are not going to be playing on the main stage. Even if we look at the groups, the teams that did top their groups, Falcons, C9, these two teams, 3 of them are in the lower bracket, which is a bit of a surprising one, considering like how meta developed and everything. Team Spirit, they talked in the interview, like when we had Silent, they gave too much to announce. They gave them the second time pretty much the same draft, and they end up in this lower bracket. They did win against G2IG, but still a long way run. And we do have some of these legendary players playing against each other. Ame against Yatoro. This game, I want to see 3 games no matter what. I want to see some clutch, some like 40, 50-minute game where it gets pretty chaotic, where Dota shines the most.
I mean, it's just what most people could have expected to even be the grand finals. It's the lower bracket grand finals. Like, the fact that we're in this timeline of both of these teams being in this position in the lower bracket, like maybe, in a top 3 situation, top 6, maybe, but the fact that it is one of them not going to the international, like you said, Shiva, is bewildering.
Yeah.
Flabbergasted.
Keep in mind that both of these teams have been against each other in Best of 5 LAN grand finals this year with varying results. One time it was Team Spirit winning, and one time was Extreme Gaming winning. That being said, it's mostly Extreme Gaming winning the series this year. But if we do a little bit of a deep dive in how these two teams play, Effie, there is something to be said for the way the teams are winning and potentially even for the way the teams are losing.
Yeah, Team Spirit and Extreme Gaming are considered the comeback teams of this tournament in that they will often get crushed in the early game and find their way back into the game. That one good team fight, that one good moment. We've seen Extreme Gaming do it versus Game of Gladiators. We've seen Team Spirit do it time and time again. But if we could pull up the graphic here, I wanted to examine a little bit more closely the match duration for losses. Yep. Because typically, Extreme Gaming, when they lose very fast. And when Team Spirit lose, they lose in 35 to 45-minute games. Over here, we have Team Spirit's 2 losses this tournament. They've only dropped 2 games. Yeah. And both those games were to Nouns. Shout out to Gunnar. But you can see here, 45-minute loss, 48-minute loss. They will fight and claw and struggle their way into a game. Whereas the contrast here for Extreme Gaming, you have one 38-minute loss, one 19-minute loss, and one 32-minute loss. So Extreme Gaming tend to lose faster. They tend to be a lot more vulnerable to fast play than Team Spirit.
Yeah, I think the drafts as well for Extreme, they put themselves in this position because they're picking Phantom Assassin, where we don't really see it. We've got support Slark, support Timbersaws, and not saying maybe these are reasons that they're losing, but I think when you go a little bit more creative, you are punished to either teams being quicker than you or just your kind of novelty of your draft falling off, right? And we saw it with Heroic with the Abaddon offlane. Extreme have put themselves in a position with some of the quirkiness that they've approached, and this is why I expect this best of 3 to just kind of move away from that and just really facilitate like what the best they can bring.
And if we go back to TI 2021, where Radan, aka Yatoro, played like different hero every single game, so far his hero pool is relatively small. Only played 4 different heroes, which is pretty surprising. I know we're in the meta.
Player, though, that's why.
Yeah, we're in a different meta where a lot of these carries are kind of the same, but I also want to see something else from Yatoro, because when this guy is in a situation where he needs to play like a different hero, they have, some Spectre, some PA, some Huerta that could come out. That's what I want to see from Spirit here.
Yeah, and also you bring up 2021 Ti, but that's also the last fluff point that I will bring up for now. But we talked about Extreme Gaming versus Team Spirit this year, but we can't forget the history between Team Spirit and Ame plus Xingqiu. This is not the first time they've met Team Spirit at Ti, right? They were part of the LGD roster that were in the grand finals versus Team Spirit in their first Ti win. Afterwards, they had a lot of epic showdowns, right? They had the Arlington Major, they had the Riyadh Masters of 2022, and these players are always facing Team Spirit in these high-stress situations. So Ame and Xingqiu, they've got the experience versus Team Spirit when they're close to elimination, but what about the other three players in XG? They don't have the same kind of experience versus Spirit.
They also have the entire region on their backs.
They do.
Like, if they get eliminated, then China is out of the international. And when was the last time China didn't make top 3, top 6? Like, every single historical moment in TI history has always been like the PSG LGD run. Maybe it gets cut short at top 3. They make grand finals. Sure, they don't win it, but most of our, just the biggest moments in history has been because of China getting to a deeper position, and that is mental to think that either a TI champion in Spirit gets eliminated, or an entire region that has built legacy around TI also gets eliminated.
It's the reality we are facing right now, and it's also the draft we're facing right now. Extreme Radiant, Team Spirit, Dire. We already got our first picks on the board with an Omni Knight and Mirana. Lacoste, they're sticking nice and close to the meta right now. It's very safe, almost.
Yeah, for now. I think 3 picks in, both teams, we're not going to see too much staying away from meta, but then the things are going to start to cook. Mirana, mostly played by Xingqiu, exclusively played by Xingqiu on side of Extreme Gaming. He does have 3 games. They did win all 3 of those games. I like the itemization that he went for in one of those games. He is thinking outside of the box, not picking up the boots, instead going for the Windlace, getting Solar Crest, getting drums, then going for Boots of Speed, because all the components, they do have Windlace, and you're amplifying damage with the Solar Flare, drums, Solar Crest on your carry, so Ame can have a free entry to the fight.
It's also just you take this Mirana away from Team Spirit, who have been running it on Radon Yatoro as the carry. Like, he's been popping off on it. They combine it with Kunkka, and just eliminating that part of their winning recipe for Team Spirit already simplifies the way you can approach this draft. And Storm Spirit comes out here as a response to Omni Knights. Typically, the way you deal with the Omni Knight is you get a hero that can jump him and also silence him before he can cast his defensive abilities, if you don't have any Shadow Demons or like hard dispels in the game. So Storm, with his early Orchid timing, can always pose a threat to Omni.
We just saw it in the last game as well, to work to pretty good success on Lorinov. That's what I got, guys. I don't know, I was going to say something cool, but I thought I'd wait.
And I guess we can talk about, like, how long does it take to activate Storm? Or, like, what means can you take to make sure that your Storm gets to that early Orchid? Because this hero can be pressured on lane, this hero can be rotated on. He needs to have supports that can play around him and around runes to make it so that he hits that crucial timing. Because if he doesn't, and Omni is just cruising with his team, they start to 5-man, and Storm hates playing into 5-man lineups.
Yeah, progressing the map helps a lot there. Omni Knight himself doesn't really do anything to stop Storm from farming, but if you're bringing a hero, I'm not saying pick Enigma, but like the concept of take safe lane tower, move to mid, take tower, you force Storm to farm deeper into the jungle without the protection of the tier 1 teleport, it can hurt you a lot. Like Storm, as much as you can be active and get 13, 14-minute Orchids, if the game flow doesn't allow you to hit that timing, you are always behind. Like, if you're behind, you can struggle a lot compared to other Spirit heroes.
They're really taking their time for this one.
Yeah.
I'm down for some Mars. I think Lockdown against Storm Spirit is going to be great. Make Mirana's life miserable, pair it up with the Snapfire. You need some... Never mind, it's banned. Thank you for pointing that out, Effie, with the finger. Appreciate it.
They have their Kunkka, though, that they've been running.
Yeah, that's the strong combo that they had also. But you see this Omni Knight, Storm Spirit. We also see a lot of Storm Spirits being picked in the second phase immediately. And I think that's relatively punishable with the heroes that are still left in the pool. These Invokers, these Pucks that are still available, they could pick it up. And we saw in the previous series as well, the Dragon Knight, what the hero can do. So I think some of these teams got inspired as well.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen this draft before, but...
Well, you might have seen this draft before at the very first game that Team Spirit played against Beast Coast, because they ran this, the DK Omni lane at least.
Yeah.
So we'll see if...
It is disgustingly strong. Like, you see how quick DK can farm, especially if you're not needed to make any moves on the map. And
oh!
Okay.
There he is!
I'm a little worried because I think what Tinker brings to a draft is not forward map play. It's more continuous farm until you hit a snowballing timing and then you kind of barrel down the waves. That is the philosophy that enabled DK to actually just become this unkillable beast. Like if Yotaro or Radan can farm like Hector did, then when Tinker wants to enter the fight and have like a Locket or a Greaves, DK's already going to have SMY, Armlet, plus one big item.
Tinker also takes a lot of your farm from your carry. Mid laner, he can farm a triangle, can farm a big camp, but this is where the hero actually farms, in a triangle. So that means if you have a carry that is reliant on having to be in a triangle, somebody's going to need to take an L. And a lot of the times it's going to be carry because this Tinker is a very greedy hero.
Bring me back the Magnus again. Like I'm looking, like Mars is banned, Doom's picked. Like, what's the collapse hero that brings a bit more action and fight? And if you can facilitate the fight for your DK, it looks good. RP, there's cleave naturally built into DK with the red facet.
Last time that the DK, they had the offlane Slardar. Brings fights.
Sure, brings
I don't know if
Roshan.
that's what you're looking for, but it does...
I just want to see Spirit be more aggressive. I think throughout the road to International, they've kind of weaved in and out of different styles of play, and their best play has been take the fight to the offlane, bring it to the game.
Wow. This is a lot of bonus time. They only have 3 seconds.
Yeah, I thought they were going to random for a second. Maybe some gyro. So this means Luna, carry with Omni Knight, Dragon Knight, most likely in Larl's hands. They want to shift priority, have like better carry, and also have something to stun with from the mid lane, which is also a good matchup for Dragon Knight.
It also brings the tempo that you were talking about too. You want them to play aggressively. This can also be played from the offlane as well if you want to cook up a different Laurel hero. But I did want to comment on the Tinker that you guys were talking about. While it is a very greedy hero, I don't think it feels very threatened by the heroes that Team Spirit shown until this Luna came up, who's going to play very fast and provide more damage than Tinker can mitigate. Because early game jump, early game tempo, it's very hard for Tinker to match that rate because he's a high mana cost hero. He needs time and he needs to make sure he's in a position where he can play defensively on his cores. So this Luna brings the tempo to counteract that concept of Tinker.
And there's the Magnus ban from Extreme, so they were thinking about that too. And going on the point of Tinker as well, it's like right now, Doom wants to sit in lane and farm. Tinker wants to get levels, move back to jungle, protect towers. Other than Storm or Honor, there's no real big map play, which prevents the Luna from hitting creeps, the DK from hitting creeps. I am a little worried that Extreme, they can smoke with a Doom or they sit back. There isn't that big explosive entry to the game to stop a tanky lineup becoming tanky.
Well, at the moment, they have only played Mirana on Xingqiu. I would imagine Ame in the meantime also.
That's why these bans are very strong. Like
Ame, I'm checking. Ame played quite a lot of games in the last couple of days. 93 games in the last 8 days. So this guy didn't sleep at all.
How
He's
many
been
Mirana
grinding.
games?
0 Mirana games.
Oh.
He does not believe in the hero from the carry role.
Well, then I think we're going to still see a core, maybe an active core, if that's what you feel like they're lacking. Active carry. Ooh!
Second Night Stalker.
Instant Muerta. Not even thinking. Bam, pick it.
Lacoste, you missed your opportunity!
This hero has 66% win rate in 3 games. In one of those games, it got heavily countered. I said that this hero is going to come out later down the line because teams are, the more experienced teams are going to bring up this hero. It's the hero that farms fast. All you need, I would love Muerta to have some kind of a setup, because this is not the type of a setup that I would like to see. Limited control so they can run away with the Doom. Tinker, it's not the lockdown that I want to see. So in this one, I don't believe in Muerta.
Yeah, Muerta is like, if you had to rank like amount of items to be good, Muerta is like one of the like greediest scaling carries in the meta right now. And that is my biggest fear. Like you've got Muerta paired with the Tinker into a Night Stalker lane, so you can't really kill the Night Stalker. Plus the static nature. It's like if Extreme were winning this, it's like incredible map play, eventual scaling, because the entire narrative of this game feels like Spirit should be controlling it until they make a mistake.
This is an incredibly greedy draft from XG. I see the logic of the Muerta pick, but she does need time. And this Night Stalker pick, I love that Spirit took a page out of Tundra's book when Ramses last picked it for himself. If he goes Blink first, the same way Ramses did, they're going to have that silence to control Tinker, the silence to control Storm, and essentially just run over the early game with their early Luna timings. With that being said, XG do have a very good scaling lineup.
You fight during
scary.
the nighttime. You have Luna, Night Stalker. I don't think you can ask for anything better on this one. And he still has Blinding Void on
that's
Night
what I was
Stalker.
gonna
So
say.
that means the first 5 minutes it's going to be daytime. And also it works a similar way as you know, you're losing the vision of a hero dealing extra damage, so they can't save you. So this Tinker will not be able to save people. That's pretty cool.
That is cool.
This much vision on a hero. You see nothing.
A tiny amount of vision, but indeed does mean that maybe Extreme will be given a little bit more time.
I don't think there is any time for them to play Dota 2 in this game.
Jeez.
Like, minimal.
The issue is once Night Stalker hits 6, he's going to make a play on either Storm or Muerta, and it feels like it might actually be easier to bring your heroes to Muerta's lane and pressure her way too hard.
Well, I know one person that believes in the draft, even if you guys don't. It's, of course, Coach Maps, who is right now standing by with Nomad.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, indeed. So the first question I would like to ask is, what do you feel like makes Muerta a good pick in this game for the last pick?
英雄，你觉得是有什么让你觉得最后一选是好的呢？
这英雄就是我们在之前的时候，就是前2天的时候 ，AME 嘛，他有去认真的研究过，然后就不管他就跟我们说的是，不管对面选什么都是他，就是这个阵容就为这个英雄搭配。
So Ame, for the past 2 days, specified that Muerta is very strong, and he studied the hero, and he said, no matter what they pick me Muerta.
Oh my goodness, that is some extreme confidence. All right. I guess confidence is high then. I mean, do you think you're going to be able to beat this Spirit team?
就你们很有信心，你觉得能打败 Spirit 吗？
信心谈不上吧，毕竟雪碧也是个很厉害的队伍，我们打好自己就可以了。
I wouldn't say very confident, because Spirit is a
draft that XG has gone for. I know that's kind of their style for the most part, but oh man, I think they kicked up the greed onto like level 9 or something.
That's true. They need a lot of money to get this lineup online on Extreme Gaming. We'll see if they get the chance to get there. Team Spirit, on the other hand, looking at their draft, what does their lineup sort of say to you?
It's fast, it's tempo-based, but it also has great scaling. They've got kind of like a mini tricore between the DK, Luna, and the Night Stalker, even though the NS can go down more of a early tempo build as top. XXS might just die here.
I think he will. Final Lucid Beam comes through there. Radon is going to be able to start this game off with a first blood.
Yeah, so across the board, I would say Spirit, they have a great way to set tempo. They have great ways to fight early. And yeah, that could definitely be a key to success for them to play versus XG with pretty okay. Actually, both team fights are a little bit lackluster, but I think Spirit maybe having an edge just because Luna now can get involved with the Eclipse. Snapfire Kisses are going to be a bit of an edge on that one too. So we'll have to see how the lanes do kick off. First blood does happen right off the bat.
And talk to me a little bit about this your final pick, the Night Stalker, right? Not a thing that a lot of teams are playing with. And interestingly enough, this time round, in comparison to what I believe we saw the other time with the Night Stalker pick, Collapse taking the alternative Bassett.
Yeah, that means, of course, his lane is going to be a little bit worse, but throughout the game, it's pretty good because you're actually doing way more damage, and you're also just making it so one target cannot really be bailed out of bad situations. So versus something like a Muerta carry, which...
Top lane, revenge to be had here by Extreme as they take Maposhka down.
But yeah, it's gonna make that early start just a little bit slower, of course. But overall, no, I'm super down with people experimenting a little bit because I think this hero needs to be experimented more. Only seen one so far from this tournament.
So far, mid lane matchup here between Lyle and XM on the DK Storm. Pretty close, a little bit of an edge here for the Storm. Getting a few denies in against the DK early. We'll see if that continues.
To be expected. I think Storm overall has been starting to look very strong overall in this in the tournament, just because it's a scaling mid laner as well, besides just being a spellcaster. So I'm actually glad to see it a little bit more. I know we saw it a bunch in that last series, so.
lane. So I'm try and get aggressive again here. Scorched Earth, but Radan and Maposhka ready to trade back.
I still can't believe that we're doing XG versus Spirit in the lower bracket. It's Ame versus Radan down here. It's pretty insane. Maposhka will protect. Sure that he gets that Lotus. It looks like Tinker on the opposite side was able to get it. Definitely going to be a bit of a slower start here for X. Very strong lane. Spirit is gone.
Yeah.
But on the flip side too, Muerta is going to be getting that good farm with DY backing him up. Especially until nighttime hits. You know, next 2 minutes or so should be quite free for Ame.
I mean, when the nighttime hits as well, do you see an opportunity in this lane for Team Spirit to get aggressive with these two heroes? Like, what will their level of strength be like with the Snap and Nightstalk when the first nighttime hits?
If they bring a third hero, I think it's a little weird sometimes getting too aggressive in Tinker. You have to be a bit cautious as a
Lovely shots here being hit by Ame. He's getting some beautiful angles and Collapse. Getting bullied right back underneath the tower. DY's going to be able to chase him down a little bit. Really caused some issues for his farming in this lane. As Collapse not having an easy time during the daytime.
Nice
Mira
shot.
comes back into the lane, and again, Ame able to make the connection. Collapse, he's kind of stuck in a bit of an awkward spot.
He's
and
dodging the
DY,
march.
oh indeed, he's going to make it back safely. Collapse, living on the edge here. Ame, another shot comes in though, and Ame, he's shooting them down on this bottom lane. We heard it at the start, right? He wanted to play some Muerta. He's getting to do that, turning up and shooting them down easily, getting early kills here in the safe lane.
Lacoste did say, right? I think he was saying, what, 90-something matches in 8 days? So, like, Ame has definitely been fiending. Very nice connections there. 2 early kills. Very nice. Doom is suffering, though. So, on the flip side, you know, both these offlaners are going to have that rough start.
Oh, easy curry there for XM. Able to step up onto the high ground, take that one down away from Lal. Then D continues to hold the advantage. Full creep wave CS lead against that of Lal's DK.
Let's see what overall DY does do as this Tinker. You know, it's been a bit of a mixed thing, I think, for some teams. We saw, of course, Mira. He played it the other day. It's not like he looked bad on it, but we were mentioning, you know, it just felt a little weird on him. So let's see overall, it's a 5-position Tinker, how much he's going to be able to do in terms of just healing, sustaining, and protecting some of these cores versus some of this lockdown. And that's where maybe the Nightstalker can come into play to prevent some of those heals or, you know, protection that a Tinker can provide. And nighttime has been hit.
See how much this starts to sort of change the dynamic of this bottom lane, and if Collapse is able to begin to catch up.
Good point, just farm a little bit easier, but they can pose kill threat, especially if like a third hero comes down. And I think that's probably what I'm looking at. If like an Omni or a DK comes down, set up for those kills on them. Besides that, probably level 6 on Snapfire is one of the best tools. That's of course going to take some time. They're here.
And we'll see some of the supports head over for the 6-minute power rune. Yeah, already getting a bit of focus shifted over towards this.
Spirit double checking because they're playing versus that bottle. Laurel not having one he can actually apply. A lot of pressure here too. Having the catapult.
Top lane, they do try and go on Radan whilst he's been left alone. That movement over towards the mid. They won't be able to get him. Do bring him down very low. In fact, the aggression in the mid coming in from Team Spirit.
Oh, and this tower.
Forcing XM all the way back.
This tower needs help. They still have the catapult in mid.
I mean, it doesn't look like Extreme are going to...
Xingqiu has to arrow it. Like, that's their best solution to deal with this push right now, but it's too late.
I mean, yeah, this first push coming in with the Dragon Form and indeed with that catapult, it's going to get the job done. Team Spirit, 6.5 minutes in, they'll take that tier 1 mid down.
That's pretty huge. Like, Laurel having this type of start can definitely have a snowball effect onto those side lanes. He has a 700 gold differential versus that Storm now.
Yeah, and just versus the team, the lineup that's going to need time.
It's greedy. It's so greedy by XG.
Poshka, he's going to try his luck.
He does have the repel. He's going to get this grab.
Arrows in, they've got the control. They may be able to make sure he doesn't grab the wisdom, and they'll certainly be able to take his life. XM comes across, and it's ready to pick up the kill himself. Same time down bottom, Collapse. Getting pretty low.
That was kind of weird. He didn't repel before just walking into the room, so he got stunned. He could have just probably repelled. Slight little mess up there for Maposhka. Bottom, DY. Maybe now also getting overzealous.
I think so. Didn't expect Mirror to be coming in from the sidelines. Tries to get the defense matrix off, does, but it's not enough to save him, so DY will fall under the tower.
Ame.
He's going to be left on his own for now. There's a bit of a rotation coming over from Lal. I mean, Lal's just going to be ready to go with the next Dragon Form if the chance is there to start pressuring some more towers.
Yeah, he's just gonna pop in and farm down in the area. They're gonna keep tabs of it because of that ward, but Neposhka, he's just gonna go mid. He's like, okay, I need some experience. DK, you can kind of keep threatening bottom because you're still down there and I get all this free XP, so. Spirit, good aggressive moves. Of course, 4 kills for XG. But Spirit, at least with the 2 top cores at the moment, looking good. Let's see if they can find Radan.
It's a nice attempt there, tried to get the catch with the dead shot onto Radan.
Can't quite.
Not quite able to do so. If that hits and he's able to push him back, would have had the chance to go for the kill with the Doom. But they let Radan live, and they'll just focus their efforts over towards the tower instead here with Ame.
I like this move. Ame, he saw the DK pretty much playing on the bottom side, so he's like, all right, I'm just going to leave that area, at least get some tower pressure. And cool to see the build. This is the carry, Ame, right? Carry Muerta. No calling. 3-0-2. He's going to go straight down that farming route. Pretty interesting.
Should allow him to farm at a pretty impressive pace.
Yeah. Ooh, they're going to look to defend down here. You're at not quite 6.
Collapse is able to get the setup.
I mean,
Got the numbers on XG. Could be a bit difficult for Team Spirit to enter into this. I mean, Collapse is trying to see if we can find the squishies first.
Level 6 has been hit on the Muerta. Diving under March can be a little bit difficult, especially if you don't have the big damage burst, and they don't quite have those kisses. Radan getting stalked. Might just get gone on here.
They're going to have to set up. XM's in. XXS able to follow up. Drops the Doom down. TPs will be coming in. But there will be no saving Radan as XG get the big pick off.
Nice play. Very good patience there. They're moving around the map nicely. They're reading the movements that's coming out so far from Spirit. DY, he'll inevitably get caught.
I mean, Ame's going to try and show pace, but he's on his own here against the 3 of them. He's got the ultimate ready to fight back a little bit.
Oh, he is surrounded.
He's got Jin Q from the side, but I don't know how much the Marauder can do to help out. The arrow is not going to connect Ame. Taken out underneath the tower here by the 3 of them.
That's a save your buddy syndrome if I've ever seen one. Really wanted to try to help out DY, but ends up just giving his life and his courier, now potentially his tower too. That was a bit of a painful death there for Ame.
I guess a bit of balance. Both carries end up getting taken out on each respective side of the map.
I just feel like Luna, though, overall compared to Muerta, if you get slowed down a little on Luna, it's not as big as a deal as if for a Muerta. You farm fast, but you're super immobile on the Muerta.
Lol trying to continue the pressure. They're getting a lot of damage done to what would be Team Spirit's second tier 1 tower that they're close to being able to take away from Extreme.
Queued up. And as we expect, I mean, it has to be minus, of course, when you've got this facet, but yeah, very greedy route that they're going to be going down on the side of XG. What Spirit does to capitalize that and put the pressure on him. Waiting to see. Collapse has shown that he is going to go for this Blink Dagger. We'll see how aggressive he does want to be these next few moments. He has Dark Ascension. Even though it's daytime, they can look to fight on the side of Spirit. They have kisses available.
Well, let's see who XG want to go for with this smoke. They've got the 3 of them making the move. I mean, who are you looking towards? Do you want to go for the Night Stalker, or are you ignoring the Night Stalker and looking to go elsewhere?
At least, I think team fighting looks complicated. I think they want these pickoffs, but they're going to try the Omni.
They look for the setup in the mid, but Lars quick with the jump over towards Brent.
Ame
coming over as well. Ame just gets taken out immediately. They're now ready to look for more Spirit. I mean, Collapse has turned up. They're in on top of the Storm Spirit. XM's taken down.
That was...
I mean, they're looking for fights, folks, but I don't know if they want to be looking for them at all.
I have to agree, Owen. I mean, they know that they have all their ultis at the ready, especially the kisses, which for Ame, he has to, I think anytime kisses are up, he can't show up to fight. You're just a free kill. You're super immobile. You get it by 1. It's very hard to reset position, and it's a perfect blink over from Laurel. That felt weird. I mean, it felt like they really wanted to force the issue of trying to catch them split up, but Spirit just super prepared. And they're way stronger in this early game.
I mean, Lars watching for the side. He's going to be ready to go again. He's in with the Blink Dragon Tail stun to open things up. Mirror will get sent back by the dead shot, so just give a bit of safety for the 2 of them. Backup's coming in. It's a big zip from XM. GA will come out from Posture in an attempt to keep the 2 of them alive, but it won't save them from the magical, as XG will bring down the Omni Knight.
5 heroes to bring down that Omni. I mean, that says a lot when they're like, okay, everybody needs to be there to protect Ame if he's going to get gone on, but a lot of time spent to just do that. At the least they'll be able to get this tower, it does look like.
I mean, because it definitely feels like Ame's probably the one making the aggressive calls here, right? He's saying, I want to fight, I want to go for this tower, I want to play for objectives. And it's given us some crazy action, but maybe not action that in the long run will favor XG. We'll have to see. Still, the numbers stay close. They take the tier 1 in the mid, 6-6. 1k gold lead across the board, though, for Spirit as Radahn on his Luna. Just able to be that little bit more efficient right now as the carry.
And I feel like we've seen this a lot with these Lunas versus some of these other carries that don't farm as fast or have some pressure, like have some difficulty moving around the map as quick, because Luna's very fast. He's almost level 10 on Radahn. So he's got almost a three level disparity as well on top of that gold disparity. That just means you're going to farm that much faster and also be able to be involved in fights soon. So it is XG's approach, right? They're going greed, but this was surprising that they did try to go for that early jump. And looking at the items, XM is going to go down Witchblade, which is I mean, we'll see if he does. But Orchid is also very valuable and something perhaps necessary versus Omni Knight in a lot of these games.
Poshka, as the Omni, having great ways to bail out anyone that gets jumped, whereas as we're seeing on XG, if any sort of time Lyle's able to get the jump onto Arme with the Dragon Tail, not a whole lot they can do outside of a defense matrix coming in. That's going to have to be the best thing that they can do to try and save each other.
Blink and Dark Ascension at the ready. They see Xin Q, they're just going to take him. And maybe even look for a Wisdom Rune steal at the same time as the rest of them are still smoked. So they don't show anybody. It's a solo kill, and they're setting up for this room.
They might be able to find themselves a second support kill here, depending on how careful DY is.
Oh, and they might take out all these Ancients. Look at how low they are. Juicy. Good scan comes out.
DY is going to be found. Over the trees, Collapse sees him. Arme's TP'd in. I mean, Lyle's going to be able to pick up the Wisdom Rune. Actually, they're going to try and fight it. They go for Maposhka. Maposhka's going to get burst by XM. See what more they can find from this one as XM continues to stay on top of Mirror. Mirror's going to offer the TP out. The dead shot, though, it's there from Arme. Gets the angle and sets up for XM to get a double.
Hey, good call to rally everybody. And they actually, it's a frame, it's a split second from them getting the Night Stalker too. He threw the net. He actually moved out of range of the silence on XXS through the net, but it literally was mid-air to catching Collapse as well. So good reaction. Ame, Radahn, of course, still farming freely, but they'll get some nice kills. Nighttime is about to be coming around about 10 seconds. But they've stabilized the gold.
And I imagine with these moments, I mean, XG, do you think we will continue to see them go for smoke plays? They're very close to put the Blink Dagger on the Doom, so that's definitely going to be a point where I can imagine that if anything's to go by for the gameplay so far, Arme will probably say, hey, let's try and look for a fight, get involved himself.
It does feel like it.
He doesn't seem afraid of fighting.
Yep, it's a very farm-heavy trap, but they're still looking for these engagements, which is pretty cool. During the nighttime, perhaps a little bit harder. During the day, they can do these type of plays to kind of play around that Night Stalker and that Luna night vision, but...
Radahn.
Up top, UI gets caught.
With a freebie here for Spirit. Radahn just getting all the space in the world to be on the path to doing what many a Luna has done so far this tournament.
Absolutely.
When they've had this sort of freedom in this opening 15 minutes, perfect farm from him so far. The Luna's going to have to, they're going to have an answer for the Luna down the line, Extreme Gaming.
Absolutely. I mean, they have the Doom, right? But they do have a Tricore on the side of Spirit. And not always the easiest to get to this Luna. And I mean, he's got a Manta already finished up. Crazy amount of farm. It's already 3,000 gold ahead of the Muerta. Pretty much a full item.
And how do you even close that gap?
It's through fighting.
Kind of carry matchup.
It's got to be through like some big fight. I mean, Ame is getting closer and closer to this Mjolnir, but it feels like it can't just be some sit back and farm to try to catch up on a Muerta. In order to catch up and farm them, yeah. But it's like, if they take the fights at this point, it does feel a little bit complicated, especially around nighttime. Collapse. Trying to push the issue here.
Success, able to farm the camp and get back to the high ground in time, so stay safe.
They don't have a glyph for this tier 2. Gotta send the Tinker down. It's spotted. They'll give the respect to DY. Not gonna dive forward for him. Maybe expecting a smoke rotation like they baited him earlier.
I mean, just any sort of pressure that Team Spirit apply like this and get the response from Extreme Gaming out with, they just know that Radahn is just completely safe. Like, there's no threat to Radahn being hunted down.
And this is interesting. XXS, he's, of course, doing the changing of items. It's a full Shivas that he has right now. So maybe now for this upcoming fight, this is the tool that he wants to just be able to jump in, like just run in with that Storm and give them extra damage and things to prevent some of that healing.
Yeah, I mean, I'd imagine so. It really is the case that XG, even with what on paper looks to be a greedy lineup, they're not afraid of looking to fight relatively early. 17 minutes in, they're ready to look for action and to get Arme on this Muerta involved very early on.
Absolutely. Laurel, Orchid is finished, so now overall XM does have to be very careful with his positioning. Radahn dancing around that night vision, he sees the Storm, he'll just be able to walk away. Level 15 Luna, level 11 Muerta, and farm just continues to grow and grow. Ame does have Mjolnir, and he's found an Iron Talon also, so his farm is going to increase. It's going to start getting faster. But Luna can get involved now. Luna can start fighting a little easier, it feels. Catching the Luna task a lot of teams are trying to figure out. Spirit, still 1 minute and 40 seconds until that daytime, trying to put as much pressure on the map as possible during it.
Setting up around the tier 2 extreme. All 5 of them. They've got the full Mjolnir.
They know the fight's coming.
Arme still vulnerable, though, if the jump is made upon him. And this is, again, just more time that they're having to sort of stay positioned under their tower. Spirit able to move around the map a little more freely during this night time.
Good map read, though. They know that Spirit's looking to make these aggressive moves. They keep getting tabs of it. Again, they're going to see it, so... Let's see how they look to huddle off of that one. And let's see if Spirit looks to maybe potentially try to force a Roshan soon also. Their lineup does take that one very quickly, and they have a great team fight around it. They saw XXS with this deep ward and the bottom side, farming this hard camp, but that's pretty much all he's been farming. He's not pushing the limits going out for the secondary camp, which is saving his life in a few scenarios. And their tri-core is starting to get comfortable position too. It's kicking off to be a pretty good and pretty explosive mid-game team fight, it feels like, from both sides, because both are just getting to finish up these items. It's that Luna who has that big difference.
Spirit, majority of them coming up to this top side of the map. So pressuring the tier 1, it's not going to be too easy with the setup that Extreme Gaming have.
I'm checking tabs for BKB timings because this game state's kind of slow. It feels like teams can perhaps look to wait for those. Luna's about to have hers finished. DK has one component, and Nightstalker's about hers. So maybe Spirit, when they've got double BKBs, could look to force at least that Roche that we were talking about from earlier. Let's see how Spirit wants to react, or see how XG wants to react first, because they're also pretty much done with one of the BKBs. XM does have it done. We'll let him have access into the fights and allow him to pick and choose the targets, because without a BKB on Storm, he cannot go into these fights. But with it, he doesn't have to fear this Nightstalker nearly as much. They're getting away with the greed. Spirits, I feel like they're not able to apply as much pressure as they wanted to.
And can Spirit's lineup go for a Roshan very easily?
Yeah, they absolutely can. But the thing is, like, XG they're getting... It's just a lot of farm on the map. Like, even the Mirana and the Tinker, they're starting to get their scaling going. Seeing the Omni Knight and the Snapfire starting to fall behind. So Spirit might feel pressure to make a move soon. But they're strong, so where they look to go for it. DY, he's got Mech, he's got the Holy Locket, he's got the Philly Stone, so it's going to increase to get that farm. Same thing for Jin Q. He's got Solar Crest, he's got the Philly Stone. They're all in on the greed. Right now, it's, I mean, yeah, looking pretty okay, looking pretty decent.
Super close. 21 minutes in, just a bit of a difference how the wealth is split between the heroes. Spirit being a bit more top-heavy, that Radahn.
Mira, he's got a pipe. All right, I mean, it feels like they are getting ready to go for that fight. BKB is about to be done on Nightstalker. BKB is done on the Luna. They've got a pipe on the Snap, so it feels like Roshan forcing is going to be the call here for Spirit pretty soon. But XG, it looks like they're probably going to look to fight back into it because of how much time they've gotten to get these core items.
It looks like they saw the DK show mid, so the initial movement there was seemingly an attempt to cut him off from connecting with the rest of the team. They weren't able to get there in time, though, so Lyle should be able to make it back towards the rest of the squad for potentially a 5-on-5 here.
This is a huge fight. Let's see how it ends up going down.
And whether Spirit are patient enough to wait for this, or if they do get tempted to start tackling the Roshan.
Stay time for another 2.5 minutes. He does, of course, have Dark Ascension, but he doesn't have the...
They're going to know that they're there. Korea gets sniped, but that will give Spirit the information.
Spirit might look to collide into them.
We've got a bit of time left on this smoke. At the same time, Extreme Gaming, they're going to know that Spirit know after killing off that courier.
The macro movements coming out in this game. Both reading each other kind of beautifully.
See who's going to get jumped.
See Ame.
There's the jump. They're going to try and burst through Ame's head. He's sort of save ready for him. There is not. Ame gone immediately. As Spirit make the jump, and the rest of Extreme Gaming, they've got to run.
XXS is very dead. No way to get out of this one.
Certainly not. He's going to get slowly but surely chased down by the four of them. As Team Spirit sweep across the map and catch out 2 massive picks there.
Beautiful kills. See what, and it looks like the call is just to shove down the lanes rather than look for that Roche. At least for now, Dark Ascension was used. It was scouted also. They saw Collapse port down bottom. 90 seconds. So, yeah, they got a pretty solid hit there. BKB's finished, and now Luna's farm, because they kill Ame. Ame's going to be slowed down, and Radon's going to get a huge surge of advantage above him.
Radon's just massive.
Yep.
I think it's going to take some serious play from kind of XXS. He's got to get the Doom in. And even with that, it's still not going to be easy. And of course, with the build...
Oh, this is clever.
What we got?
This is really clever from XG. They saw that fight happening. They probably... Yeah, they know that they can just make this...
And Spirit's going to want to get down it, though. Yeah, the TPs are coming in. And I don't know if they can do this fast enough. Spirit, they should have a chance of contesting this one. It's just... It's safe, it's slow. They keep themselves at high HP XG. The damage isn't going to be quick enough.
Oh, this is going to be a clash.
See if Spirit can time the jump in. Roshan falling low. The kisses are coming in. Ame standing his ground to finish off. Then we get the aces. Gets the pickup. The Doom gets dropped down, but BK's already out. And Radon's ready to stand his ground. They take the ages out of Ame's hands almost immediately. They have lost Lyle for it. So XG, they want to try and fight on potentially. 5 versus 4. See if we can get further catch. Xinkyu popping the drums, chasing Spirit right down the side of the lane, and they'll get the arrow connection. It looks like they'll just catch Mira as the rest of Spirit are allowed to run, but it worked out. It paid off. They get the roast just in time, XG, before Spirit initiate on them.
You lose the ages, but it's well worth it. You're kind of taking that one away from Spirit as well when you make this move. Spirit might look to fight soon. You see Radon's positioning. He's like, come on to this high ground. I've got Eclipse ready.
3 versus 5, though. It's not going to be something they'll be too happy with, indeed, unless XG walks straight into them.
Up. Yeah.
So, yeah, nice move from XG.
Very clever. I love that they went for this type of Roche play. Very, very nice. Because you know that all of Spirit kind of split up after getting those kills. They didn't want to just straight run into the Roche, so they seized that opportunity perfectly.
Sam, to show himself in the mid. I mean, Radon's got the damage, Collapse, he's got the control. It's enough.
Arrow will connect, but doesn't matter. That's a huge kill.
It's always a risky thing to do when you feel as a player that things have calmed down. You can go for that tempting farm in the mid. It can cost you your life.
Especially if BKB's on cooldown. Gotta be careful versus Night Stalker. Anytime your BKB's down, he can just jump forward for you. They're done.
Success trying to step up.
They're feeling confident to push because there's still no Doom yet. 30 seconds.
That's going to tough to tease around with XXS, but he's a tough one to go on, especially with the backup of the defense matrix coming out.
15 seconds, no storm. They'll finish it off.
They can look to move up to the top tier 2 as well. The creep wave pushing in for Spirit.
And this Luna's farm just continues to be absolutely ridiculous. Almost have a Pavis as well, so they're starting to get these items to amplify Radon as well too. They had the pipe before, but no actual offensive buff. Now they'll have at least that Pavis for him. And always do have to keep track. There are a lot of, I think, a greater healing Lotus on Mira for any of these heals, of course not versus Doom. And Radon now has a Conda.
He's hitting insane time.
He is hitting, and that damage for them versus the Muerta is pretty absurd.
If they get any sort of opening and DY is not in position to try and bail out Ame out, this Muerta dies very, very quickly at the moment.
There's such a big hybrid of damage that Luna can provide that it's just difficult for Muerta to do much until you have, like, I guess now the next thing is the BKB for Ame. Because defending him is going to be pretty impossible, because versus Night Stalker, you just can't see, right? One of those voids hit, you can't protect him.
Also amping up the damage output as well as he picks up the Nemesis Curse.
Oh, wait, it's a full Solar Crest on Miposhka. My bad. I thought he only had the Pavis, so they've already got that finished.
Yeah, Radan's going to be a problem.
He sure is.
In these team fights.
And Laurel now at this point also has a BKB, so he's going to be a lot harder to bring down. We saw he died in that last fight, pretty much exclusively to the Muertes damage. Now at the BKB, Laurel might just survive as well. 10 to 12, I mean, gold, very, very even, but yeah, just Radan. Toro is an absolute monster in the farm. And it's just a pretty cool matchup versus that Muerta because of this beam, how much damage it does, even during the ult.
Ame, he's been found. He's going to Hurricane Pike himself out to the side. Will be able to get the Pierce the Veil off, and the backup from HG comes in. They turn towards Radan, able to slam down the Doom. He's going to put the BKB there and continue to run for Alarm comes in, and indeed Ame is left behind. They've taken down Ame. They will lose Radan, but the damage has been done. A double kill for Radan. Spirit, they'll be able to get the control on towards DY as well with the Dragon Tail. As Spirit, they'll take 3. And only lose 1. It's a big one, of course, Radan going down, but 3 casualties on Extreme Gaming to make that trade happen.
And I'm going to point out a little bit of a fun thing for people. So for people who don't know this interaction, how it works, if you're doomed and you get repelled, you actually lose HP because the strength bonus goes on you. I don't know if Miposhka just killed Yatoro, but there's a small chance that if he didn't use that repel there, I'd have to look at it to see the exact numbers of it, but you'll see when he throws it, it chunks his health by about 500 or something. So, I mean, we can look at it if you want in the replay and stuff, but just a little fun factor.
Sure, but I guess you take
I don't know if it mattered anyway.
I know
you know what I mean?
Proportionally, you're ruining his health pool, but you're still giving him the 60% magic resist, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
Well, he's not taking magic damage from other people?
Sure, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a funny little interaction thing, but yeah. Anyway.
Hang on.
Jump forward.
Oh, he's actually able to TP out of this one. Miposhka and Mira, they won't be quite as lucky. Extreme Gaming, they'll be able to punish the 2 supports. The Team Spirit stick around a little too long.
Good return kills. They will lose their tower there. Getting the supports.
I check out the replay.
We want to see the replay anyway, because this was a very good fight for Spirit, just diving forward. Ame, you see how susceptible he is to all this magical burst. But you can watch the Luna's HP. As soon as he gets Heavenly Grace, watch his HP. You see how it like chunks a bit? It's like this weird kind of...
I mean, I think it did go for like... It was hundreds of HP.
Yeah.
He effectively loses.
I mean, he was probably dead anyway, but I was just pointing out a fun little mechanic thing for those.
And it's basically because he's been given the strength, so his max HP can go up, but because he's doomed, the actual HP can't.
Yeah.
He's got some smiles on his face there, so...
Either way. I mean, they got
maybe the agreeing is like, hey, bro, I didn't need the repel.
I think he was dead anyway.
I think he probably would. He probably would. Either way, they were happy with that. They got 3 kills.
But they did lose heroes on
the heroes after, and XM, of course, getting both of those kills. That's going to help propelling him towards his next time. Looks like he's going to be wanting to go for the Aghanims next on the Storm, have that bit of AoE control, something else to sort of allow them to get in, and maybe find an easy way of getting a connection onto Miposhka before he can get these saves off.
Hey, to be honest, they need it pretty desperately. They have pretty much no control, no real catch on their lineup that is that great. So yeah, that Aghanims definitely will be pretty nice for him. He also gets the Arcane Rune at the end of it too, so potentially for that next fight, we'll have to see if that's a X factor. Seeing Laurel's next itemization when you're playing versus Tinker, this tends to be picked up quite early on. That Nullifier is definitely going to be very important. Just burn these heroes down.
And honestly, next fight, we should start to see the full potential of Ame, Phil, because he's close to level 18, and he's close to his BKB.
Yeah.
And sure, there's still that gap between him and the Luna, but there's every reason to believe if he can find his position in the team fight, get the BKB, get the ult off, Muerta can still do a hell of a lot of damage.
This game in particular is one where heroes can just explode in a heartbeat. If there's a 3-man Vortex or something, let's say when the Storm gets the pull, everybody could just die. Well, on the flip side, if Spirit gets a good initiation, Yotoro could just absolutely wipe everybody anyway, too. So, yeah, some explosive team fights that are definitely going to come out in these next few moments. Smoked up from XG. As you said, playing around this BKB timing of Ame.
I mean, he'd love to have that little bit of XP that he needs to push him over to the level 3 of Pierce the Veil, but sometimes honestly, when you got to fight, you got to fight.
All 3 cores on them are all 17.
They're very close, yeah.
It would be nice to have those 18s, but they want to take advantage of this timing. And Laurel actually goes Bloodthorn, and Collapse finishes up the Nullifier for himself, so swapping the items a little bit. They've got 2 big item timings.
Indeed, if they get that Nullifier and Bloodthorn down on a single target, they should have no trouble shredding through them.
Yeah, and Don is very close to Lincoln's also to block, and oh my goodness, of course he would find it, the amplify damage.
Watch out for this Luna.
And Yatoro, Radon has hit 20, right? So he's got this level 20 talent that's also crazy in these fights.
Okay, Radon will show himself. So now at least Extreme Gaming, they know. They know there's an amplified damage Luna coming their way. Let's see if it scares them off, or if they're going to say that they don't care and they're ready to fight regardless.
I mean, he broke that smoke because the beam with the lunicence, or the beam with the glaives bouncing, so whoopsie.
So Extreme, sensibly so, they go fully defensive, making sure that Team Spirit aren't able to sneak up with this double damage Radon.
They killed those Ancients, so what does that mean? Muerta is 18, Storm is 18.
Here we go.
Not quite Doom yet. Important ones.
Could make the difference.
Position.
Roshan, what's the time? Minute and a half until we see his beautiful face again.
Spirit have the high ground in the mid lane. I mean, it's just some range creeps, but it is triple range creeps. They can start to work on the racks a little. They have a Tinker, so they'll be able to address it.
Yeah, DY's doing a lot. He's getting a fair bit out of the map during these kind of stealth moments in which the rest of the team's having to group up and go.
Oh, these are tense moments.
I mean, both teams are still hungry for a fight. They're not afraid of one another. They both feel strong.
Both playing just around their vision.
That's the creep gone, so not going to be able to get away with that DY, but he's going to be ready to go again if there's another entrance into the team fight.
Radon also has now shown, I mean, twice, but just in case they didn't notice the first time, has the Lincolns.
Yeah.
So, XXS, he has the Purge creep to be able to break it. Does have to be sure to do so.
And absolutely wants to keep doing this. Sure, Radon's able to get out a lot of damage, but pretty much getting the Doom on him gives them a solid chance of bringing down Radon, whatever else happens in the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, you absolutely have to throw it onto him.
Smoke time for both squads.
Oh, both really want to get the jump.
Who's going to walk into who first?
Pushka.
Oh, it's going to dispel it on Extreme. They're going to pop the Shiva's guard. XXS is in his first target. Radon's going to pop the man in and take the Lickers off, get the Doom down. XXS finds his target. They've taken out Maposhka. Now they'll turn towards Collapse, push him out to the side of the fight. XXS, he's in with the control. Radon, the dead shot comes in from behind. They're taking Radon down. Buyback's going to come out here from Maposhka, Team Spirit. Can they really still find a fight out this? I don't think so. They've lost Radon. There's no fight left to be had. And into the tree line, they're even going to find Collapse as well. Extreme Gaming, beautiful way to start things off there. The smoke gets dispelled. XXS, he's not scared at all. Nope. Goes straight in, finds his target, and makes sure, I believe what with the Purge creep active, plays around the Manta, takes off the Lincolns, gets the Doom down onto Radon.
And Radon tried to do the little, Manta kind of tricky play there, but it doesn't matter. XXS, he got it.
He did.
Perfect target. Couldn't ask for a better initiation, couldn't ask for the better fight, and the damage, there it is from the Muerta with the Solar Flare. That's the fight they needed to blow the game open. And, the greediness of their draft, it really wasn't punished enough, it feels like. Now they've hit a huge timing.
This is XXS straight in, and immediately he knows what's up, knows who to deal with, gets that Doom in, and at that point, the fight, it gets awkward.
Yep.
You've got Arme in perfect position, splitting them up. Team Spirit, they cannot fight on. XM follows up on towards Radon, make sure that there's nothing to be done. They get huge kills, and they now start to grow a pretty significant advantage, considering how close this game's been on the numbers. It's now an 8K lead for Extreme Gaming. They're pushing on, and they're starting to catch up. That sort of distance between Radon and XG's carries, it's going to start closing.
Yeah, I think that was, by far the most important fight for them. They've now got every single timing. Aghanims is done on the Storm. The support, the greed, everything has absolutely paid off.
Yep, it really has. Team Spirit, they've got a lot of problems to deal with now.
Yep. And I love that XXS is doing this. We saw Gunner in particular the other day, a couple of these Dooms, of course, too, but having this Purge creep, as you said, it's so important just having this extra Lincolns. But besides that, I actually saw him trying to purge allies as well versus, Bloodthorn and stuff like that. So this creep, it's very powerful. Yeah, XG now with a huge surge of momentum.
Absolutely, and the damage that Arme's going to start doing is going to start getting ridiculous. The Daedalus very close to being finished.
That was really loud for me. I don't know about you, but the nightmare. And just to highlight a few other things, Jinq, it's been a little bit quiet from him, I would say, just in terms of arrows and all these type of crazy stuff, but look at his items. It's like the dream to play with this if you are a carry. You've got Solar Crest, you've got Vlad's drums, and then the Solar Flare, of course, that comes out. So much amp up for this Muerta now at this point. And the Aghanims, it's done for the Storm. Radon, continue pressuring bottom. But they have to find a way to just... I mean, they have to find a way to just make sure that Radon doesn't get doomed, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, item-wise, it's got to be exactly what he's going for. Getting the Shadow Blade into the Silver Edge so he can make sure that at the start of these movements, the start of these fights, he's under the cover of the Invis. And then it suddenly becomes that extra level of difficulty for XXS to find him first.
Yeah, I think that's like the only... It's starting to feel like maybe one of the few ways that Spirit can actually bring this game back into some comfort is only if Radon doesn't get doomed. But yeah, not going to be easy at this point now. Ame, a full dataless onto the high ground. Level 20's been hit also.
He's getting to do exactly what he hoped to do. From the sounds of it, before this draft, before this game even started, he turned up today wanting to play some Muerta. It's starting to look pretty darn good now.
I mean, he's 2-4-8, so it's not been the most explosive one from him, but,
yeah, but he's,
the concept of it.
He's got the items. It's at this point, when you got your Mayone, your Daedalus, you know, you're good to go.
Now he's the carry.
You know the heroes are going to get absolutely destroyed by the amount of damage that's going to be coming out for you during the Pierce the Veil. Yeah. They take the barracks. Not a lot the Team Spirit could do, not anything they could do to stop that from happening. Extreme Gaming, they are definitely in the driver's seat right now. Spirit,
they look like they're going to keep going.
Crazy next time, he's ready with jumping up to the high ground. Guardian Angel comes out, Lar considering turning zip with the BKB over towards XM, but XM was also able to get the BKB out and zap away.
This damage is crazy with Solar Flare.
For this, the barracks, a second set of racks just melting. Team Spirit have to put the fortification. Got to do something soon, but still into this minute and a half or so left on the Aegis of Arme.
Everyone's got, I mean, Solar Flare's down, but Doom is at the ready. I mean, Spirit, they're starting to inch their way forward, but DK form, it's gone. Difficult place to fight under here.
Spirit stepping outside of the base, but XG there. Kind of hovering in the shadows.
Ame?
Ame's going to show. Just a bit of a bait, if anything.
1 minute. If Spirit can even find an opportunity to capitalize as this Aegis is getting reclaimed, because the gold, I mean, everyone's just starting to get richer and richer. Xingqiu,
oh, they're going to make the jump. They're going to try and get the Marauder first. Easily able to take down Xingqiu. Now the Kiss is coming in for the high ground. There's a lot of damage being kicked out by Mira. Arm's getting low. They've been able to burst through the Aegis. A buyback immediately comes out from Xingqiu. Extreme want to make sure they're in position to try and keep Arme safe. You still got the BKB and the Pierce the Veil to play around with if he does get jumped by Spirit. Spirit, they're considering if they can make another move out of this.
Watch the patience from XM. He has been watching and waiting, looking for an opportunity to get the pull if they open up.
Arme's ready to open up onto him, and the damage comes out. It's an immediate kill. An immediate kill there from the two of them. Collapse. And Radon.
The Silver Edge.
They completely evaporate him.
I mean, what, double Havoc Hammer into Silver Edge sneak up onto him. That was totally unexpected.
Yeah, he wasn't ready for that one, Arme.
60 seconds. Actually, some time perhaps that they can look for a push and maybe try to force something here.
Okay. See what Spirit can get done.
That was very unexpected.
Yeah. Now Spirit. That's the high ground of Extreme Gaming. XM's going to try and set the fire. He's in with the Vortex. Straight away response and lands in with the stun on the Vortex. XS. From Collapse. They're bringing him down low on the Doom.
He's gone.
They can. They've killed XXS off. And now they can continue to push on towards the barracks.
Well, massive.
Trying to keep them pushed back. The fortification will come out. Still 30 seconds until Arme's back up. XXS dead for a minute. Does have the option of buyback.
He had a chance on BKB. He walked up without that BKB and gets caught.
I mean, just underestimating the damage that Spirit are able to come out with.
Spirit showing they've still got
the second fortification coming out here from Extreme. 10 seconds until Arme's up.
Trying to get as much as physically possible. 40 seconds. They can keep going and just try to maybe force a Doom by.
Radon, he's got Eclipse up in 5 seconds. He's got BKB in 10. He's going to get jumped in. There's going to be two bullets coming out for XM. Has they got a bullet to take out Radon? No, Radon's able to sneak away with the Silver Edge. Repel thrown down on the Clutch. Now the BKB Clutch is going to go for the BKB TP. Spirit, they're just going to bail out of this. Mirror, is he able to get out with the TP in time? Anything to stop him? There isn't. Mirror escapes. They've got a sentry down from Maposhka. They'll pop the Guardian Angel, but Maposhka will get left behind. So Extreme Gaming, they'll get the 2 kills, able to take down Lal, take down Maposhka, but it does require that buyback from XXS to come out.
Dude, but this Silver Edge is working. I cannot believe how much it's actually able to get done there. It gets the kill on Ame to cause this type of spiral effect. It just causes, I mean, yeah, XG to pretty much be in panic to have to defend these Raxes, and they still end up losing a full set and the range Rax. Super impressive stuff, but XG, it feels like with this, they're going to look to push down the mid lane.
Let's see what they can do. They're very close as well to having the money for Arme to have the safety of buyback. He's just under 200 gold short of it.
XXS has to be incredibly careful, though.
Look at Radon. He's kind of making this move.
Is he going to steal this?
I mean, there's an amplified damage rune there. He's incredibly tempted, but he's not going to go for it. Far too risky with him being on his own. And now this push is going to come in with Arme having an amplified damage rune in the bottle. He's ready to pop it, get it out now. I believe he's got the full Lincolns coming out as well.
There's no
Arme,
glyph.
he's ready to go again.
Yeah, there's no glyph for this high ground either.
Radon, he's hit the 25.
I'm just watching for the flank positioning of him, really.
10 seconds until they've got their posture up. Mid-racks, Extreme Gaming, they're able to claim them this time round. Again,
this game is wild.
It's stepping up to be one of those games, 18 to 18. It's not a huge amount of kills of 42 minutes in, but this game, it's delivering.
The smoke up XG. They want to try to catch them off guard here. They still got a little bit of left of the amp.
She's going to try to jump. She's going to try to walk for Radon. Radon's definitely going to BKB in the clips up, but he's been caught by the Doom. He's not falling so far. He's got a buyback immediately. Collapse. Jumping over towards the supports in the back line. The Doom did get reflected, so XXS had to back out of the fight for now. He's in on top of GQ, takes him down. Lar's getting low, but Arme, he's the first to fall, and Lar, he's ready to jump in and look for more. XM has to go for the ball. I need TP if they got anything to stop it. They don't.
Look at these death timers.
Uh-oh.
Wait a minute. 80 seconds no muerta, 100 on Marana and Doom.
Arme had money for buyback. I guess he spent up on the Lincoln's orb, the ultimate orb, to get the Lincoln sphere. So he doesn't have buyback.
They might. Oh my. Okay. XM and DY might. They have to kind of cut this creep wave in the mid lane.
XM will cap.
He missed.
He missed.
He missed. They popped glyph also, but he missed.
Well, he'll get this creep wave at least. But yeah, there's one of them heading straight towards the base of Extreme Gaming.
Laurel?
It's 2 versus 5.
Oh, and they might just be able to end this.
I think they have. They're going to be able to do it.
He buys a moon shard on Radon. They're looking to close it out. There's no glyph.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, no way. This is how it
They're
ends.
on to the tier 4s. They don't have the buybacks. XXS is on cooldown. Arme doesn't have the money. It's absolutely over.
It's over.
Ladies and gentlemen, Team Spirit on to the Ancient. They'll take game 1.
What is going on? This game was unbelievable. All right, back and forth we go in this one, and then one overextension, I guess, and they didn't expect the buybacks coming in from.
Spirit getting the victory at the end of this one. Definitely a tough one there for Extreme Gaming. They're absolutely going to feel that at certain moments of that game, they felt that they had it. They did not. Spirit, they find the chance to run it down mid, end the game, and take the first game at this best of 3.
Oh, what a game! This is only game 1 of a best of 3 elimination on the line, and oh my gosh, did it deliver till the very end. We did not know it was going to take it, but Team Spirit take game 1, Lacoste. I know we talked after the draft about how Extreme's lineup felt maybe a little bit greedy. It turned out they had the exact right amount of greed, but still Spirit take it.
This was anyone's game to take. In the end, these two teams, they're not going to back down, and we got to give them respect for that. You know, battling it out until the very end. What's up with these two teams? Whenever they play against each other, these players, it always comes down to who's going to have like more Lincoln spheres. You always need a Lincoln. It's 2021 against Magnus, against his spell back in the days. You needed to have multiple Magnus. Colossus saying, you know, put 4 on me, because you could back at the time. And this game is just crazy. These two teams kind of peaking. Unfortunately, again, we're not going to see them on the main stage, both of them. But I want to point out this Night Stalker pick, this Blinding Void, which doesn't allow you to see your teammates. You don't see anything. It's pretty much darkness for you, so you can't be targeted. And this is, you know, he was lowest network core, because this hero doesn't farm, but the hero is very good at fighting and creating chaos, not allowing, like, you need to pop a BKB, and also the silence, the void, so Tinker can't use his spells anyway, which is very, very good.
Yeah,
So
go ahead, Steve.
I can't say this is why this game's so incredible, because like you have Extreme in like the early to mid game. They're playing on high ground walls. They're not allowing the Night Stalker to try and break the early game, open up the aggression, and then like Extreme 35 minutes in, they contest a Roshan, they get the Aegis, they're feeling good. Arme is like in the draft, pick me Muerta. I don't care what they pick. And then he goes down mid. He doesn't have buyback. He goes, okay, they survive. Then he runs down mid again, buying Lincolns, runs it, gets a Rax, and they die and lose the game. Like, the confidence from Extreme this entire game was incredible. The map play from both teams was incredible. And it was down to, like, the smallest of choices. And when you look at that, of course, Vision is king. And that's where Spirit had the slight edge, because even when the game gets hard, they have tools to find those moments. Yeah.
But I do think that Lincoln's purchase should be called out, because foregoing buyback at this point of the game, after the enemy team just ran down and took a lane off of one of your deaths, you know the kind of damage that they can do to your base while you're dead.
My assumption is he didn't have gold for buyback unless they chilled and farmed. And there clearly someone in the team was like, just go, let's try and win the fight. And it's like, am I going to farm gold for buyback and run down mid without Lincolns? Or do I buy Lincolns and hope we just win the fight and have confidence? And like, it's a difficult position to be in. I kind of feel like Extreme could have just sat back, farmed a little bit more, not rushed it because they were in a decent spot. But again, they were so aggressive.
I may be wrong, but I think he had buyback.
Did he? Okay, yeah.
About the Lincolns. So that was an incredibly bold choice.
Okay, sure. Okay,
and sometimes bold choices take you all the way to a win, but other times bold choices will kind of result in a loss, because at that point in the game, it was Extreme Gaming's game to lose. We saw the damage coming out of this Muerta with the Mirana Solar Flare. We saw how Doom was dooming Luna and taking care of her. Team Spirit just had to channel their magic, find that one Team Spirit pickoff, and make it work. And they did. You can never get too comfortable versus this team. I mean, they are the comeback team for a reason. But I do feel the need to call that out a little bit. With that being said, collapse on that Night Stalker, beautiful.
It was a beautiful game. It actually reminded me very much. So we've obviously had a lot of grand finals this year, and unfortunately, a lot of them were fairly one-sided. Credit Falcons, of course, being as dominant.
Thanks,
but there was one grand finals that was the best grand finals that we've had this entire 2024, which was PGL's Wallachia Season 1, which was these two teams in a best of 5 going all the way. And it was magic. It was this magic.
And it was the best grand, and you can argue if you want in Twitch chat, but that grand finals at PGL Fly was the best grand finals of the year, and no other grand finals got even close because of the magic and the experience these guys bring is incredible. And I did just double check, he did have buyback and then bought the Lincoln, so yeah, it was a optional, let me run it down mid, no buyback situation into loss.
You could argue it was a potential play to win. You know, if he would have lived because of it, it would have been a really cool play. But sometimes you take these risks and they do not play off, and sometimes that just means you're heading to a game number 2 in Elimination Series while being 1 game down. That's Extreme Gaming's reality, and in part also due to the man on your screen, Lacoste Radan Yatoro delivered on his Luna.
A beautiful performance. Like, this guy is playing out of his mind when the stakes are high, and this is also another hero that kind of became a hero of the tournament as tournament progressed. We've seen, a lot of Maranas. He plays it really well. On the other side, Ame did not want to touch the hero at all because they're playing different heroes, but every single time when they play against each other, something crazy happens, and that's what I want to see. But I'll check the stats for win rate when it comes down to Luna against Doom matchup, because I think I've seen it so many times in the last couple of days. It was above 70% during this series, so it's going to go even up to 75, 76%.
Okay, so I just checked. Sorry, I went to the VOD to see if he had buyback. So Ame actually was 400 gold short of buyback.
Okay, well, you both checked apparently.
He did have it, Effie.
Oh, he did have it. Okay, sorry. So he did have it. Okay, because
you guys are both.
I'm trying really hard to defend. Sorry, I was like, I don't want to be.
There's
wrong.
no defense, Effie. I'm sorry.
Okay, so that was an incredibly confident play, and it's a bit unfortunate because I think the supporting cast around Muerta did everything that they could do this game. The Doom was delivering the Dooms on Luna. The Tinker was pushing lanes all the time. You ask yourself, why didn't Team Spirit make any moves with their Night Stalker? It's because the lanes were constantly pushed out by all of the heroes on XG. XM on the Storm was getting the jumps. He had 10 kills that game. And it finally got to a point where your Muerta was the strongest hero in the game. And at the nth hour, Muerta didn't exist.
No, she straight up died without buyback. I will say there were a lot of fights leading up to that point, which the game doesn't only come down, I think, to the Lincoln's purchase over buyback.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Like, the way that this game was played, like, the way that Extreme dodged the early movements from Spirit enabled them to even get into this game. Like, we look at this draft, other teams that have fallen short at the Road International, they'd have lost by 20 minutes, 25. Like, the fact that Extreme kept themselves in this game to create this moment that we can now, pick a little Lincoln's purchase, it doesn't matter because everything else was just phenomenal from both teams. And it is a shame we don't have more games. There's maybe 1, maybe 2, but yeah, Extreme in the next one, not really much to change, honestly. It's just don't make the small blunder. Like, the aggression is what I want to see from them. Just keep going, keep finding that next opportunity.
It was beautiful map play, and we talked about the greed in their draft, but X3 are one of the teams that pull off greed better than anybody else. They were printing money on the Doom. They were pushing lanes with the Tinker. Storm was finding farm wherever he could, and ultimately Muerta did get, she did scale and she did catch up. And then Spirit were in a position where they were actually in the back foot, because finding plays on a map that is constantly shoved out is very difficult. You even saw out of frustration. I think Mapushka was drawing lines on all of the side lanes, push the side lane, push the side lane, push the side lane. But that's just the beautiful thing about Team Spirit. It often feels like they're in these situations where they have to find the one play, the one jump, the one opportunity, but they always do. And in this case, it was the Silver Edge purchase on Radon, finding the Muerta, the follow-up jump by Night Stalker into the no buyback Muerta running down mid, but that, we talked about that already.
After losing pretty hard to Team Liquid, Extreme Gaming, they had to fix some of the issues, focus more heavily on the laning stage to not get ran over, because Team Spirit, they're also, putting it in the next gear. They want to speed things up, seeing that other teams are playing it super fast. And Extreme Gaming, they did that with the very greedy draft, which I'm really proud of, because they do tend to lose the game. If you go a couple of months back, this team, 10 minutes in, 5k gold down. They're like, you know what, we're going to play it from there and just outplay the enemies. But Team Spirit, they're a very difficult team to outplay.
They are for sure. We're going to have a second game, and I hope both teams get a little bit of a breather and a reset to go that hard again in game number 2, because I think everybody enjoyed game 1 very much. One thing that we're also going to enjoy, other than game 2 coming up, of course, is another short film contribution. This one is the Sphere Master. Another fantastic submission, and it makes me wonder, Invoker, will we see an Invoker this series? I feel like after we've seen some top-tier Invokers this road to the International already, are we going to see it this series?
Maybe. I mean, Laurel's been looking excellent on his Invoker, but teams have been banning it out against him. If it does come out, we could be poised to see, a ranged carry plus Mirana plus Invoker kind of draft. It might be hard now because you're on game 2. You could potentially get eliminated if you're Extreme Gaming. You don't want to give Team Spirit their signature heroes.
Yeah, I believe Thompson is also undefeated on the hero, and they did shift the priority in terms of bans. They did ban it out in the first phase. This is also becoming another hero that... Because I think Team Spirit figured out the meta the quickest, even though they are in the lower bracket, how many buffs you can throw on certain heroes, and also the combination of the heroes that they picked so far, but especially with the Invoker, with the Mirana, and they also, throw in some Tusk, some RC in between. It works out really well.
It does, and it makes me wonder how the teams are going to adjust in game number 2, because... we're saying Extreme couldn't, in theory, just run it back because literally a couple things different and they would have taken this game. But we all know both teams are not going to run it back. They're going to study this T. They're going to see way more things than we even ever thought of and come to conclusions that will lead to a different draft.
I mean, you say that, but didn't the coach literally say, Arme, what do you want? Pick me Muerta no matter what,
Regardless of what they pick me Muerta.
So what happens if in game 2, Arme's already going, guys, the Muerta didn't work to, what I wanted it to be, and now I want to play, Naga Siren or something. What if he forces this new carry here into the draft? I hope, I respect the aura that Extreme's bringing. Like the fact that they've done the shenanigans with Jinkyu's hero pool, the IDC pick me muerta, the run down mid, the fake smoke back that you see that you don't competitively you don't really take lane, run away, smoke back in. That's like a pub strap. But like here, they would do. I don't know. It feels cool. So I don't know what Extremes. They woke up on a different side of the bed this morning. But like I don't know. I'm vibing how they're playing, even though they lost. It's good vibes.
The gameplay was good mostly, but to that I would hope that after your IDC pick me this hero,
Double down on it, Effie. Double down on it.
And I would just hope that in situations like this, like you feel the burden of what you may or may not, have cost the team at that point, and that you enter like a more team-oriented, cooperative headspace for that game too.
You don't say no to Ame. If you have last pick in the draft, whatever he calls, you're most likely going to pick him. But seeing the heroes, the difference between two position 4 players is these heroes are not overlapping by any means. Jinkyu, he is playing more on a greedy side, always has been, probably always will be. This is his style. But we see Mira playing these more like team fighty heroes, buying all these aura items, whatever is necessary. He had the pipe, was going for the Lotus Orb as well to reflect the Doom. And then Jinkyu, he's more of a guy that plays for himself. In this one, he did go for the auras as well, but this is how they play, and I want to see something spicy for Jinkyu.
Yeah, and I also hope that if Ame calls for a hero, he does that before the draft starts, so that Maps can draft a strategy around it. Because I think that's what kind of happens. It's not like he goes last and is like, oh yeah, actually, regardless, I wanted...
I think as much as we meme it now, it's like Ame's already obviously done the deductions on what's good or bad for his game, so it's like, if this is a mid pick, you'd respect your mid to call the hero. If it's a carry pick, and like they nearly won the game, right? So
yeah,
it's just more of a. It is just nice when you have that confidence, and it helps with teams. But we'll see where their confidence lies this time around. Will they be able to approach it slightly differently? Bans though from Extreme are slightly different. They now get rid of the SD and the Omni Knight. Very very annoying defensive toolkits that we've seen throughout the entirety of today.
Extreme Gaming's turn to pick.
What do you want to see coming out here? We already see some changes here, Effie. We got the Tusk making it through. Mirana removed by Extreme themselves.
Yeah, I think you don't want to just shove this Mirana into the draft when you have other options presented to you. The Tusk, for example, which you want to enable your safe lane from, and you don't want to give the Mirana away to Team Spirit either, right? But Team Spirit definitely cooking, I feel like even without their Omni Knight, they have so many routes that they can take. And Collapse has shown us that his hero... Oh, I was going to talk about Collapse's hero pool, but he's shown us that his hero pool has expanded in the last few days. One of them is the Mars. And revealing this Mars this early, too, is kind of a giga-tad move, too.
I'm not opposed to it at all. Like, the whole concept of Tusk in the 5 row is to enable range damage. We've said it so many times now, but arena against range damage is good. Aggression in lane, when you're drinking buddies to go aggressive, you just spear back the Tusk or the carry who's running at you. So now he independently can farm the lane, opens up for all the position 4s that we know Mira for being aggressive on. And what happened on day 1, day 2? We praised Spirit on their aggression. Then they picked Tinker, now they're lower bracket, and now they're back to aggression. So this is good.
They learned a lesson, but so did the Extreme Gaming. This is the first time they actually open up with the Tusk. So we see the adjustments after seeing what's really working out, what's really strong. I think coming into Road to TI, that teams expected this hero to be strong when paired up with certain range carries, but definitely shifted in priority. And also looking at the previous series, if you go for different items, if you play it as a position 4, give them that little extra farm, little extra oomph, he's going to be able to win your game with that kick.
Yeah, the Tusk is bonkers in the correct hands.
Yep. Wins games time and time again. We get Invoker banned out on the side of Extreme Gaming. Does that tell us a little bit more about what they might be going for in that mid lane?
They banned out the Invoker in the last game too, didn't they?
Yeah,
I think they just don't want to enable Spirit with the heroes that they've been winning with the most.
Fair enough. They even banned it out in the first phase previous game. Even though Team Spirit did not want to pick that up, opting for that early Mars instead. Already a lot of team fight threatening on the horizon with the Mars. I'm very happy to see that, because it means that we're going to have some nice fights coming out, but it also means that Extreme Gaming knows of some combos that they want to prevent, like the Mars Snapfire.
The reason why Mars is nice to draft, and why I'm surprised it took so long for it to become a hero of the tournament is, you know when like Kunkka had Torrent Storm with his Aghanims? You pick him in the draft and you know team fight is already done by this hero no matter what I pick. I feel like Mars is identical to that. No matter what Spirit drafts, as long as they facilitate the fight around the arena, the rest of the draft could be all pick off, map play, anything. It's like, but the team fight is already locked down by this single hero, as it is so obnoxious with the vision facet.
I feel like he does need a hero on his team, though, that can build the auras for his team. Like, if it's a support Snapfire, it can build the Guardian Greaves. If it's something like a Sand King from mid, you can see, like, the Pipes and the Crimsons come out. But these aura items are necessary in this meta. And if you can't do it through your offlane, I would like to see the supporting cast of Team Spirit be able to build those items themselves.
I'm just wondering what XXS is going to play in this one. I wouldn't mind seeing some, Whiskey Risky, some Visage that can come out if they want to shift this Tusk to a position 4. The reason why I'm thinking you don't see anything inside of the arena pre-BKB is drop some birds there because it's relatively easy to execute, stop that early aggression. But this time around, Extreme Gaming will pick up Luna for themselves. So if this is going to be their safe lane, it is super strong. This is the BKB carrier relatively early on, can run inside of the arena, deal damage with the Eclipse. They need some, BKB piercing abilities against Luna, that's for sure.
And as we just saw, she builds Silver Edge, which is a great item versus Mars to just break him and his bulwark. But also, Luna's biggest counter has shown to be Doom. We saw in the last game when Luna gets Doom, there's really not that much you can do. And because you see this Mars so early in the draft, your Luna is so protected at this point already.
Tinker Tusk support duo. Tinker coming out once again. We saw DY doing a great job with the previous games. In Q, of course, can't get his Mirana as his band. We'll have the Tusk as the +4, which we saw, as we just mentioned, as a +4 with a little bit extra gold. Very, very spooky.
It's just Zinky's hero, too. He plays Tinker as well, so he doesn't have to be the Tusk.
Okay.
The nice thing, at least with this setup for Tinker, is there's no expectation to make moves on the map. So having Tinker on your team isn't hurting your ability to play out the game. Like, Luna wants to farm the jungle behind, Tusk can protect those jungle areas and or play on your mid lane. So Tinker can be a little bit more, greedy in his playstyle. I think it's the drafts where Tinker is, expected to be a playmaking hero, or at least you wish he was, that it hurts him. So overall, I think Extreme has drafted Tinker quite nicely this time around. And Spirit just continuing down the line of, we will make team fight, we'll be strong, Phoenix with the Mars.
Yeah.
Team fight wise, Spirit, they have all of it compared to Extreme.
If they need another BKB piercing tool, I'm down for some Batrider. I think they had a great success. This was the other one, Dark Willow, a lot of control. This Phoenix will be played as a position 5, and now you don't lack any damage. A lot of team fight, a lot of area control coming out from the heroes. Right now, you have Luna, who can kill the egg. Tinker and Tusk, they don't provide you with any attack speed whatsoever, so other heroes will need to do that job.
And to go back onto Tinker a little bit, again, Tinker should be able to farm up, but one of the reasons why we don't see Tinker in every game is because you don't apply pressure, lineups that are a little bit greedier on levels, you'll always get to those levels. Like, you don't really contest Wisdom Runes that well. Phoenix and Willow, if you lose towers early, you can get hurt. Like, this draft from Spirit, if there was no tier 1 towers at like minute 15, they'd struggle. Like, if you don't hit that one arena, if you don't hit that one egg, but the fact that they are a little bit more passive in nature does open up, hence why the Visage pick is moving down in the correct direction of, let's try and make Spirit have to think about their spell usage early and not just get to 25 minutes without any major contest like we saw in the last game.
Extreme Gaming, again, creating gold out of nothing. In the previous game, they did have Doom from the offlane. Now the Wizzy with his facet, so he could get up to extra 210 gold. That's the new facet, the third one. Pretty cool that you can have 3 facets on some heroes. And also Medusa ban. That's a really interesting one because in the previous game, Team Spirit, they did pick up Luna and they also banned Medusa. So these teams, they probably know each other out, know that this is going to be the counter for Luna, just that we haven't seen it yet.
This Visage plus Tinker pairing of heroes is quite scary for Team Spirit's lineup because they're very cooldown dependent in order to make moves in that early game. Their supports are susceptible to death by the hero that's going to come out from XM last year. And it feels like if you have this Visage running down a lane, Tinker, his game is a lot simpler when there's a hero pushing and he can just stack marches on that push, stack the defensive abilities. If you bring Luna to that push as well, when she gets that +1 item, there isn't much Team Spirit can do once their arena is down. Once their egg is down, they're just going to have to watch all their towers disappear.
I think for Spirit, if they can get like Morphling to close out their draft, it's like the carry of all carries. Hence why like Medusa's getting banned out. There's so much protection with Spirit's first 4 heroes that Yotaro has free pick. If he sees a hero that will win the game at 30 minutes with 3 items, you pick him the hero. He needs to be the army in this draft. Like, you listen to him, he calls for his hero. And for Extreme, yeah, again, I feel like maybe the Morphling is a decent ban. Maybe there's another big carry that Spirit are looking for. But
5 seconds remaining.
I think ban-wise from Spirit, super tempo lane-winning heroes from the mid lane of Extreme, right? Take away the Viper, take away the Ember. Oh, yeah. Oh, of course, yeah. Kind of forgot about Void, but fits the bill at least from the Aurora series as well, right?
What do we want for XM? Some Void Spirit to round it up, have a little bit of extra jump to play with Tusk, to play with the Visage, silence against the Storm Spirit.
Or Sniper.
The classic.
Sniper is his hero. This is the other hero who's played a lot throughout this tournament. What Sniper gives you in this draft is, one, a good lane versus Storm Spirit pre-Storm 6, where he can then jump you, but Sniper should have like free CS up until that point, but also just he's the hero that will kill the Phoenix Supernova for you. He also provides you vision in the Mars arena with the new facet that blocks off vision with Shrapnel. So this hero gives a lot. It's an XM specialty. He's probably the best sniper in the world. Maybe you can argue about Topson as well holding that role, but looks good.
And that win rate you just saw on screen, do not fall victim to it. It is position 4 that is destroying Sniper. It's around 50%-ish when we checked it yesterday from the mid lane. So core Sniper is doing decent at TI. Support Sniper, farewell.
What about some good old Bug, some Weaver? Because they don't have much lockdown. You can easily get on top of the heroes. I would say Spectre here, but
like
there's a lot of bad matchups in the lane. This is also very fine. Like just a hero that they don't have lockdown for. That's why I said Weaver as well. But this works amazingly.
Yeah, I think Extreme, they identified a potential weakness in Spirit's lineup, which is if Storm doesn't have a good lane, their entry to the game is heavily dependent on the big ultimates of Spirit. Therefore, the Sniper, even though it might not feel like the playmaker you expect to see, it gives them purpose. Luna should get to her items without getting jumped by the Storm. Everyone will get a good game because of the Sniper vs Storm matchup, but Spirit, they've got the makings of a incredibly strong draft once they get online, and that's why Extreme need to make sure their lanes go well and they keep that momentum. Yotaro Morphling is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, it's an excellent Morphling game for the overall game. Like, if it gets to the late game stages, this is a hero that can easily 1v5 this kind of lineup, but there's still going to be Extreme Gaming playing on their Visage plus Tinker, pushing lanes. Their Sniper who's also going to join in, and their Luna who's going to come online a bit earlier than the Morphling, who's going to be pressured because he's on the Visage Tinker lane. So it's very dependent on Radon, Yotaro, for Team Spirit to carry this game. Like, he is this entire draft is dependent on him doing well, which is hard to pull off, but we've seen Team Spirit do it multiple times.
A lot of pressure.
Most definitely. And looking at the lanes, Visage plus Tusk, this is a scary lane to play into. This is a killer lane for them where you're going to be playing into Phoenix, Morphling. These heroes at level 1, level 2 don't do as much, so this is where Extreme Gaming is going to strike hard. And I also want to see what the build for Sniper is going to be. We've seen some Gleipnir earlier, yesterday I believe, and it worked out really well against Morphling, against Storm, to have that little extra catch, because their heroes, you don't have that like reliable stun, so he might need to build into something, be that Gleipnir into Hurricane Pike into his own shard type of a build.
It's like a BKB game.
Of a region rests on the back of Arme and the boys. If they lose this, potentially China's worst placement at TI. There's so much riding on this. Much.
There is so much, and obviously a lot of Dota fans around the world are hoping for that third game, but there's a couple of very strong voices that would really hope that this is a 2-0, and one of them is Coach Silent.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, indeed. I mean, Silent, do you think this is looking like a 2-0 from your point of view?
I hope so. I'm feeling like we get our heroes, and Extreme, I'm not really sure the draft is really balanced, and it's their best heroes. think maybe not much, but advantage on our side.
Okay, so you don't think the nothing to say sniper is very scary?
He's sniper, nothing to say sniper might be scary, but he's already not playing. Okay, their sniper is good, but I don't think he might be good into Mars and Storm. And also Morph, we can jump on him and we have a massive team fight. In my opinion, it's a really hard game for sniper.
Let's see if that does end up being the case. Thank you very much, Simon. A lot of confidence here. Let's get into the game with OD and Fogged. Thank you very much, sir.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get some action here around the bounty runes. It doesn't look like they're going to get a catch here with the Brambles, but yeah, this game 2 draft, the sniper coming out for XM to close things up. It's a strong pick, right, Fogg? It's one of his best.
It's one of his best, but
there's a lot of heroes that can get on top of him, but there is also decent save, right? He can rely on the Tusk, on the Tinker to bail him out if things start to look tough in a team fight.
Exactly. That's kind of the thing that I'm going to be looking at. It does look, I mean, it doesn't look as greedy by any means this time around from XG. Just, how much is this sniper going to be able to do and how much are they going to be able to protect him? Once they start collapsing, there's a Storm, there's that Mars. There's going to be multiple different heroes that are just jumping on top of him. And the other thing to point out, of course, it's a Storm Morphling lineup that isn't really versus most stuns. It is a little bit lackluster on that one. So we'll see how it ends up going down. Whoop, no one saw that.
Yeah, let's do it indeed. I mean, because the talk of the timings for both of these lineups, it's a lot of pressure that can come in from Extreme Gaming, which we saw last game. Extreme Gaming, despite the fact that it looked like they had a greedier draft, they were very active early on. Right? They were looking to get a lot done very early on, and for the most part, it was kind of working out for them.
It was. No, absolutely. I mean, XM, I felt like he actually played miraculously as the Storm Spirit. He was kind of like leading the charge, finding so many of these great pickups. Same thing for XXS. Every one of the Dooms, it was on Radon, right? Every single one did catch him. Of course, there was a bit of reflect that happened at the end of the game there that was unfortunate for them, but that was a really, really fun game. Did not expect it to go like that. And yeah, let's see what the results of the lanes come out, because that's why they wanted this sniper. Sure, later on, might be some problems of like the jumping on top, but in the lane in particular, should be a good matchup to at least slow down that Storm's momentum. And I think that's kind of what XG was looking for. Maybe across the board. All three of their lanes are very strong. The Tusk Visage we've seen time and time again throughout this tournament. Tons of damage, explosive throughout most of the game. And Luna +1 just seems super strong. Luna plus any of these defensive supports, Tree, Tusk, Tinker, etc.
Absolutely. You can only imagine after that game 1 that Arme is very much hungry to have a bit of a go back on the Luna himself after that game 1 Radon performance.
Yep, XM is getting a lot of denies here. 13-7 already at this point.
We have seen some of these mid-sniper players do this, just completely annihilate their opponent's laning phase. So happening here from XM's performance. Soul Assumption not gonna quite
the Salve! He pops the Salve for even like a split second. I think it maybe saves him.
I think you're right. I think it was going down otherwise.
Holy moly. Not gonna have that one for later on, but...
Yeah, but look at these, all three lanes. Extreme Gaming. It's a hard start.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can definitely see why they want. You know, they're putting people on very comfortable and just wanting to be as comfortable as possible with XM playing this sniper. Hera? Trading with DY. Looks like he wants to prevent the hard camp from spawning. Oh man, Laurel.
It's getting very close to the what can you do kind of part of the laning phase here for the Storm against the sniper. He's getting the salves out. He uses bottle charges.
I look at the sentries that Team Spirit did place though below here for Laurel. They want to ensure that Laurel, he knows he's going to lose his mid. He has to just go farm jungle at some point, right? So making sure that these aren't blocked early on. Looks like it was something very important for them in terms of that matchup.
For the main cores off to a good start. Radon's still getting good farm down bottom. 16 and 6 being picked up in the lane against these two. As we saw Miposhka, he has to be careful, but Radon doing well on these early levels against the potential aggression that XXS can come in with those threatening bursts of Soul Assumptions.
Yeah, playing it nicely. Able to get some good trades. Miposhka always wants to be the one to, soak a little bit of that for Radon. As we'll be able to back away. Drinking Buddy's not going to connect.
This mid
matchup is just absurd.
Oh, as I said, we've seen this before. I can't remember what game it was. It was in the Falcons versus Tundra, right? It was when Malorine was playing some sniper.
It was Malorine versus.
Was it 1 win?
1 win.
It was
1W.
Yeah, that game as well. sniper.
That was Chira Jr. just getting straight up bullied by the sniper.
I mean, that's what's happening here at XM
It is.
versus Lal.
I want to see what build he does, because we did see Maureen did go the Gleipnir build that game, which was kind of cool, because they wanted, I mean, they were so far ahead that game, but wanted extra catch. Could be similar. They might want extra catch versus the Morph in that Storm.
And it's also worth noting as well, this game XM has the ghillie suit. I think Maureen had the other one, right?
He did.
So a bit of variety there between these mid snipers.
Very true.
Complete domination in this mid. The levels, it's going to take a lot of catching up for Lal. He's going to have to find some sort of space and time to recover.
He's gotten... Mira!
Why? Actually getting the burst in time, not able to TP out under the cover of the Shadow Realm. First blood for the Tinker.
Might be able to get a side pull off of that kill too if they clear these two creeps very quickly. Could deny some XP as well from Collapse. Only gonna get one of the range creeps, but Collapse also sitting low HP up here. They might look for a dive play.
He's got to be careful, Collapse.
This is cool. DY actually puts the second point in laser too. Sometimes you see only the 1 point and they start going barrier. He's feeling good because he can get aggressive.
Yeah, I think he feels that at this point, Team Spirit unlikely to be able to get into a position to get aggressive onto the two of them. So offense is the best defense here at the moment for this Tinker in the lane.
Very, very true. Miposhka, he's got the dive. Should be just fine. Miposhka's starting to move around, it seems like, trying to get some stacks going, and perhaps for the Storm Spirit, try to get a rune. I think he knows that Radon now at this point with the points in waveform should be pretty okay to stay bottom. Has a raindrop as well. So trying to stabilize the mid, but we're seeing the rotations. XG, they want to power up XM. They've got a catapult wave here.
Absolutely. They know that anybody gets near to this sniper, XM, with this lead that he has, he's going to be able to shoot them down pretty quickly.
His damage is very high too. It's only level 1 drinking buddies, but it's still quite a bit that gets added through.
6 minutes in. Tower starting to fall. They'll have to put the fortification. Miposhka starting to throw out some fire spirits, slow down the attack speed, try and slow down this early siege from XM.
Hey, look at Laurel. Level 4, he's starting to clear this hard camp stack at the least to start to catch back up. But the supports now having to sit mid to soak. XQ still waiting. Just to keep tabs of him. Does mean that Collapse is left on his own because they want to be able to. They want to put these two supports here to try to protect Laurel. A rough start for him. Which means that level 6, you know, it comes out so much later. So XM overall, it's going to be quite a bit tankier when it comes out. Perhaps will just survive even if they do make an aggressive move onto the sniper when the Storm has 6. He's level 7 on sniper with treads, 10 wand. He's got a raindrop too, and he's just taking out this tower from the distance.
Top lane as well, a Collapse. He's got the stick charges to rely on, but indeed being kept incredibly low by the two of them. Oh man, DY.
Yeah, it's really nice having these like double, triple burst kind of versus even Mars, who can be a bit sustainable. And this mid tower, it's dropping.
Yeah, I mean, look at this, 7.5 minutes in. I mean, XM, he's going to be able to take this one pretty much as quickly as what the DK was able to take the last game tower.
Pretty much the same, yeah.
Yeah,
He's got a
7 minutes in.
Full two levels over Laurel still. XM.
He's just stepping up.
Look at how confident he is.
My goodness. He's not scared at all of them, I guess, rightfully so. I mean, what Team Spirit going to do about this sniper at this point? I don't know. I mean, it's a honestly, it's going to have to just be a waiting game for them to get the ults online, right? If they have the ultimates, then maybe they can make a play onto XM. Until that, this sniper feels kind of untouchable.
Until Storm has 6. Like, it doesn't, the supports, yeah, they need some levels, but the Storm 6 is the gap close, so they need that one in particular versus XM. Radon, though, will be able to close the gap. XM, he's got backup. And that was an aggressive waveform, so Radon, perhaps in trouble.
See, I mean, XM playing to the side of this. The Fire Spirits are connecting. He's able to turn with the Assassinate.
Another waveform's up.
Not quite enough burst. So Radon's able to get out of there. They'll turn into the river towards GQ with a Vortex. Level 6 is hit by Lal. He zips forward.
He's out of mana.
And the snowball's there. They turn with the stun. Lal, is it going to end up going down in the river? Team Spirit, they can't fight into Extreme right now. Extreme around XM Sniper. They're too strong.
These lens are devastating. A 3k lead already.
Does have the arena.
Okay.
If they can do it here, they've got the lockdown, they'll get it. All right, Collapse. Ready to shake the game up a bit, turn up and find some action. It's a big one, taking out the sniper. Of course, still overall, Extreme holding an incredible lead here. this early on too. The 3K advantage at 9 minutes in, but it's something. You know, Collapse is ready to do some heavy lifting in this early game.
Yeah, it's a necessary move though. He just has to kind of leave away from top lane. It's not like he was getting too much out of there anyway. Radon doesn't get the last hit, but either way, good chunk of gold. And he's only, what, 300 behind his counterparts? Not too shabby for the Morph. Laurel, though, paying the price, trying to go for that kill, does get punished.
Yeah, let's see how well Laurel can recover.
Stacks, right? That's got to be the name of the game for this Storm to recover. As bottom, heavy damage onto this tower, XM. Trying to get a nice advantage for himself here.
Some really, really good early tower pushes here from Extreme this game. Pre-10 minutes, 2 tier 1s to be taken.
Oh, and look at XXS. He is going to be going down at least some type of catch on this Visage, so the 8-Toast is going to be the choice for him. I like it. I mean, we've seen Leipner sometimes on these Visage when they have the other facet, but could even be a possibility even with this one. Just any type of catch. And Stacks now being taken here. DY is going to at least start to work on them a little bit here. Ame getting that crazy free farm, level 8. And he has gone for the Mask of Madness, so we'll be able to just run around the map with that one too. Get the farm increased even more so. And DY can look to defend any of these towers if Ame wants to just go jungle as well too for some time.
And with this sort of lead that Extreme have right now, you know, if your Team Spirit Collapse, he's got the Arena of Blood back online. Do you avoid fights, or do you as Spirit try to slow Extreme Gaming down by getting offensive and trying to do something each time you have the arena ready?
That's a good question, honestly. After that last game, I feel like it's tough to tell, because I feel like XG, even when they didn't have the best tools of fighting, they were just forcing it. Maybe Spirit will be a little bit more hesitant. So I think maybe they will try to slow it down a little bit. Because supports are also pretty low level, right? Miposhka is still 5, Mira still 4, so even with a arena, they need 2 cores. They can't have like a support plus a core looking for these kills, so they'll have to bring either Laurel or Radon to look for kills with a arena.
Yeah, for sure. Because that last sort of situation in the jungle where Collapse was able to get the kill on XM with the first arena was definitely quite a bit of a perfect one, right? There wasn't either of the supports from Extreme Gaming set up to back up XM. If there's even just sort of one of them, Collapse alone, it's unlikely to get the kill on XM.
And top, looks like they're going to put XXS in the more scary lane, the more scary position. They're like, okay, you want to make an aggressive move? You'll have to make it on the Visage. So swapping the positions there. Ame now going to just be able to farm Ancients. And they're going to be able to hold this tower and maybe even make their own aggressive move. I believe that is the Atos finished up here on XXS. The Courier, though, I believe they're going to see that. I don't know if they're going to actually see it as a full delivery, but they saw it do something in the jungle there. So might be aware of a smoke. And they're going to throw the scan down. So yeah, they did see that.
Collapse. He's going to have to be careful about how he walks into this.
Seems to be aware.
And they're watching it from the high ground. They get the Atos set up into the stuns of the familiar. Snowball and Shards will catch him, but it will drop the arena down in return. Get the spear connected in on towards Xingqiu. Xingqiu pulls himself to the side of the drinking buddy. Radon is going to go down. Radon fully committing him for the fight. He's ticking down low, trying to run away from all of this. Can he get away?
He just hit 6 on Phoenix.
Radon's going to survive the supernova down. Can they take the egg down in time? They can.
Deny.
They bring the egg down. Indeed, Mira actually helping out there to make sure they don't get the kill from it. There's still a fight falling into Extreme's hands as they get the double kill on XS. It's time to back off Mira. He's getting peeked by XM. He's also going to fall. They're trying their best to kill this sniper. Look at the fire spirits onto him, slowing down his attack speed. XM being bullied back by Miposhka, but it's cost this buyback from Miposhka. And Miposhka, he may just go down again. He's going to try and sunray up to the high ground, but the snowballs into the punch from Xingqiu will cause it to be a dieback on the Phoenix. Extreme Gaming just continuing to push the advantage.
All right, that says desperation, if anything. Ame's free farming during all of it. He's looking over. He's like, hey, guys, you having fun over there? You guys just fought 4 versus 6 potentially there and ended up ahead. The sniper just sits there and peeps the entire duration of the team fight. Bit awkward for Team Spirit. I mean, they kind of were forcing it with Collapse walking in there. Radon, I can't believe he actually ends up surviving all of it.
He was lucky to get away there, Radon. Living on the edge, but in this sort of game, he knows he's got to try and make some crazy plays.
It does feel like it at this point.
It's a difficult one. It's one that he has to turn up to, try and just commit and offer everything that he can have while staying alive. He's got to really sort of dance on the edge.
Yeah,
to try and hold this one together for Spirit because they're falling behind.
Falling behind massively. And the big thing really there too is the Phoenix, I think Mipushka got 6 off of one of the kills in the middle of it, but they didn't have 6 on Mira. It's a very late one, so no fear to cover that egg. If they had that, potentially could get a turn, but instead he has to deny the egg. So now they're going to be able to walk in and actually steal away some of these stacks that Spirit was really trying to defend. They're getting so much in this early game.
Yeah, they're crushing this early game extreme. All sort of spiraling out of control after what was a very tough matchup in the mid for Lal to play. Still trying to recover.
Oh, and very cool. XXS, he's actually just gonna... It's just an Atos, which this I actually like way better. Atos into these auras. Let XM go for the Gleipnir for that scaling. You're an offlaner. You don't have to go full all-out scaling with this type of lineup when then you have a Luna and a Sniper. So I like that he's going for this type of, yeah, just normal build. Go with these auras. Let your carries do the carrying. That's Ame. Just a complete free game for him. Radon still having decent farm, honestly. The Manta, he's only... I mean, about 1,000 gold behind, but all things considered, with how devastating the game's been going, give him some credit for it.
And they've got the blink on collapse, and as you say, the 6s are finally there on both supports. The team fight can come out.
Well, they have the problem could start to be damage though, because this Sniper now has the vitality booster. So XM, he's got what 1,500 plus HP on strength treads in these fights. Not the most fragile of targets anymore with the farm that they've been able to get after these first 15. Have to see how those jumps go.
Mate, with the Manta recipe soon coming out. I mean, he's getting very close to being ready to join the rest of the team for these pushes. And we've seen already how much Extreme's been able to do. Pretty much 4 versus 5 in most scenarios. So you throw an extra farmed Loon on top of that all, and you're going to struggle.
They can force a Roche. They've got the sustain, they've got the damage.
They've got the timings, they're straight in.
Spirit fighting up here, definitely not an option. So let's see if they just look to push out these lanes in the meantime, or try to catch if somebody is split. XM, he finds a haze, so he should be pretty safe. With this Roche, it's free. And there's that full Gleipnir, so extra control. Atos and Gleipnir, now they've got the catch versus this Storm and Morphling for sure as the game progresses. Getting these so early on. XM.
They're looking for XM. He's able to play to the distance. They have the vision, but can they get the catch? They're going to try. They're on top of him. They've got the arena, they've got the spear. TP's coming in, doesn't matter. XM's gone.
Very nice play.
But it's something, but again, overall Extreme, I don't think they mind paying the price too much because they do get that Aegis onto Arme.
Absolutely. But it's something, you know, Spirit gets what they can get out of it.
It's a trade.
Yeah, it's some type of trade at least. Ame is showing a bit far forward alone. They are pinging him out. But they don't know where the rest are just yet, so not going to look to make that aggressive move onto him. Radon, there's a flank here. Look at this position from Ame.
Manta has already been popped as well, so he has no dispel available.
What a play. Nice move from Ame. Radon not expecting that rotation. So far, pretty much picture perfect for Extreme out of these lanes. Not much more you could ask for. Sure, your sniper gets caught once, but everything else has just been going beautifully. Tricore farming well. Your greedy Tinker's getting his items online, and now they're looking to smoke. Want to put more pressure on. Especially now that this Morph is dead.
If they can sweep into the ancient triangle area of Team Spirit, XG stand a high chance of finding a big kill.
And the scare's right on there.
Catch collapse.
This is looking real difficult for Spirit. They're unable to get any space on the map. The second somebody shows, they just get ran at from 3-4 heroes.
Yeah, Extreme Gaming's draft this game too just seems perfect for the way that they've come in and want to play Dota, play the game against Team Spirit.
I mean, they were fighting last game when they had a bit of a greedy draft. Yeah. This time when they don't have a greedy draft, they're just kind of picking every single one of these battles.
It's working fantastically.
It's to the high ground already. Yeah. What are you going to do, Spirit?
18 minutes in, they got to do something.
So much damage. Throw the drinking buddy onto the familiar for that big DPS. Mira looking to cut a wave, maybe.
Okay. will be able to do so. They haven't got any creeps in, so the backdoor protection will kick in pretty soon. So this will cause Extreme to have to back up for now, but they've still got plenty of time to try and push on with that Aegis. Still 2.5 minutes left on Arme's Aegis, and Eclipse is going to be up very shortly.
Nice Spirit. I feel like they just kind of have to go for some type of YOLO play.
It's a risky one.
This game is just looking pretty out of hand if they don't catch XG off guard somehow. But this is not an easy fight by any means.
They've got the combo.
The egg is online, and I believe Miposhka did buy Shard, so he's got the upgraded Sunray. I mean, they need every little bit of damage they can get, it feels like.
Collapse has got to get an insane arena to start this off.
Pretty much every single ultimate has to come perfectly, and even then, we'll see if it's enough.
What can they do here? XXS watching from the high ground, collapses in with the jump. He's going to start things straight around those missions. They're going to throw everything down onto XXS.
Quite a bit committed, though, as you said. Almost everything used onto him. They still have an egg.
Extreme Gaming definitely showing that even with their Visage gone, they are not scared of Team Spirit.
No, definitely not. Yeah, tons expended there too. Collapse just gonna look to grab that next wave. So at least they've halted a bit of their momentum, at least with the Visage push. But XG still staying in the area. And Radon, he has shown in the lane with an Eagle Song, so the potential of, if they want to go, you know, queue up any MKBs or anything, I don't know if they're even going to want that, because I think they want to look to close this game up.
I think so. They just want to survive and hit the base, hit the objectives. They don't really care too much about hitting heroes right now. They know how much damage they can do here so early on, 20 minutes in.
This Rax is gone.
Tier 2's, of course, still standing in the side lane, so Extreme will have to back off for those. Indeed, this mid Rax gone. Everything continuing to go to plan here for Extreme.
And Ame, Radon actually shows himself top. Okay, he'll just TP out. I was about to say, if he doesn't TP, he's probably going to get cut off. That does mean, though, XG can steal away the Wisdom and potentially the Tormentor. DY will get caught. And I mean, Miposhka's kind of setting himself up over here toward the Tormentor.
They want to try and fight. I mean, Spirit, they know that they cannot back down. They have to somehow put a stop to this progression from Extreme. 15 seconds. Aegis is going to be gone, so Spirit will have that little bit of a window to try and get out and catch Extreme at a moment where they've fallen back and potentially split up. Smoke comes out.
They're going for it again. Yeah, they're really just trying to catch them off guard, it seems like here.
Collapse.
Look at the line drawn. It looks like XG's very well aware of this. Look at Jinkyu's position.
He's going to go straight in for the jump. Collapse. No hesitation. He sees a chance to get a kill, get a jump. He'll go for it. This time, just the support, just Jinkyu. Something. Still not any of the sort of the big key kills that they would really hope for. You know, killing off Arme at this point, that's going to get them a lot of money. They can find this Luna.
It's a big if. How big he is now at this point, too. BKB's done after the Manta, so not easy. It's also those saves, right? The Tinker and the Tusk are always going to be that problem unless somehow they can isolate with an arena to block a vision, but I don't think that's going to be the case. They usually have a way to get vision inside of there, either from the sniper or from Tusk shards or Visage familiars. They have a lot of different mechanics to not really worry about the mechanic of Bloodsport. And the push, looks like it's going to continue.
I guess the question really is, you know, Extreme, do you think they'll look to try and push for high ground, or will they wait for the next Aegis? How much can they get away with?
They can threaten. It's a little scary, but I think threatening is fine. Just a couple pokes because you have these Visage familiars and all these auras. The familiars do a ton of damage with the Luna aura plus the drinking buddies. Arena in 20.
Tier 3. That's going to be taken down slowly but surely. The fortification comes out. There's a little more time.
DY just throwing barriers onto absolutely everybody.
Let's see how much they respect that arena timing, as you say. It's back off cooldown. Collapse has got it ready to go. Do Extreme Gaming care, though? Continue to push on. Tier 3 gone. Collapse. He's going to see a chance to come. They're going to get the opening and on towards Armin. Forces out the Mantle. Back off. Radon, he's caught in the front. Will wait for back just in time. Collapse still waiting.
The buildings are going down.
They're going down. They're onto the barracks. And they found the vision on towards Collapse. They're going to be able to get on top of him with the snow. They're going to punch up. Arena is out, catching the two of them. Jump forward from Lal, but Lal, he's getting mounted, has to back off with the full lightning. Same to be said for Radon. Caught by the laser beam, will get the waveform off. But they lose collapse. Radon and Lal having to retreat back to the fountain. Extreme Gaming, they get the job done once again.
And back to healing everyone up. DY, he's here. Laurel shows bottom. They're going to smoke. They're going to look for the jump on him, maybe two. 92 Raxes have been claimed. XG knows how far ahead they are at the moment. They even popped a glyph on the wave.
Get away, but he wasn't able to clear the complete creep wave.
There's one left.
And indeed, one creep's all they need to get through. Get rid of that backdoor protection.
Yep, heal it up. Give it a solar crest. Give it anything you can. The hero creep to go for the final set of racks.
It feels like it's going to be one more chance here for Spirit to slow XG down.
And can they even kill these tanky cores? It doesn't look like it.
Tier 3 gone, the final set of racks exposed. They're going to try and come in heavily in on towards XM. The Supernova's in for the side. Can they burn through the sniper? They can. They'll bring XM down. The Supernova will go successfully. XXS getting pinned to the side as well with the Spirit collapse.
But the racks.
BY, maybe this next one to be focused down by Spirit, but indeed the objectives are what Extreme's looking for with those familiars. XXS getting close to finishing them off. Double kill for Army. He's got the Eclipse still ready to go. It comes out. They snowball over towards collapse. Radan trying to stand his ground, but he's going to get cleaned up by the beams of Army. Triple kill for him. They're throwing all the buybacks into this fight, Spirit, to try and keep the game alive. But the same's to be said for Extreme. They're ready to close it up. They get the full lineup back together, pushing down the bottom lane, finishing off the barracks. Spirit then forced back to the fountain. The mega creeps are out.
Alright, that's it. Spirit, they've tried to hold on during this early game, but this is just too much. Extreme. They're closing it out.
They are indeed. The tier 4s melting to the damage in the farm of Arme and XM. The Ancient exposed. There's no collapse here for the final defense. Spirit, they'll try with the 4 of them. Lyle goes in, immediately caught out by the root. Lyle, he'll be able to zip to the side. He's still alive, but they cannot get any of the kills. Radan's gone. GG is called. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to game 3.
I think we're all happy about that, let's be honest here. These two teams, it's unfortunate we get them in the lower bracket, but we're going to be fortunate to get that game 3.
And look at that. I mean, Extreme Gaming, after, you know, a few sort of mistakes, a bit of scrappiness in game 1, this game 2, it's as smooth as it gets, Fogged.
Super aggressive. And last game, even when they played a bit of a greedy draft, they...
It was Lal, never stood a chance in that mid lane and in the game in general. They get this lead, Extreme Gaming, and they show that they know exactly what to do with it, ticking off objectives left, right, and center, and closing it up in a fashion that Spirit just didn't ever have a chance of slowing them down in. 1-1 now here between Extreme Gaming and Team Spirit in this best of 3. We're going to have a deciding game 3.
Extreme Gaming, extreme pressure. That's what they applied here up until Team Spirit could not take it anymore. A game 3 coming your way. Let's break this one down. It was a relatively fast one, Effie.
Yeah, Extreme Gaming definitely brought the tempo to this game. If you want to start from the laning stage, that Sniper pick was beautiful because Storm was completely shut down. Sniper was level 7 when Storm was level 5. The Tusk came in early. They got the tower early. So Storm did not have an entry point into that game. You go look at the other lanes. Luna's just free farming. You have a Visage who's going to play with Tinker later, take every tower, invade the triangle. And that's exactly what Extreme Gaming did.
Yatra was keeping up with Ame in terms of farm, but that was like not the big point of the game. It was this Sniper, as you mentioned, going into Gleipnir and having Visage being part of like so many kills. He was very active and dealing insane amount of damage. And also Tinker, as a hero, the way they choose to take a fight in the enemy triangle, this egg is never gonna go off. They do have what it means. It's gonna be an egg deny in the end, but still gonna be almost a full team wipe. And it's also gonna be a buyback from Miposhka. So even extra gold coming out from that one. I really like this idea where you're speeding the tempo of the game, getting the drums on your Visage. He did pick up Road of Athos in the end to have that little bit of extra presence, catch against Storm, catch against Phoenix, and also just setting things up for his own team. I really like the Visage pick after all, and kind of Luna becoming a hero of this series. So want to see what's going to happen in Game 3.
I mean, that fight just broke the entire economy of Spirit. Like, their entire draft, we said that if Storm doesn't have a game, then they are victim to if Arena, Terrorize, and Egg all connect in the fight. And that fight we saw before we see the rats disappearing, the egg was not protected, the Mars had already fell off, the Storm disappeared, the Phoenix had brought back. Like, if Spirit take that fight slightly differently, then maybe they prolong the game a bit more. But to lose that fight, to suddenly throw 6k net worth advantage the way of Extreme, who already was building up a pretty sizable net worth advantage, it is going to hurt you. They have Visage, they have Sniper, they have Luna. If they get near an objective, they are going to destroy it. And yeah, I think Spirit, we heard the coach interview as well. He didn't think it was going to be a good Sniper game. Well, fast forward, 20 odd minutes? It's one of the best Sniper games that you could ask for. The entire map was broken, so yeah, Extreme, beautiful draft, respecting the weaknesses of Tinker to bring it to life, you know, complementing it with the Visage, bringing the Sniper as well. So yeah, extremely good draft from Extreme Gaming, and back to the drawing board for Team Spirit, Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned after the draft that it felt like a very Radahn Yatoro heavily focused draft, with the Morphling being the win condition in its entirety, everything being centered around it having a good game. Because if you look at Team Spirit's heroes, like we mentioned, very cooldown dependent. And when you're playing into Visage lineups, especially when you add in Luna, who also comes into push too, you're losing every single tower on your map. If you don't have the towers and you don't have the economy and your mid laner is suffering, you only have one play back into the game, which is the smoke on the Mars blink. You try to arena spear somebody, you get a kill. We saw it happen a few times. Team Spirit did make the only play that was open to them, but after that play, there were no tools in their arsenal. They could not fire back in any capacity. And the arenas they got, while great, never actually got the key target in Sniper or the key target in Luna. It was mostly Visage and the supports that were getting arenaed.
Yeah, and they opened up with this Mars Lacoste. We saw them picking Mars and Phoenix and Willow, and that's all big team fight things happening. So how do you think that they were planning on dealing with the low cooldown aggression coming from
They were not planning for this Sniper to have that good of a game against Storm Spirit, because he was shut down completely. Laurel unable to play the game, and again, we say so many times, Storm when he's playing into this 5-man ball type of a lineup, he's unable to do anything. He's into Visage Birds, into Road of Atos, any kind of a stun will kill you from 100 to 0 if you don't have any save on your side. So I feel like that's going to be shifted, and they also might want to ban Sniper in the first phase. If we go back to like Dream League Season 21, XM, this is how he dominated pretty much through the group stage, into the playoffs as well. This was his hero, and it got shifted in priority pretty hard as tournament progressed, and that's what I want to see here. I do not want to see another Sniper game.
First phase. You're down to remove it first phase.
I'm down. You need to have something spicy when it goes to the third game. Like, you just can't allow him to have that good of a game, or you don't need to pick Storm Spirit that early on, because they protected it. They did ban Puck into a Storm pick, so I want to see something different from Spirit.
Yeah, I can see them respecting Sniper, but maybe through the way they approach draft rather than banning it out. Because in this game as well, we spoke about the fight where they have the buyback Phoenix. I think if you're Spirit here, yes, the Storm got dumpstered mid, but you also can go, if we didn't take this fight, if we didn't make this move, if we didn't fall too quickly into Extremes type of game, if we tried to open up the map a little bit, then the Butterfly would be complete on the Morphling, the BKB would be complete on Storm. And me saying it, sure, it sounds very easy. Against the pressure that Extreme can apply, it's not easy to do. It's a very challenging thing. Tinker pushing out waves, Visage hunting you, Sniper killing you from a distance. It's not an easy task, but I think Spirit, there's two clear things here. Storm or Lao just needs to have a better lane, and they need to pick their fights correctly against the Death Ball. If these two things improve, then again, this game could have been a completely different game.
Yeah, but that's what happens when the fight is brought to you, which is what Extreme Gaming did. They didn't allow a Team Spirit to pick and choose their fights, and they broke the map so early to the point where they could only have the one play that we talked about. So I do think this loss was pretty draft-centric. This was a draft loss from the heavy cooldown dependent team fighting into only one hero that can play the game for you. So there are going to be corrections for the next game, but you do have to think about XM as the player that he is. He is known as a disgusting last pick mid the heroes he specializes in, Sniper, Viper, Razor, Death Prophet, and that's how he came into his notoriety and fame. He specialized in just crushing the mid lane so hard that if you are going to first pick or early phase Laurel's hero pool, you have to kind of account for all of XM's heroes.
Yeah. You really do. As we see here, always heroes. Only a couple of losses here and there, which is the same case for both these teams, by the way. They have a very minimal amount of losses this road to the international. And I think, to be honest, I don't think XM is going to get his hands on his sniper in the next game. Or if he does, I'm assuming Team Spirit's going to respect it a little bit more and be more aware of what's coming their way. One thing that I also want to talk a little bit about is that this is the second time in a row we saw DY play the Tinker. We know it's a high-value hero, and even though they didn't win game 1, it was a very strong hero in the strategy they played, and was part of the reason why they did as well as they did. So my question is, is that something you want to address in the next game? Because I feel like, okay, if you want to ban out Sniper in the first phase, potentially, Tinker, it's not getting first picked, so maybe you save that for a second phase.
For later, yeah, maybe. It really depends. I could see what Team Spirit were going for as a counter to Tinker in the first game, the Vision, so that this Tinker cannot target his teammates with his Holy Locket, with his Glimmer Cape, his Defense Matrix, because they had Night Stalker in the first game with the Facet. They had Mars in the second game as well as a response to Tinker. So it did work out in the first game, but this also could have easily been 2-0 for Extreme Gaming.
Yeah.
So a little worried. I'm a little worried from Team Spirit because they are getting, I would say, slightly outdrafted when it comes down to the picks overall. They tried Tinker themselves 2 times. They did lose, so I don't think they're going to touch that hero again. And DY looks so comfortable on playing this Tinker.
He really does. I think they could just ban out the Tinker, honestly. That's not a hero that they should touch in this game 3. And Extreme Gaming, we saw the win rate of Tinker pop up on the screen, 40%, not very impressive, but that's because a lot of teams have forced him into drafts or playstyles that don't fit them. That's not the case for Extreme Gaming. They can enable Tinker very well because he needs either one of 2 conditions to be met, which is very tanky cores that can tank spells, drag the fight back to Tinker, and then play on his marches, or heroes like Visage, heroes like Enigma that run down lanes and push them that he can then play behind and stack marches. And Extreme Gaming, they comfortably fit into either of the 2 playstyles without the need for severe lane pressure, the way that other teams need maybe Batriders or Snapfires.
And I also like the farm priority between position 4 and 5 on Extreme Gaming. When he plays Tinker, DY gets the priority. We've seen position 4 Tusk in the previous series where you're getting this Blink BKB Aghanim Scepter. Jin Q, he's not playing greedy, which is a bit of a surprising one. He is going for double Bracer into Vlad's. He understands that the game is about to end, amplifies damage of his cores, amplifies damage of Visage Birds as well, and just goes from there. So they are making quite a lot of adjustments when it comes down to Extreme.
Yeah, I just feel like, T, that Extreme in this game too, especially, I feel like they had a lot of heroes that this meta, these last few days, I'm like, ooh, they got their hands on Tusk. Wow, that's impressive. Ooh, they got their Visage. Wow, has been winning a lot as well. Oh, Luna, they got Luna as well.
Yeah.
Very good.
I mean, they're the top teams for a reason. They make heroes feel like they're better than they even are with other teams. And, for Spirit at least, I'd say this time around, maybe, depending on if they have second pick or first pick, trying to get Lau. Again, it's easy to say, right? Just ban the Sniper, you can pick the Storm, right? But there will be a world in which they can draft Lau into a lane which isn't as volatile against XM's hero pool. And that's kind of my main kind of, at least, wish for this upcoming game is I don't want Lau to be on a, you're about to get XM'd here. You can feel the Viper coming, you can feel the Sniper coming. If they can protect Lau, then, again, the game's going to be completely different. We would praise this, this draft looks insanely good. If Sniper just isn't there to destroy Storm, this game's completely different, right? So I think there's not too much overreaction needed from Spirit. It's just more a respect XM more than you did in the previous draft. And then it should be a competitive game 3.
Yeah, would you like to see Laurel to have the last pick for his squad? Because previous time, both teams that had second pick went for an early Storm pickup on their second overall pick.
I don't think it matters because depending on which pick order, there will be a closing part of the draft where you can then protect your pick. I just want them to protect Lau with some bans. Either you 18 pick into this is your ban to protect you, or you 24 pick and give Lau everything. But just protect your mid laner if you are going for heroes that have, TI counters. Some counters we still don't know about, but the ones that we are all aware of, they need to be just considered.
Yeah, I guess the one thing is that this Storm Spirit is very heavily on Team Spirit's radar. Now that XM played it incredibly in that first game, it created a lot of problems for them. It was the key hero actually in prolonging the game to the point where Muerta got strong. So in this game too, their approach is we can play this hero too. We'll play it for ourselves. And I don't think that approach is wrong, but maybe you can craft the draft a little bit better. But that is really hard to say because we're at the point of TI where we've seen there's too many heroes to ban.
Yeah.
It always gets to this point in the tournament where you can always forget something and you get surprised by it.
It's why Luna is becoming the hero of the tournament, right? Extreme can enter the second phase. They pick a Luna. They now protect the mid pick because their carry isn't really countered. Luna can play most matchups, doesn't really care about most offlaners. It's a melee tanky offlane meta. Luna thrives against them because you push out the wave, you poke them with Lucent Beam. So it's like the reason why you see heroes rise and fall is because of how strong they are in the draft. And that's where, yeah, Luna and Monkey King to some degree are those heroes at the moment.
Very true. We're in the deciding game. Team Spirit, Extreme Gaming, one of these two teams will be eliminated. Will not make it to the Royal Arena. Will not even make it top 8.
Oh my god.
At this year's International, which is insane to think about. If you would have asked me just a couple days ago, a week ago, I would have said, yeah, no way we're going to see this week, this day.
Yeah, I hyped up the series after game 2.
Yeah.
So I don't think I can do it again for game 3. So if you want to just roll back the VOD guys, I did do like a whole spiel about Extreme and how everything's happening to them.
I mean, it's crazy. I will say I agree with what was said on the panel that Extreme Gaming has brought some top-tier drafts to this series, and it is on Team Spirit to really properly adjust, because even game 1 that the Team Spirit did win, it was a very close one, and it could have gone either way, and one item not bought, in this case a Linkosphere, would have changed the course of the entire game potentially. So let's see what they bring to the table this time around. They will ban Tinker in the first phase. They do it together with Naga Siren and Sand King and Primal Beast. It will be the Shadow Demon as well as the Omni Knight and Marana banned by Extreme, and they get their hands once again on the first pick, Tusk.
6 out of 7 bans are the same. This Tinker did not go through this time instead of a Wind Ranger, so that hero is available. But seeing Tusk as an opener, this hero gives you everything. We talked about certain heroes being like the heroes of the tournament so far. I think from position 4/5, this is the best hero by far. What it provides you with, the BKB piercing ability, double save with Drinking Buddies, Roche taking potential, amplifying damage, most overall hero when it comes down to just having everything. This is it. Doesn't get better than this.
Yeah, Dryfire Spirit, they understand that there's, more important things to think about in the draft. They go back for the Mars. The picks down the line is what complicated for them, so I'm not opposed to the same response. Already they put Tinker to the first phase ban, which I believe was the hero they allowed in. They allowed Windrunner into the pool, which again, it's like giving away Windrunner doesn't feel too bad because you have Mars, so at the moment, not too opposed, but they do have a single ban now to consider. Last time it was Puck, that was the big difference.
And Doom is also still in the draft, which is a pretty scary hero for Team Spirit to play against because it's an anti-carry and they're very centered around Itoro taking the game to a later stage where he can carry it all. And even though they didn't win with their Doom in game 1, they played around it very well and it created a lot of problems. So that could be something that is coming up.
I want to see if they do the same thing. I think they're going to stay away from the Storm Spirit early on, not ban Puck on this ban, and go from there. This also leaves Invoker in the pool because they banned Luna for Extreme Gaming. Since Team Spirit, they do understand that this Luna is becoming a hero of the series, so they want to have something different. And I wouldn't mind seeing Invoker straight up for Team Spirit.
Yeah, I don't mind it at all. I think the complication here is, let's say they did want Storm. Now they have to think about Sniper, and they respected Puck in the previous draft. So if they wanted to go down the identical line, there's still 2 heroes for Extreme to utilize, hence why shifting away from Storm makes the most sense, at least.
But then you're leaving it in for XG to re-roll their game 1 draft, and if you pick an Invoker, it's also just inviting a Doom pick.
Yeah, sure. It's like you need to think about Doom, you respect Puck, they can go for Storm as well. So there's like 3 or 4 big heroes now that Spirit need to identify their heroes they want already to make sure this value of the ban is high. If they waste this ban because they are too reactionary of it, the Storm was too scary here, or the Doom's too, then they might already hurt themselves. It's why being on the second pick can be very difficult in this phase of the draft.
Yes, it does seem like Team Spirit lost the coin toss, which is why they are second pick. And why they might take a little bit of extra time at this point in the draft to really consider their options, because it is draft defining, I'd say.
Make or break. The
Make or
single
break.
ban will dictate everything for the upcoming part.
No pressure though, guys. No pressure at all.
No, it's fine. It's just a single game for your TI lives on the line.
Whew.
It really will be painful, though, to say goodbye to one of these teams.
Yeah.
Like, I just can't believe the timeline that we're in this road to TI.
They really thought about this, man.
Yeah,
What it wasn't going to be. Took them more
Viper
than
or
a minute.
Sniper, basically. They end up banning XM's Viper. Leaving that Sniper in, we'll see if it shows its face.
I'm fine with Invoker here straight up, but I'm also fine with the Batrider because they do flex it across 4 and 5, so they're not revealing their lanes. We've seen casual position 5 Batriders. If you need, you can go for the Solar Crest, you can go for the Blink Dagger. Phoenix again.
Okay.
I just want to know what's going at the back of their minds. Like, spending so much time here and then pretty much
the
going
key
with the
thing
same
is-
picks, except for the Storm Spirit, which we did say that they're not going to go for it.
Sure.
The key change is like they banned Viper, which is setting up potentially for a different type of Lao here in the mid lane, and they are ensuring that in the first 2 picks, we already praised the concept of team fight between Phoenix and Mars. It didn't really come into play in the previous game. We never really saw the Egg and the Arena together, but for the history of Spirit, how strong they've been, these are 2 heroes that we have consistently seen throughout most of their runs at different tournaments.
There's the Sniper. I will say, though, you're saying like how strong Team Spirit's been. This year, I will say, only once did Spirit win a series of Extreme. Yes, it was a best-of-5 grand final, 5th game, and it was incredibly exciting, but it also means it was incredibly close. And to the one series that Team Spirit won against Extreme, there are 7 series that what did I say? To the one series Spirit lost, Extreme won 7. So it is very much more has been more successful for Extreme Gaming against Spirit than the other way around. 2 tied series.
Yeah. Extreme, their history for the year kind of, ooh, Undying. We don't see that too often, but...
No.
That deletes the flex of Sniper, because we could, of course, entertain, oh, Sniper's still flexible, but you lock in that Undying. If Phoenix is 4, double strength lane, Undying walks there, decays, thank you very much. And we don't see Undying that much at all, but Mars, if you're rising in stonks, Undying, he slaughters you in lane. Decay early on, 2 points in Tomb, you could even go 1 point Tomb, 2 point in Decay, and you secure free farm for your carry.
Amplify damage. You have Tag Team Task or Drinking Buddies, and then you have Undying with the Flash Golem, Sniper peeping from a distance. Heroes are gonna melt.
I'm checking real quickly. This might be the first Undying.
Second Undying.
That's the second. No, 3. It's been played. It's been contested 3 times. That means it was banned once and played twice. Okay. Well, Undying is very interesting because that means they are tripling down on their desire to just shut down Collapse on this offlane. That means that no matter what mid hero comes out here, they are confident that XM Sniper should be able to do well. But Undying versus Phoenix is very interesting for me conceptually because depending on who you talk to, they might tell you that Phoenix is a big counter for Undying because once you drop that tombstone to secure an area, Phoenix comes and drops the egg and allows his team to kill the tombstone. It can always go both ways, but there's going to be a lot of fighting for vision, fighting for areas, trying to see which team fight centric space, I guess, like the area on the ground that you're going to fight around, who can secure that first, the Phoenix team or the Undying team.
I expected Batrider to come on 13, but they did save it because Phoenix, you don't flex it. Batrider, you can flex it across 2 different roles. And now it is also response because potential Sniper could come out. It did come out. And now you have Dragon. Now you have 4 heroes basically that can jump this little guy and make his life miserable.
Yeah.
Would you consider Batrider a tombstone killer? I mean, he's ranged, but he's like so slow.
No.
The Tombstone Killer for Spirit is pretty much DK when he picks up an armlet +1. But also, if your carry's hitting Tombstone, it does feel a bit awkward for the fight because you kind of want to be a bit more explosive.
Exactly.
And on top of that, I feel like the Tombstone will be slightly more respected in the engagement where if Spirit identifies a poor Tombstone, they'll kill it. If not, they'll just kind of retreat from the area and then maybe utilize the jump elsewhere. But Medusa, a hero that has been banned, I believe, in both games for either team, yeah, that is the hero to scale. And Undying, I already said how much of a lane winner you are. you want to throw a big core behind that because you're going to already get to tread Yasha very quickly because of how strong Undying is in lane.
This is such an interesting draft coming out of Extreme Gaming. I mean, they've shown us something different in all 3 games, whereas Team Spirit are drafting the way that they have this entire tournament. I mean, to be fair, it has worked for them. They've only dropped 2 games, 2 very pivotal games, if I may add, but they have looked dominant, whereas Extreme Gaming, I look at it and I think it's weird, but I'm inclined to believe in it because of the confidence in which they're bringing these heroes out. And Medusa versus these strength, low mana pool heroes like Mars and DK on either side lane, she kind of pretty much dumpsters them early on. So it's a good pick here.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to it at all. It provides, protection as well to your sniper. The stone gaze, when you jump in, you put Arena down an egg, Medusa hits stone gaze, you can't now commit, so it gives time to open up the engagements for other heroes. And the sniper pick that we've already mentioned early on, it's just comfort, progresses the draft, you're not really going to shut it down, and as the game goes on, I jumped the Medusa, but Sniper's right-clicking me. Oh, I jumped the Sniper, Medusa's right-clicking me. And then Tusk has Snowball save, Undying has Shard save for his Tombstone. Conceptually, it works.
Doesn't it also mean that the hero that you want to see from XXS is a little bit more of a beefy boy, or is it a little bit old school to think that both Sniper and Medusa need a frontliner?
The rally around hero is really good, because when you have a little bit more greed, being able to play behind someone who progresses the map simplifies it. We saw it in the last game, and here, Visage and Enigma are both banned out. And then for Extreme, take away the anti-mana pool heroes. Anti-Mage and Invoker, EMP on Invoker, and then of course Mana Burn. Nothing too crazy there.
And the pickup of Centaur, that was still in the pool, made it all the way.
Ooh, this is Centaur into Mars, but they feel like they need some extra protection if the heroes are not caught inside of the arena, so they can give them maybe a second life with the Tombstone save, with the Tusk Snowball save. Quite a lot of beefy stuff coming out from Extreme Gaming.
Also, I think the Centaur protects the potential Bat flex to mid, because Bat is one of the better heroes from the mid lane at running at Medusa, going into her lane early, knocking her back, and killing her with the Firefly burn. And Centaur, once he hits that level 6, if Bat makes a move like that, if he is flexed to mid, which he won't be anymore, most likely, you can just press Stampede and protect your Medusa in that sense. Nobody on Team Spirit gives vision for Tombstone, by the way.
Classic.
Oh,
it's
this
coming
is
out.
such a treat. It's the 3rd game of a best of 3. We've talked about how much meaning it is between these, 2 legacy teams, legacy players, and then we get like a Terrorblade versus a Medusa. Like the late game carries of all late game against each other. Like,
but is it good? I need to know if it's good.
Into double core Sniper Medusa, it doesn't feel like the ultra late game secured, but for like map play, keeping up with the wave shoving of Extreme, if you get like the Ags down the line with the Fear, I can see Yatoro popping off, but it's under the cushioning of Mars finding the Sniper and then the DK. Like they have enough jumps to protect Terrorblade from the double core, so honestly, in Yatoro's hands, it's pretty decent. But both these drafts, it's like a 50-50. It's like the perfect recipe for a banging game.
Okay.
This is insane. Like just this game is going to be super hype. Unfortunately, we're going to lose one of those teams and they're not going to be playing in the arena. But this is going to be some super hype, super clutch game when it comes down to execution. I can't lean one way or the other.
I can see a world where Zenku just goes blink Aghanims instantly and just kicks Terrorblade back into all of XG's lineup, and then the Terrorblade is in danger because it's another draft that's built entirely on Radahn doing everything for his team. And that didn't work in Game 2, but in this Game 3, they're more protected, they're more enabled. It's cool. It could work. It could work.
The biggest fear for Spirit is a repeat of the previous game, where like Medusa gets to Manta Butterfly, XM has any item he wants to buy from his laning phase, and they are just moving down lanes with Aegis. Like if they overcome that kind of Aegis Butterfly timing, then the game opens up for Spirit, but there could be a world where the lanes are so strong for Extreme that Spirit struggled to get in.
I also just want to point out there's no vision for Tombstone. Only Phoenix provides vision. They removed the vision from Sticky Napalm. If this Tombstone is placed on cliffs and you don't have Supernova, like how are you going to fight in the early game?
Please be a 60-minute game. That's all I ask for. With these heroes, like I'll be here till midnight. I don't care. Like this, please be a 60-minute game.
I just hope it is an even game and we are going to see a very competitive 3rd and final game to this best of 3 elimination series. Let's get into it together with ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, Game 3 deciding time here between Team Spirit.
这个 A 让人马拉美杜莎的一个画面，
对，
所以其实跟上局的这个节奏可能差的会比较多。
First Medusa, I saw people saying it. You know, people are looking at all the viewers and everything. They're like, it's gonna come. This Radon Terrorblade, it's gonna come at some point. And what other better place than this? The elimination game. Is it gonna work though?
Is it? I mean, are the things on Extreme Gaming's lineup are going to work? We're seeing some picks that are like the Undying. It comes out here on the all-important game, not a support that a lot of teams have been touching.
No, but definitely can see the reason. I mean, yeah, the Tombstone could be very threatening in some situations if they don't have a great way to get vision, like Miro was saying. And this is an interesting one, because one of the abilities also on Undying is kind of just dead. Soul Rip when you're playing Medusa is pretty bad, but I guess he can't Soul Rip others. That's also not ability really skilled till way later on, so playing mostly around Decay and the Tombstone. We'll see how this ends up going down. We'll see how these lanes do go down, because they did, I know they ended up, they said at the end there, the Centaur pick into the Mars sometimes can be a bit of a risk, because if you don't Stampede early, you just get stuck inside that arena. If you don't reset away, you can just be trapped, so... We'll see how these fights do kick off, and we'll see how these lanes go in particular, because last game, the game was over after lane.
It was. I mean, on paper, right, when you look at the matchups, nothing in the early game should be as extremely one-sided as the Storm sniper situation last game, right?
No, definitely not.
So that's something going for the early game, at least for Team Spirit. That very much was the beginning of their struggles in that game too.
This top lane could be a little bit weird. That's the one thing. Batrider is very good to be able to trade versus an Undying, but the one thing is like Undying can sometimes just devastate lanes if he gets too many double decays, and it does get one right there. So we'll see how Collapse is going to be able to do, because I think this is the one this will probably be the most difficult lane for Spirit.
See how well they can play these early levels. And see, just sort of overall, when you look back at some of the patches, I mean, obviously these heroes have changed over time, but historically, Terrorblade, Medusa, and when you consider the changes in the position that these carries are in now, how do they sort of match up? How are the timings against one another?
I don't know how they match up nowadays, because things have changed quite a lot. But in the past, a lot of the TB players liked playing that matchup versus Medusa, because you have this reflection. It ends up working well versus her and versus her team and stuff, but who knows nowadays? With the way that Medusa changed so much, it's like a completely different hero almost in a way, because you have these extra nukes, you have your Facet in particular also makes you so much stronger, because you have a literal passive that makes you do more damage. It's just different, you know, it's just very, very different match.
So Jinkyu was taking the creeps for a bit of a walk, but Poshka ready to contest it.
And bottom, in particular for the side of Spirit, this is a pretty strong lane. They do have the TB versus a Tusk Centaur, which is a little awkward, because the Drinking Buddies overall isn't going to be the most useful with a hero like Centaur. Not horrible, but it's not like, you know, a ranged hero that benefits the maximum from it. So we'll see how much they can actually apply pressure onto that safe lane of Spirit as well. I feel like both safe laners are going to free farm, which usually means we're in for an explosive later stage of a game.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, with the lane situation playing out down bottom, it's going to be a very slow start farm of XXS.
Nice deny, DY. Yeah, maybe XXS actually will have a harder time than Collapse will.
Yeah, I mean, these first few waves, he's barely been able to touch any of the creeps here, XXS.
We'll have to see as the lane continues. Yeah, this is going to be an off-lane struggle. Carries free farm. And mid lane, as you said, you know, DK, he's going to do pretty much even versus that sniper in particular compared to last time when Laurel just got totally owned.
Yeah, I mean, Lal is... he's just going to be feeling fantastic. I think, yeah, compared to what was going on last game, this time around on the DK, he at least gets to play the lane and indeed maybe have a little bit of an edge if he's able to get some nice denies in against XM Sniper. Either way, it's going to be close. Last game, it was not.
Mira? Yeah, he was level 5 when the Sniper hit 7 in the lane. And so that was probably one of the most one-sided affairs, at least in the mid matchup that I've seen. Sometimes it just happens, you know, the Sniper, especially someone like XM, like one of the most comfortable Sniper players, it can't happen. But versus DK, a lot harder, as he's even. And XXS is starting to get a couple more last hits down here.
Having sort of just similar levels of struggle to that of Collapse on the other side of the map.
Pretty much the same. Collapse, though, big hit. Not enough damage. Almost. Yeah, just having double nuke on this Medusa, it's so nice when you're just reducing their strength so much with this Undying. Really causing problems for Collapse.
A lot of focus around the mid there. Jinkyu then head over to see if there's a chance to get in on top of Lal, but wasn't to be the case. They've got that vision set up around the mid. He's also able to take over the Watcher, so a lot of information that Extreme Gaming are getting around this mid portion, and also, of course, around the triangle, I guess, in terms of just checking for stack potential.
Yeah, they blocked it as well, too, right? They put that sentry from earlier. They're playing versus Batrider, so they also are playing versus that Collapse March, which they probably expect to have a hard lane, so just making sure that they can know if any of those stacks are going out. Also, this tournament just has an absolutely insane amount of stacks, especially in that like Aurora versus Heroic game, but just means that Mira's going to play the lane, so he's going to look to trade a little bit more with Ame. And things across the board on CS are looking pretty dead.
I mean, it's pretty crazy stuff. Yeah, we're coming up to 5 minutes in, and it really couldn't be closer on the last hits across all fronts.
Yeah, this is exactly what we would want for this game 3. Who's going to be the first to die?
Yeah,
Who's going to go down? Collapse has been sitting quite low, but...
He has, but he usually tends to do this, right, Collapse?
He does.
I feel like he knows the limits of his offlane heroes, so you'll generally get to see him sitting as low as he does, but very rarely giving up that first blood.
Yeah, he's hanging on to the 8-stick charges, so...
Yeah.
Could potentially even see, like, Tombstone is now gone, so maybe even Demo does have to be a little bit cautious how far he steps up also.
I feel like, if anything, probably the most likely lane to get a kill in is maybe bottom for Spirit around a good Metamorphosis if Extreme Gaming, if the two of them overcommit.
But he can just Drinking Buddies yank him out, right? I mean, I guess if they overcommit, yeah. But I just feel like Jinkyu has so much defensive capability that, I don't know.
I guess it's hard. It's hard to find a kill in this game.
But
for anybody early on.
That's not what Dota's about, though, as we saw in that last game. You know, not the most kills, and the game ended pretty abruptly.
Absolutely.
Mira? Is that a little bit of a sneaky move? What he looks to do here. 6 minutes coming in. Power Rune going to be checked. Jinkyu's going to make the first rotation, at least to break these lanes at the moment. Claiming a bounty as well, too.
There'll be a shield rune.
Feels like the difference in gold is literally just those bounties that he's claimed, since the CS is pretty much even across the board. Now the TB's starting to pull a little bit ahead, though.
Mate, just not going to die at all. 20 charges on the wand. He's got a mango as well.
Chilling.
Super safe against these two. It's going to take a +1 to come in. I mean, that very much is the story for any of these lanes, it feels. There's got to be a rotation when it comes to finding the early action. But, yeah, both teams there very happy to play this passively, especially the carries, right? You know, Radahn came here to hit creeps on the TB, and Ame, he came here to hit creeps on the Medusa.
100%. Mira, XM is making a move. Can they get the lineup? Does he have the range for the assassinate? Guess not. He had the healing lotus, so maybe it was okay anyway.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, level 1 assassin. Yeah, I think it would have survived.
Yeah, it would have been.
Just a couple of stick charges in the lotus. Yeah. XM knows, doesn't go for it.
And let's see where that first move. I mean, Poshka also now looking to at least contest and walk to check for some wards, and maybe it'll be mid. We'll see. Laurel has DK form active, but who knows who's going to go down.
I mean, at this pace, I feel it's more likely we're going to see a tier 1 go down before anyone dies.
Perhaps. XM farming some stacks. Laurel farming some stacks. Both mid laners being a little bit cautious when supports go missing.
I mean, you got to be cautious. You know, this could be your final game here on the road to the International.
0-0. Yeah, you know that this is one of those lower bracket eliminations.
Oh, it is.
Poshka, he's got the dive. Stampede is online. All right.
Okay, that could get some action going. Top lane, the spear does connect onto DY.
Mira.
He's going to try and fight in under the tombstone. It's not going to go well for him as Extreme find first blood.
And
as DY takes Mira down. Rotation comes in with the snowball. They're ready to take out Collapse as well. They lead him with the snowball. Collapse, he's also going to fall. Extreme, they'll find the first 2 kills to start this game off.
And they didn't have to use the Stampede. They could have actually used it earlier in case of anything they want to say, but DY was confident. And even if DY dies, it would have been first blood, but it's at the point where it instant respawns. Because we have already made it to this like 8-minute mark. So the ceaseless dirge would have kicked in. Got him.
Got the turn up from XM. He's got an assassinate coming in. Poshka's going to try and sunray away, but the assassinate will finish him off. Another kill to be found from Extreme as on both the top lane and the bottom lane. Team Spirit, some of them getting a little too aggressive and not, you know, underestimating the potential for Extreme to turn these plays around. Extreme, they're pretty strong in this early game.
Up to a 2K lead just off of that one. I believe they got all the bounties that spawned on the bottom side. They got all the ones that spawned on their side too, and these early kills. So now you're starting to see the reflection in that gold, already up to 2K.
DY, he's ready to start wandering across the map. Same to be said for XM.
They want to apply more pressure. XM's starting to feel his power.
And then the Metamorphosis is on cooldown for a long time for Radan.
His bottom tower is in trouble, so
Radan's out of there.
He's going toward top. Ame is sticking around up here. Collapse is going to go for it.
See if they've got the damage. Is there going to be any backup coming in for Ame? Got the Stampede to try and get him away. It's going to work. They don't have anywhere close to enough damage to threaten the Medusa. Even if the Metamorphosis was up, unlikely that they were going to threaten Ame. Back over in the mid, Spirit. Trying to go for the setup onto Jin Q. He's going to be able to drag himself away with the drinking buddies, and he's out.
Oh, this ability.
TPs are coming in as well. Quick Dragon Tail will stop XXS from getting a chance to set up with a stomp. But again, Extreme, they're putting a stop to any of these early game moves that Spirit are trying to get going.
And XXS already has his farming item finished. He already has his Blade Mail. So 800 ahead, that of the Mars, and now he can park himself in mid lane. You don't really want to go on this Centaur by any means. A very strong early game, again, from the side of Extreme.
We saw what they were able to do with a solid lead last game. Things started to speed up very quickly. It's going to be a bit more difficult to do that this time round, considering the nature of their heroes. But without a doubt, if they can continue to respond to Spirit in this fashion, they can absolutely continue to just grow this lead and make it very difficult for Spirit to fight their way back into the game.
Yeah, by no means this game do they have that type of tempo push.
Close it in 20.
Like that one comes when you have this like Visage and everything in combination with dominating lanes. It just starts to accelerate. This one, it's definitely going to be a bit of a longer one. It's definitely exciting because we could have some really nice mid-game team fights. The first blink, it's online.
Okay.
Laurel definitely wants to start dictating the pace a little bit, trying to get onto some of these fragile backliners.
Collapse is also about to have Arena back online, so some of the tools coming together that could allow Spirit to make a move happen. They're going to smoke up with the two of them. Poshka, of course, yet to hit the 6 himself, so this will be without the Supernova. Just trying to find something off the back of the Blink Dagger on Lyle.
Oh, what a timing for XM to move out of there, though. We'll be able to sneak himself away. Slow little dwarf.
Back over towards the mid.
Mira.
They might be able to have a chance to go for him. They've got the setup. Mira. He's going to get up to the high ground, but Assassinate, bam! Comes in, takes him out. And XM getting easy kills and can put the pressure onto the tier 1. Same time, bottom lane, Radan trying to take down the tier 1 himself, but there's TPs available. The setup's there, but Lyle able to put a stop there. Who stopped the 10 from XXS with a quick Dragon Tail? But that does mean the one to get left behind. He'll try for a TP out, but XM, he knew it was coming, immediately started getting the Assassinate going to make sure that Lyle cannot escape.
5-0, XM is everywhere. This sniper, 3 of the kills because of him, his little rotations.
He's doing a lot.
Sometimes you wouldn't really expect all the time. It's like, oh, DK rotating and a sniper rotating. The sniper rotations are working just a little bit better. They bring 5 bottom. They cancel some TPs, but very good defense. They're punishing pretty much every single one of Spirit's aggressive moves beautifully.
Yeah, excellent move so far from Extreme.
And now the mid tower. This is reminiscent of that last game. Mid tower's going down. 5K lead.
We'll see how Radan can keep up in farm here as the pressure starts to build up against him.
Ame's already got almost Mantha. Absolutely massive. And these 2 cores are huge. And that was Laurel's blink reveal, right? Bottom. So that does not feel good for the side of Spirit at all. If your first aggressive move just gets completely halted.
And so with Radan's approach as well, by the looks of it, you go for this defusal as the Terrorblade, and then you just look to fight.
I think he probably feels like they kind of have to with the pace of the game, that he's going to have to start turning up a little bit more, because their damage is definitely going to be a bit lackluster if he's not the one wailing into this arena. Especially versus Medusa. Like, Batrider and Phoenix aren't really going to provide too much versus a Medusa draft inside that arena. So yeah, maybe Yatoro's feeling pressure to just have to get involved earlier on. He's got it done pretty much. Yeah, 5K lead already. That is pretty massive. DY even just playing inside the enemy triangle, stealing jungle. And he has no fear up here. Concerns for Spirit.
We've got quite some catching up to do.
Quite some catching up to do, and overall just starting to look at things of how they deal with Ame. Yes, you have this TB who's getting the defusal, but it feels like nobody else actually has a good answer versus him. Maybe even the Terrible, he's not a great answer with the defusal, we'll have to see. Mira is doing a bit of a sneaky play. Looks like he will actually get away with stealing this Wisdom. Ame was over here, but he just decided to push the lane instead, so. Silver lining for Team Spirit, they do get these 2 Wisdoms at the 14-minute mark.
Extreme. I could be ready to look for another move. So the Blink Blade Mail online for XXS.
They're so strong in these fights on the side of XG.
If they get the jump, they'll get the kills very quickly. I mean, XXS is already on top of Radan. He's moving in onto him. Radan, has he got any way to play his way out of this? The arena will come out. He's able to turn the side to point the map off as he looks towards XM. The Tornado's there now. He's out with the Stampede. Look towards XM. He'll finally fall. Mira also to fall in response. XXS
they're in trouble.
On to collapse. Radan, he's caught in the corner. DY and Ame will bring him down. An awkward spot there for Spirit to try and fight in. They lose Radan. Ame cleans up. Sorry, it was a snowball, not a tornado. There's no tornadoes going on here. But how did they end up in that position, Fogged?
They just wanted to back up Radan because he's up there alone, but he gets completely isolated. Honestly, XM almost doesn't even die. He's so tanky on the sniper with this build. 1700 HP. And Ame's just getting away with everything.
This Medusa is... it's looking beautiful. 1-0-4 on Ame. The Skadi, he's going to start working on that now. If this continues, it's going to be incredibly quick timings for this Medusa pick. And you can tell Ame's having fun with it. First game right. We heard from them during the draft that he wanted to play some Moeta. I bet you this game 3, he probably came into it at the start of the draft, said, I want to play some Medusa. So far, it's looking great.
It was banned out in both of those 2 games before, and it really is starting to look absolutely beautiful. Laurel, he goes Blink. They have Mars with a Blink too, so their damage, it's literally only really going to come from Radan at this point, and he is pretty cooldown reliant. Has to show up with meta. It's the reason we don't see this one too often right now, and Streamer just capitalizing beautifully after these lanes.
And they can get on top of him, they can kill him. The fights are going to be so difficult for Radan to turn up to.
And Ame's farm is just getting absolutely out of control, as you said. Yeah, Manta, he's got the ulti orb also finished up too.
He is massive for 16 minutes in.
They all really are. DY also has a Pavis, so he's also decently farmed on this Undying. Collapse blinking in.
DY will drop the Tombstone. And they have to drop the arena for this. They try to catch XM, but indeed he's outside of the arena, so he's perfectly fine. The jump comes in from XXS. They're going to take down Mira. The Supernova will come out, but XM's perfectly fine at a safe distance away from the egg, away from it all. They'll kill off Mira, they'll kill off Collapse, and they're ready to try and chase him for more. The zombies chasing down Lyle. The shards won't quite grab onto them, but the jump from XXS. In with the blink stone. RMA wraps around with the stone gaze. Lyle's taken out, but Poshka trying to escape up to the high ground, but he cannot get away from them as Extreme will slowly but surely take him out as well. 4 dead, double kill for Ame. It's 11-1, 8k leader at 17 minutes in. It's almost as if this game is going faster than game 2.
It feels like
it. With this draft, Extreme Gaming, after that game 1, game 2, they walk over Spirit. Now game 3, they are doing it in a very Extreme Gaming style.
They're speed running it. It does feel like it. That's a perfect fight for them. Yeah. Sniper doesn't get caught in the arena. DY is just standing inside of it. They can't even finish off the Undying, and even if they kill him, he instantly respawns back at the base. He'd be able to come right back in. They're getting nothing, Spirit. Things are crumbling faster and faster, and trying to think of how they can try to stabilize things, and it feels like it might just be like sitting back and farming, but that doesn't even feel good either.
It's going to take something crazy from Spirit to slow this one down.
This is a tanky Centaur. They've got decent damage with 4 heroes here, but is it enough?
Blade Mail off before the lasso. It's on the retreat. The snowball there as well. I mean, Xingqiu trying to get XXS back to safety, but he will get taken out. They should be able to turn towards Xingqiu here with the damage from the Metamorphosis. From the backlines, XM shot down Lyle. Rodan gets the double kill. See if they can get out, though. And Poshka, he certainly cannot. Now Collapse. Also got to be careful with one of the zombies starting to go at him. Rodan.
Just in the meanwhile, just Ame is just farming though, right? So they're trying to make these moves with 5 heroes because it feels like it's like these desperate moves, but Ame's like, this is great.
And he's gonna have a Skadi.
He is
18 minutes in,
farmed.
Manta Skadi. This is crazy timings.
His team doesn't need him either. They can actually fight versus Spirit without him at this point because of how far ahead they are. And XM, he actually almost has a BKB on top of everything too. So even tankier. With BKB, he might not even die if they throw everything.
I think so. Even if they sort of get the setup with the arena into the egg, if they can't find the chain stun to just completely control him, he's going to be able to turn and take down that supernova.
And XXS is getting closer and closer to having a Crimson Guard too, which, oy, oy, oy. He is a tanky beast on this Centaur. It's going to block so much of the damage that Spirit is already lacking. DY. Aggressively postured because he's got Ame.
Indeed, he's going to get the tombstone drop down. They've got the Stampede as well. The Who's up as well. It's a beautiful jump straight on the mirror of Radan. Punch him as Radan. Can he get the Sunder off? He can. The arena is there with the spear connection over towards XXS, but he's tanky enough to walk it off. They can't quite.
Here comes XM.
Radan getting sniped down by XM. Double kill for DY. Spirit, they've got to run.
12,000 lead. They're just continuing to dive forward. Jinkyu wants more. Can't find it, but the tower in jeopardy. There's no glyph.
These fights are just proving to be all too much for Spirit.
They can't kill a target. They got a huge Sunder. It gets XXS at what? 10% HP or less. He gets mech'd. He gets soul ripped up. He's just fine. An incredibly one-sided affair so far in this game 3. It's not looking to have many hope for Spirit. Radan, it turns up and dies. And that's the BKB now done for the snipers. On top of having damage item, he's got that extra survivability. Crimson soon for the Centaur and Ame. I think looking at Ame just looks definitely put some fear into anybody here.
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, this is the thing as well. I think last game was about 26 minutes in. This game it was like that 6 minute, 7 minute mark. It felt like we were going to have a nice slow pace, a bit of a build up. But no, Extreme Gaming, they said no. They turned the heat up. They're taking over the game incredibly quickly, and this sort of lead with their lineup at 20 minutes in, it's quite a sight to see.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard to break that kind of lead too when they've got a dual core that's very good to play versus something like Terrorblade. You know, they've got this distance at this point with these type of items that they really can shut them down. And Ame already has. It's just crazy the timing, right? The Scotty this early versus these range cores. That's beautiful. Beautiful so far from XG. And they give him an Aegis. Okay.
Yeah, good luck.
Good luck.
Done it once, now you got to do it twice.
Overall, also, I do have to give a lot of credit to DY. I know I'm talking a lot about these cores, XM and everything, but DY, this is an Undying, a hero we're not really seeing too much. He's 14 of the 15 kills for his team.
That's MVP worthy at the the moment.
Like this hero sometimes
Undying
doesn't move, doesn't do much of anything. DY is leading the charge, making plays. Maybe we could see some more of this hero coming in.
Law. He's cool. He's cool. He's alright. Radan desperately trying to find what farm he can on the map. Again, considering the circumstances, he's keeping up with XM.
Oh, but he's in trouble.
He's been found now, and XXS is ready to use that Stampede to stay on top of him. He does get the Sunder off, but it's not really going to matter. Has to take these risks and farm in such locations, but will of course mean that once and again, Extreme Gaming, they'll find Radan.
And they might start heading down mid to Ame. Amp damage with this Aegis, getting close to a butterfly. No realms of anything to deal with that anytime soon on the side of Spirit. It could be another one of those 25-minute high ground pushes. It does feel like it's culminating to that. Spirit trying to find what they can on the map, trying to get these next items. Will they get the time? And look at the positioning for Mira. He's just trying to like cut waves, but he's caught.
Ooh, he's dead. Bye-bye.
That's a game like trying to D-ward to catch a wave because they're looking to just take this mid-rax.
It's crazy. 22 minutes in, and you got Ame on the Medusa hitting your high ground.
Full Greaves on DY. This is a super farmed Undying.
Trying to get the jump onto DY. Collapses in with the full, and they'll burst through the Undying. Arena's there, if anything, to just sort of hold them back and give them a chance to back away from this.
He does respawn instantly, though. So Undying, he's coming right back to that fray.
This push is going to keep on coming from Extreme. Fortification comes out. Spirit What can they do to hold without the arena? They still have the supernova.
They've got the blink on the Batrider when he's respawning in 2 seconds. Let's see if they can get some big repositioning.
Next creep wave about to come in. The backdoor protection's gone. Arme's up to the high ground. It's Arme. Who goes on him? Who wants to go on him? Radahn is going to do his best, cutting the creeps. The range racks are gone. XX's in with a jump collapse, presents himself immediately down top of him, collapse is gone.
Miposhka?
He's going to dive away just in time to assassinate. Here it comes. Ooh, not enough.
But the racks, it's actually backdoor does kick back in, so they will keep that alive with their bodies.
Radahn is indeed. He's keeping the melee rack safe.
But they know he's cutting it. XXS, he's going to go catch the illusions at the least.
Radahn, he's got to hide.
They're going to escort the wave.
I mean, he's got this invis room, but he can't do anything crazy with it. He kind of wants to.
XXS is just, he's bodying the wave, you know, making sure that Yatoro, Radahn can't cut it.
He'll settle for a courier. I mean, Radahn just trying to draw any sort of focus away from the high ground of his base.
Here comes that push again, though. And they can even transition it toward bottom if they have this creep still alive. Jinkyu's already immediately running there.
I think they're certainly going to want to. They know at this point, Spirit, what do they do against this sort of push coming at them at 24 minutes in?
Ame's got the butterfly. There's just no damage on Spirit to deal with this. They'll get rid of the creeps. So XG might have to just back up and deal with that. So they're being pesky. Trying to delay as long as possible, but it's not building into any of these big items just yet. They need so much more time for Radahn. The time does not feel like it's favoring him too much as this Medusa's just 7,000 ahead of him. Level 18 as well. Here.
He'll drop a tombstone for that. He's like, well, you can bump me back with the flame break into a little corner on the cliff, but I'll just drop down the tombstone and take you out with the zombies.
They'll go top. Ame, he's got a catapult up here. And again, now they're going to escort this wave to probably look for that tier 2 push. For Spirit, I mean, what do you do? How do you stop the push? I mean, they're trying their best to cut the waves. Yeah. The push is coming.
They kind of have to keep sacrificing their supports just to keep the game alive.
There's no way they can fight. Head-on battle is just impossible. And I feel like the Fountain is their strongest ally at this point if they can get them somehow pulled into there, but XG's playing it clean, sticking together, sticking with this wave.
See how much they want to push it. They don't have the Aegis, but I don't think they'll mind. They know how strong they are with this lead, Extreme Gaming. Smoke up. Team Spirit, they remain in the base, leaving this high ground very, very risky for them right now.
This is like a sweep, I believe, for XG, right? They push top, and then they're like, okay, they're going to try to cut waves and stuff like that. Let's sweep across the map, catch anybody who's trying to do so. But Spirit, they're actually just in their base anyway, so it does its effect. Just making sure that they can't get outside. Continuing to grow this lead even more. Success.
And it's time to step up the pace a bit, Spirit.
He has 3,700 HP with the Crimson. I think if they even throw everything onto him, it might not be enough.
They're going to maybe try catch them by surprise, Spirit.
I mean, this is you have to do something quirky.
I mean, with the vision being taken out.
They still have that one ward for Radahn.
They do. CDY Mirror's going to get the jump in with the last shot. They're going to drag back. This is him with the jumper. Who stops straight away? Oh no, it's Mirror. Mirror's gone. And now immediately they move towards Radahn. Radahn, is there any way to get him out of this? He'll turn with the Sunder, pop the Manta, move towards Arme. They get the Dragon Tail off, but Arme, he's got so much mana, so much sustainability that he cannot kill him off. Radahn will
just fights
they
through it.
Take the egg down and one more hit. They actually can't get it off. The Supernova successful. Miposhka will survive with the ultimate, but can Spirit live through this fight? Lyle's trying to battle back, but Arme's too strong. Double kill for him. Mega kill streak for XM. There's only Miposhka survives. Extreme, they lose nothing, and they're ready to come barreling down the bottom lane.
They pop the Crimson. It blocks an unbelievable amount of damage. And Radon drops first. They need him as long as possible. That looks like it just might be it. 21,000 gold lead. They couldn't kill anybody.
They really couldn't. And now there's a full pipe on top of it all. The Exorcist has managed to add to his inventory. They'll move up towards the top lane, Extreme.
That was their all-in fight, and yeah, couldn't bring down a single target. XG just too damn strong, too far ahead.
Xingqiu. Seeing what sort of response he can get. He'll get another buyback coming out. Spirit. It's maybe their final fight. They're going to try and give everything they've got, but Mira's already been caught by the Hussar. Mira's gone. Out for 45. No buyback available on him. The top racks have been taken. Lal to fall. Out for 75. The mega creeps are out. Extreme Gaming here, moments away from what it feels like knocking Team Spirit out of the competition. They get the jump onto Radon. The Terror Blades out. No buyback available for him. GG has been called. It's the end of the road here for Team Spirit. Extreme Gaming will be the ones to move on today.
At the back of the Medusa and the XM Sniper, the two games that they decimate this Sniper XM. He's out of control. These rotations, he's matching the DK's moves. Laurel's first move with his blink actually gets matched by the Sniper, and the game explodes from there. It was very, very slow where it...
It's kind of a long, close game, this game 3. They come in. It's another stomp. It's another stomp from Extreme Gaming, but it's an impressive one. Doing it in the style that they did, and Arme's Medusa being the center of it all, top tier. It doesn't get better than that for a Medusa performance. They knew their timings. They close it up. This is the level of play that Extreme Gaming needs to be bringing us to go far. And as you can see, for Spirit, an unfortunate end to the road in which they were trying to go for that second time round. They did well last year. This year, it's been a whole lot tougher for them.
Ooh, what a bittersweet moment, but oh my gosh, Extreme Gaming showing up so dominant in this third game. We thought it was going to be a fairly even game, but that just was not the case. Extreme Gaming, they did not let that happen, Lacoste.
No, and I knew I was going to be sad no matter who wins this BO3. It's going to be, you know, because these two teams, they're very clutch, but Extreme Gaming today, they were just a better team. If we look at the game one, how they played, they almost won that one. Second game, they outclassed Team Spirit. In the third game, they did it even more. Medusa, plus, you know, this Undying in the lane, plus Sniper. These are the combination of the heroes, some old school stuff. They're bringing the new heroes as we kind of expected. We said coming into the series that heroes, especially the carry heroes, are going to be different. We've seen Muerta, we've seen Medusa, we've seen Luna a couple of times as well, which is a popular hero, but they also brought new stuff. For Team Spirit, it didn't work out. They tried their best, cut the waves as much as they could, but they just never had a chance to fight back against Extreme.
It's just sad to say goodbye to Team Spirit. I mean, they are the defending champions this year, and they got taken out in a whimper even. It felt like this game, they were completely outclassed. I mean, I have to praise XG for what Lacoste said. They had their own ideas this series. They came in with creative drafts. They came in with a clear vision, even in that game one. The IDC Pick Me Muerta, that was basically it. You know what? IDC Pick Me Muerta, maybe that didn't work out because I messed up a little bit. I'll play Luna for you guys. IDC Pick Me Medusa in this game 3. That was Ame. And the beautiful thing about Extreme Gaming is they built around Ame very well in these drafts, where in this game, Medusa felt well protected at every stage in this game. I mean, Xingqiu was ready with the TP when they made the first aggressive move on Medusa, where they just trade the first blood, protect Medusa. Centaur, who gets an early level 6, once again, when Yatoro goes through the twin gates to pressure the Medusa around minute 7, guess what? Stampede, Medusa disengages easily. And as the game progressed, you had the Tombstone, you had the strength of the Sniper, you had the extra damage coming out of Tusk. Medusa was never under threat.
Yeah, it felt like Extreme entered the series going, you know what, we're going to try and build our draft into like fortresses. Like, if you want to fight us, you need to take through so many layers to then even get close to killing the important heroes. And in game 2, it's a Luna with the Tinker, with the Visitor, and the Sniper. It's like, how do you find heroes and feel good? And in this game, same thing again. I love the fact that we see Undying. It's like, the strongest teams that want to make the good runs are in the Road to the International, at the International. It's understanding what's becoming meta and finding old solutions, bringing them back to life. Like Undying, it's been contested 3 times so far, picked or banned, and in this game, because you're against a Mars, and then you unlock Medusa's farm, like, if you have any other 5 here, you probably aren't punishing the lane as hard. Maybe you could argue Tree could do it, but Undying, it's just an old school way of doing it. So bring it back into the game, throw Arme onto the Medusa, he goes for the early Skadi, the butterfly, and yeah, unfortunately, on the pre-show, I said I wish it was a 60-minute game because that's the only way Spirit really will feel comfortable in this game is the ultra late game. There's like hype intense, 40, 50, 60-minute clash, but yeah, it's just 2 games in a row now for Extreme where their draft hit their stride and they never let off the pressure.
Yeah, Team Spirit just couldn't find the fights that they needed, which they needed time for. And guess what? Extreme Gaming did not give them that time. Extreme Gaming just too good on this day in Dota 2. And to celebrate Extreme Gaming's victory, we're going to head over to Nomad, who's standing by with XinQ.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Wow, here we are. You guys qualified to the main stage of the International, and in what a fashion as well. I mean, are you feeling excitement or relief right now?
进入 TI 正赛了，你现在感觉是松了一口气呢，还是超级兴奋呢？
就是两者都有吧，因为我们觉得那个进场馆和没进场馆是一个非常大的区别。
A bit of both, because we think that going into the arena and not going into the arena are 2 completely different cases.
They absolutely are, yeah. And of course, beating the 2-time champions to get there as well. How was this series for you? How was it to play against Spirit again?
打败了双冠王进入正赛，就这场比赛对你们来说是什么样的一个经历呢？打败他们意味着什么？
意味着我们就是进了8强啊，然后也没有什么特别的经历吧，因为他们这次比赛状态也不是特别好。
Well, beating them means that we made it to top 8, so that's great. In terms of beating Spirit, it doesn't feel much because we feel like their form is not top shape.
Interesting. I mean, certainly didn't look fantastic there. You took it early game 2 games in a row. Is this something you planned? Was this your idea or did your lanes just go well?
连续2把你们前期都非常有优势，是你们计划之中的吗？还是就对线打得好呢？
就是我们肯定有这方面的想法，所以我们才会去努力做这方面的，就去练习吧，然后就也做到了。
Well, we have it planned. That's why we worked towards the result, and it worked out.
It certainly did. So now, obviously, you're carrying the hopes of China on your back. How does it feel to be representing your region, the last team left?
现在你们是中国区最后一支队伍，然后全村的希望，就有什么想说的吗？
就不知道，就是感觉可能大家就我也不懂，就可能因为我们可能也就是走的不会太远，所以我不敢放太多的狠话，所以就冷静吧。
Well, I don't know. I'm trying not to say too much because it is definitely pressured. So calm down and we'll see.
Okay, excellent. And yeah, last question from me then. After that first game, what was the conversation like? How did you reset and come back so strong in this series?
第一把之后，你们是怎么就是重置自己的心情，然后怎么重新打回来的呢？
第一把就是觉得我们其实是很有机会赢的吧，然后就是我们自己的发挥，然后当时决策做的有点不对的地方，但是我们从自我感觉我们其实是状态比他们好的，所以我们有聊这个事情，我们说我们前面打得很好，我们马上就要赢了，只是我们最后面选择的差了一点。
After the first game, we actually thought that we played well, but we made a few bad calls and the game ended. However, after the game, when we discussed, we actually told each other that we played well and we're in a better form, so we should just continue what we're doing.
Well, that certainly worked out for you, XinQ. Congratulations making it to the international main stage, and best of luck in your remaining games. Shiva, back to you.
Thank you very much, and I think it's a very healthy attitude from XinQ, calm down. We'll see how far it goes, especially in the lower bracket. 1 step at a time is the way to go. But at least for now, Extreme Gaming, XinQ and his squad can take a little bit of a rest because they get 2 days to prepare to play in the Royal Arena. I also have some silver linings for the Team Spirit fans, actually, because they won TI 10. Obviously, slightly different roster. Laura wasn't there yet, but they did fantastic. One TI-10, great. And then the next TI, they bombed out.
Yep. Next one.
But then the one afterwards, they won. So if they bomb out here, they'll do great next year. That's how it works, right?
That you've leaked this.
Matt is correct.
Hey.
Sorry. Oh. Lacoste, back to you.
Back to me. Hard to say. Team Spirit, they are not in their TI form. We've seen them struggle throughout the year at some of the tournaments, Riyadh Masters as well. They, I would say, dropped out relatively early, considering all the hype whenever they play. Same thing here. Tough matchup for them. They've been losing to Extreme Gaming throughout the whole year, except PGL Wallachia Season 1. This is the one time when they were victorious. But other than that, Extreme Gaming, they have their number.
They really do.
They really did. And I mean, Team Spirit only lost, 2 games before this, but those 2 games that they lost, showed a lot of chinks in their armor. And one of them would be the Tinker. They tried to run, was that the correct term?
No.
Clinks in the armor? Whatever. Clunks, there's chips, okay, whatever.
Chips,
They tried to run Tinker twice versus Nouns. They proved that they weren't good at Tinker, but they were afraid of it by heavily prioritizing it that much. XG come into the series today with the idea that they're going to brute force Tinker as much as they could. They ran it in the first 2 games. It finally gets banned out in the 3rd game, and then they just pull out a pocket strat. And Team Spirit, they've had really good formulas throughout the game. I mean, throughout the tournament with Laurel on Invoker, Mirana carry with the Invoker buffing her up, the Kunkka plus Snapfire offlane, but it got figured out at this stage, and they didn't really have any pocket picks or anything up their sleeve, which is unfortunately what cost them the tournament.
It is very sad to see the defending champion take their leave here on the road to the international before even getting to the Royal Arena. But that is the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. And for some final words from Team Spirit, we're going to head over to Pyrian, who is talking to Miposhka.
Yeah, hi, Shibs. I am, as you said, here with Miposhka. I'm extremely surprised to be talking to you in these circumstances. Obviously, the reigning champions. Could you sum up for me what you think went wrong for your team at this international?
What was wrong? I don't know, actually. I think we just did some mistakes in draft stage at some games. For example, against Nouns, we were focused on wrong heroes, what we actually shouldn't play at all, and I think this is a little bit made us disappointed. Also, we went to loser bracket because of this lose. So, yeah, and I think here is a lot of strong teams, and for Extreme is also a strong team, and it's hard to say that we must win them. Might be everything, and that series they were stronger.
Yeah, they played very, very well, that's for sure. Do you feel that perhaps this patch or the meta doesn't suit the way you guys like to play? I'm thinking about the way you played last TI. Is that a factor or something else?
I don't really think so. I mean, at Riyadh, for example, there was a meta we didn't adapt well enough. But on that tournament, I think we had a lot of good ideas. We played all meta heroes. I think we just did some mistakes at the draft stage. Didn't find right ideas, and that's it. But I think meta on that TI was good enough to win for us.
I've, along with a lot of other people, have been really enjoying the Team Spirit vlogs at TI. Are you guys going to keep doing them a couple more before the tournament is over, do you think? Or are we going to have to wait?
What do you mean?
The vlogs, when you upload, are you going to keep doing them at all, or are we done now?
I think so, yeah, of course we will gonna keep doing this.
Fantastic. Looking forward to next season. Obviously, you guys won a TI, crashed out of a TI. Won a TI, crashed out of a TI. Are you going to win it next year?
Of course.
Of course. Well, do you have any words for the fans that have been supporting you throughout the season?
Thank you, everyone, guys, who supported us, even in our bad results. But I think every one of us watching some comments, and we see your support. So thank you for everything.
And thank you. You've been fantastic to watch. Sorry it wasn't to be this year, Maposhka, but I'm sure we'll be seeing more of you again soon. Anyway, that's us here, Shiva. Back to the panel.
Very much. It is still very sad to see Maposhka and Team Spirit go. But that's the way it goes. Competition is hard, and I know that Team Spirit is also very well aware of that. Competition is fierce, but that also means that the top 8 teams are going to have some games against each other that the cost, they're going to be fire.
Oh, most definitely. Looking at the upper bracket, Team Liquid against Cloud9. Team Liquid, they did look really good. Extreme Gaming looked great today, and Team Liquid looked 2 times, 3 times better than Extreme.
They made Extreme look like they made themselves look like they were smurfing against Extreme.
Pretty much. And then also Tundra against Gaiman. Tundra, even with the stand-in, this team doesn't feel like they have a stand-in because Saxa is an insanely talented player, always was, probably always will be as well. And I think Pure is playing some of the best Dota, probably the best Dota that he has ever played. This team, everything is clicking together.
Everything is clicking together in those 2 upper bracket matches. So we'll talk about them in a little bit. Before we do that, though, it's time to reflect a little bit more on the series we just watched together with Purge.
Thanks, Cheever. Yeah, I wanted to look a little bit about the laning stage and how that transitioned in the last game. The crucial moment really is the first blood in the off lane that they played and how that ended up matching up. If we take a look here, there's already an advantage in this game if we take a look at the net worth differences. We have Mars down here, 2,500 versus Medusa, 35. Big difference already. This is because of the Undying. This guy right here is going to lower the strength that Mars has. They're going to miss last hits, and they have to be very careful. In fact, Mira on the Barrett is level 3 and Undying's level 5. So they're already at a big deficit. They just pick up 4 here. So they see this really good opportunity. They're like, Undying's low. We can kill this guy for sure. But he has 3 points in decay, and watch what happens. He's going to land a nice double decay on both of these guys because they get a little bit too close. And then he's going to tombstone, and then he's going to heal himself. And all of a sudden, he does 570 HP. Mir even throws a blood grenade lowering his HP, and it just becomes a complete disaster here. Collapse does have the opportunity to spear to get a return kill, but this is really tough at this point. It's like 50-50 at best that you land that, so he ends up dying. And this kind of just starts cascading. Similar story. XM did such a good job watching the minimap. He just found opportunities to punish side lanes. I don't look at the minimap. I don't know if you guys do. This guy definitely looks at the minimap. He does a great job. He ensures kills on the side lanes. He rotates back mid. They kill Mira. Mira's still struggling, not level 6 yet at 11.5 minutes, and it looks like this is going to be a good push. Check it out. This guy is still looking at the minimap. Can you believe it? He TP's bottom. This is the counter rotation against the Dragonite. Another shrapnel. He doesn't go for that new trendy shrapnel. Nah, this guy's the sniper master. He's been playing this hero for much more than 3 weeks. And he goes for the damage over time, heavy slow. And he dies in this TP. This is his first death. But like at this point, it's a 5k gold disadvantage. Amazing play by Extreme Gaming. Unfortunately, it wasn't a little bit closer, but man, that laning stage was really strong.
It was really strong. It also makes me wonder when teams will face Extreme Gaming in the Royal Arena. Will they get that sniper? I have my doubts with that, T.
Just picturing the sniper laugh ringing through the arena, thousands of fans having to listen to that pesky little dwarven chap. Yes. I mean, yeah, you're going to have to respect it for sure. And that's maybe, the downfall of Spirit a little bit here, right? Strategically, often they are masterminds, and this time the Tinker got them in 2 games and stuff like that. Oh, sorry, the Sniper. Yep. I was thinking of Tinker so many times, but the Sniper got them in 2 games, and yeah, the remaining teams, we got Extreme versus Aurora as well in the lower bracket round, so another region versus region clash, and Aurora, they've already knocked out South America. If they knock out China as well, then they're like the region slayers. But yeah, a heavy amount of Western European influence on this TI.
Yeah, and the best news that I think there is regarding the schedule is that all 8 teams that we have playing in the Royal Arena will be playing on the first day. Now, we are going to be gone for 2 days, guys. You're going to have to entertain yourself. There's loads of content out there to consume. You can watch loads of vlogs if you wish, for example. Or maybe you can, maybe walk outside for a little bit, because you're not going to do that during the weekend because it's going to be so much Dota to watch.
Play Dota.
You could play Dota.
Whoa, that's crazy. Sorry, back to you.
All right, so we're going to have 2 lower bracket matches to start the day tomorrow, 2 upper bracket matches. The second half of the day, not tomorrow, it's Friday. I know, I'm getting ahead of myself. And it's going to be fantastic. We're going to be live from the Royal Arena, live here from Copenhagen, Denmark. And it's going to be fantastic. You guys all should tune in, or better yet, if you got the tickets, come join us in that arena. It's going to be fantastic. The Dota is going to be the best ever. And can't wait. See you on Friday for the International.